Hopefully, we are up and online. Hope you're seeing what I'm seeing here. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome one and all to the first qualifying 1 versus 1 tournament for the Beyond All Reason Pro League's 1 versus 1. Super excited to bring this match to you today. It should be a real fun, matches to you today. These are a series of best of threes that are going to be going on all throughout September. There's a whole bunch of them, and you can see them right here. This is the first tournament, and there are several qualifiers for the grand finals, which will be on the 30th, I believe. So if you are signing up now, the time is nigh. You're a bit late to sign up for the tournament today because we are going to be getting started, if not right now, shortly here. But you do have the option to, of course, whoops, sorry about that, playing a Domino's ad. I'm just making sure everything is connecting properly on my end. Yeah, we're not going to be live for a couple minutes here. I'm having trouble watching it because usually I check in on it by watching my own stream, but in this case we have a bit of a delay on the stream, so I'm not going to be able to respond in live time like we usually do for these live streams. But let's start popping into these lobbies and see what's going on here. Looks like Ragna has already started his battle. I'm going to this is the tournament standing right now, so you can see who is up against who at the time being. We've got some interesting matches here. We will pop into one of these. I think I want to spectate Randy and Scuffed Zen, see if we can find their match. That'll be quite a fun one. Should be a really cool one. Let's see if we can't pop in there. Let me turn this off. Troubleshooting and learning and going along as we go. Let's see here. There's Ragna battling it out in there. It looks like Ragna, Barcast, Professor Spec, all of them are going to be hanging out in that chat. Let's see about finding Randy. Let me message on the Discord here. Randy, invite to your match, please. ZLO has already started up. Everybody's getting ready here. Trying to find a game to spectate here. It's a little bit of a cluster. We are trying to work it out as quickly as possible. Trying to keep things civil. You know how it is. You know how it is. I'm just looking through the matches here. These guys already started up. They're eager to get at each other's throats. Let's see here. There's already a 1v1 practice going on over here. Interesting. Just making sure. Don't actually know what everybody's name is on the Discord. I have to do a little bit of translation here. Is Randy offline? Well, if Randy's not online, I guess we're gonna move on to a different game. We'll just see who's out there and who's available and who's ready to start up. Predor is waiting for his opponent. It would look Predoric versus Spring TV. I believe there was some technical issues that we're still trying to resolve here. Apparently, Yeah, Ragna and Tisal were the only ones able to figure it all out immediately. Oh well. We do have a little fun here trying to get through all this, trying to figure out what on earth is going on. Let's just see here. Working overtime here to try and find a match. There's probably some sort of format error that we're making here. Let me in. Goopy and Threxy. We can watch a Goopy game. Goopy is always a fun one to spectate. I would be totally down for that. I'm sure you guys would as well. Let's see. Let's see what they're gonna do here. I need one of them to give me a key. The battles are all passworded. US 40. I'm looking. Oh, there he is. All right, I'm in. Howdy, boys. Ladies and Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we do have ourselves a match. Looks like our first match of the day, our first best of 3 is going to be between Goopy and Threxy. 48 true skill versus 39. Howdy there, folks. Howdy there, Goopy. Good to see ya. Excited to watch. Don't forget to do exclamation tourney. Or whatever the command is. There we go. Tourney settings disable essentially any extra widgets that you might have. It makes sure that all the widgets are stock standard. You're not cheating. Which is always good. It's always good to not cheat. I do see you out there, Brad Roberts. Sorry, I'm not going to be able to, respond in super live time because it's a whole thing of having to play fair, play square, try and keep these matches in some sort of a fair setting here. You know what I can do while we are waiting in the lobby here? Let me just monitor this. Yeah, okay. So I can turn this back on. While we're waiting in the lobby, I'll turn this back on so that you guys can see the current bracket. Right now, we're going to be watching the Goopy versus Threxy matchup right here. Am I looking at the right one? Yeah, wait, where's Goopy and Threxy? Here they are. So they're actually on the round 2 stage already. There's, just by the way that the bracket is set up, there's a couple of people that were moved ahead already. And they're going to be playing the round 2 as of yet. So Goopy and Threxy are in the round 2. They're stage M or match M, I guess. I'm not sure exactly how brackets work, but yeah, we are going to have a fun time today. I'm sure of it. Whether or not hell or high water, we will make sure to have a fun time playing around today. Chilling with the steaks and the grilling. The beers are cold. It's exactly the idea. They're trying to figure out the map pool. It's IBAN comment catcher. Yeah, they're trying to figure it out right now. It's a little bit of a situation. These are only spectated to or only projected to get better over time. So for anybody showing up now, first of all, I do appreciate you. Welcome one and all to the Brightworks and to the Beyond All Reason Pro League 1v1 stream. We are trying to reboot this series. Lost Dead Man was doing this. He was in charge of this for a good long time. It has now been taken over by Barcast TV, who is in charge now, or at the very least is putting in tremendous efforts into restoring, rejuvenating, revitalizing, and recuperating the scene here so that people can get back on this train and start competing for the title of the world's very best 1 versus 1 player. Absolutely critical to the health of this game to keep a competitive edge, am I right? So they're taking turns banning. It looks like Goopy's going to ban Comet Catcher. Threxy is going to ban Paradise Lost. Goopy's going to ban Saratega. Let me see if I can find the current map pool here. September tourney, format, announcements. There is an image. Okay, hold on. Aha, can you see that? You can see that. All right, this is the current map pool here. Glad that I was able to make this work. Let's see if we can't zoom in a little here. There we go. Oh, there, yeah, that'll work. All right, so this is the current map pool here. You can see we have Isidus Crack, which is a map that I don't think I've ever seen. Comet Catcher, Red Comet, sort of the same map. Paradise Lost, The Cold Place, Saratega, and Heartbreak Hill. Should be a pretty interesting map pool, I do believe. They're going back and forth here, just going to be banning maps left, right, and center. Can't even type today. So if Comet Catcher is out, Paradise is out, Saratega. And then it is, I guess it's Threxy's map pick. There's rules for all this stuff. I'm not really monitoring. Hey, what's up, Azayon? Good to see you, my friend. Not really monitoring. I'm just here to spectate some awesome matches between these players. Really excited to see. This is like I said here. Let me switch over to this again. You can see that this is a second round match that we're spectating here between Threxy and Goopy. So this is not exactly this match will end, and then we'll probably have time to watch a whole nother set of second round matches. Assuming that one of these guys starts up their match, finishes, and then they'll be on to the second round. Interesting little bracket that we've got here, but it should be a pretty fun day of best of threes all around. There wouldn't be leftover. Comet Catcher, Paradise, Saratega, and Heartbreak. So that's going to be... Do I have a way to annotate this? That would be real nice, wouldn't it? That'd be real nice. I don't think I do. Let's see. So they banned Comet Catcher. They banned Paradise Lost. They banned Saratega and Heartbreak. So none of this, none of this. So that leaves us with Isidus Crack, The Cold Place, and Red Comet. So that is 3 maps, which would leave us with the best of 3. Isidus Crack, Cold Place, and Red Comet are their choices. Should I help them out here? Isidus, Cold Place, and Red Comet are your current picks. Flip back over to here. I'm going to turn this... Well, I'll leave it on for now, I guess. Now, let me see. I'm trying to piece together exactly. I believe the higher seed player picks the first map, so I think Goopy is going to be the one choosing the first map, so it should be switched over to Red Comet. So our first map will be Red Comet. I believe our second map will be Cold Place, and if we get to it, our third map will be, I guess it will be Isidus. Okay, well, I think they're supposed to go the other way around, but who's really who's really watching? Threxy is going to be going. Let's see. So okay, they want to do Cold Place, Comet. They're putting it together. I don't know the official rule, actually. I don't know exactly what the rule is on who picks first. I thought it was the higher seed player picks the first map. I could be wrong about that. I think they should probably just get into a game. I got another caster trying to join real quick. Alrighty. They're going to be in charge of this lobby. They're doing it real democratic-like. Going to try and get another caster in here. I wonder who my friend will be. Should we hop into a Discord call with them? That might be interesting. Who has hopped in here with us? Toasted Waffles is in here with us as well. Very good to see. Gonna have a little bit of oh. They need a spectator vote, huh? Yes, sir. All right, Cold Place is going to be the map of the day. 5-minute delay? Yes, indeed. Toasted Waffles is one of the moderators here that's going to be watching. Not a commentator. Well, I mean, I'm sure he could. not to discredit Toasted Waffles by any means. I just mean that he is an official moderator of the tournament. I am not. I am just a humble commentator caster. I just show up for the action and talk about the big robots. Toasted Waffles is going to be making sure that everything is played fair and square. So we are going to get underway with our first best of 3 series. This is between Goopy and Threxy, two very, very powerful people. Powerful opponents going to be clashing heads today, so I'm excited to see whatever they can get up to. Stream sniping is not allowed. Unlike our usual streams where I do not care. In this one, these players will be punished for stream sniping, so hopefully they don't do that. I doubt they will, though. In the spirit of fairness and good-heartedness, I'm sure they'll be gentlemanly. They'll have some respect for each other. Keep things above the belt, so to speak. Got my drink with me today. This is going to be a fun day. I can already feel it. It's going to be a fun day of casting these games. All right, let me, whoops. Gotta get myself out of the game real quick. My loading screen is frozen here, and gotta love it. Gotta love bar. I did not pre-crash my game, so that could come back to bite me here. All right, I'm gonna get that off your screen so we can take a look in full clarity here. Spawning on the eastern side, representing the blue team. Well, the blue team. I'm used to 8 versus 8. Toasted Waffles is in the commentator box. You know what? Yeah, sure. Why not? Sure. 1 sec. I'll hop on over. How about we get joined a little bit today by Toasted Waffles, who's going to be co-commentating with me. Let me adjust my audio levels just so that I'm peaking at the right moment. I'm going to be changing over to my raw microphone so that you get the input from essentially what you'd be hearing through Discord. Let me switch all that over real quick, and I will be right back. Hello there, sir.
Hello.
Welcome. Boy, I'm excited. I've been waiting for this for a good long time. I know a lot of people have too. This is going to be some good beyond all reason.
Yeah, it's good. It's gonna be rough today with the running of things. I get the feeling because this didn't get posted to the barcast or the bar Discord until way late. Nobody, well, not nobody, but a lot of people probably skimped the rules quite a bit.
It seemed like it was a little bit chaotic today organizing things. The check-in system was kind of a roll call, which was hilarious to watch everyone pop their heads in. Everyone,
yeah, that's what I originally planned on, because I'm the one that started just trying to format everything. We were just kind of like this whole event has been kind of flying by the seat of our pants. I think nobody on the admin team here has claimed to have done this before. We just wanted to shove some money into a prize pool and try and get the best turnout we can.
Well, we've got some stellar players, so I'm pretty sure we're going to have some fun games today, regardless of prize pools or rule books or whatever it is. I feel like a lot of these players are very sportsmanlike anyway, so I feel like as far as cheating goes, I feel like we're not going to have too much of that. Certainly it's going to be an action-packed series, though. Already got some ticks moving out the map. Threxy going crazy out here. I was excited to see this match. I was a little bit. I was worried I wasn't going to be able to get into a match. I was worried that all these players were just going to start up. I saw Ragna and ZLO started up their game like instantly. They must have been itching
Barcats
for it.
and Professor are covering that series anyway, so
I
it's
saw.
probably best that we spread out our coverage.
Yep, yeah, I figured that was probably the right idea here. This is a Cortex versus Armada matchup. This is going to be cool. It's also going to be a bot versus vehicle matchup, at least in the early game here. Should be a, I mean, that's going to be a tricky one for Threxy. He needs to get some early damage done with these ticks, otherwise he's going to fall behind quick.
I find that I'm primarily a team game player, but I find that bot openers, especially when your mexes are compacted together like they are on co-plays, it actually behooves you to open bots because of the cost difference. The map's wind is extremely good. You'll never be inefficient on wind. So the main cost of bots being energy, and you have a geo open.
That's true. Yeah, both players with the geos start available here. Tremendous energy boon early on.
I find build order wise, this map offers an incredible choice diversity between what you want to do. You just have to lab it probably. I don't know about the other players, but I spend a significant amount of time against inactive bots labbing builds and
theory crafting, putting it together. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I definitely am not as experienced with 1 versus 1 though. I definitely play way more 8 versus 8. That's my comfort game mode.
Yeah, it's less pressure and you can do goofy stuff. So.
Yeah. On this one, there's no teammates to blame. If your metal extractors die, there's only one guy you can turn around and look at, and it's yourself in the mirror. Already, this aggression is cool.
I've played a couple of 1v1s. I remember a couple months ago, I ran into Cast the TV, and he smashed me in like 5 games.
He's crazy.
You know what? I'm okay with getting my dick smacked into the dirt.
Yeah, he's super good. He won the tournament, the last 1v1 tournament we did, if I remember correctly, which was that was super cool. He
says, "Oh, I'm not that good," but I'm like,
I don't know, man. You're pretty good. Yeah.
This is looking extremely hairy for Threxy.
It absolutely is.
He's got a bunch of incisors in his base currently, and also Threxy is late to the expand on the north side. I think that
this is already
maintaining his bot lab at this point is probably going to cost him the game. But he cannot transition because his mexes are getting destroyed.
Yeah, he doesn't have the resources to go for a transition right now. He needs more build power, I think, to outbuild the amount of units. He just needs to get more units on the field. He needs some res bots too, picking all this stuff up. I think if he had res bots going and eating these corpses and maybe resing some of these metal extractors, I'd like it a little bit better. But right now, as things stand, there's just been too much damage.
I think if he got some res bots and got these incisors, he just needs to take no more damage at this point. I think. And maybe this is a misunderstanding with me in the 1v1 format, but I find that in 8v8 games, when you take damage and your immediate response is to get counter punch damage, that is a losing call because you're already behind. You just need to take less damage. If they try to throw in more units to get more counter damage, they're feeding.
You're going to be giving up metal because their reinforcements are going to be coming out off of the metal that they already got from your base, which is just going to shut down your counter push. So typically, I completely agree. Definitely what we want to see here is eating up all this metal that's been dumped into incisors, wreckages on the floor here.
It looks like with this ball of ticks that Threxy had out on the map, he got a con and some extractors. Now he just needs to keep on top of microing them.
I think Cortex is a really strong pick on this matchup too, just because of these advanced metal exploiters, or the armed metal exploiters.
Yes,
it's gonna be very nice.
I'm seeing that now. It takes a while to expand, but once they're up, they're safe from the raid.
They're very difficult to push into. They're so tanky. Pawns even have a really hard time pushing into those. They can run past them, sure, but they're gonna have a hard time killing them. And that's really all you need in 1v1 is time, right? You're just stalling for more and more of your units to come out here. It feels like Goopy is more secure right now. It feels like his northern section is a little more secure, whereas Threxy is kind of all over the place. He does have a lot more units, though. I will give him that.
Goopy's pumping out scout spam for the north side because it reacts faster, way faster than incisors. They are slow boys.
They're very slow. depressing when
Not
compared to the Blitz.
Yeah, just well, that's the strength is its ability, its HP tank, its range.
Right. Low group of incisors down here. I feel like these pawns could probably take a decent fight against these incisors, but
Oh, absolutely
we need
not.
a great concave.
I think it takes like 4 pawns to kill an incisor on microed.
Yeah, those pawns, they need their brothers.
It's like 3.
I think if we see a little better splitting, if we come in from this side and we come around from the south and we try and get a little bit of a pincer, I think that's probably the engagement we're looking for here. We need to fight a series of 1v1s down the line with these incisors. That's really the only effective trade Threxy's going to get here. I feel like in vehicle versus bot, it's all about positioning.
I find that with pawns, if you want to get good count, like when you're fighting vehicles, whether it be blitzes or incisors, the best way to counter if they have a line of tanks is to come down the line.
Yes. Yeah.
You'll get surrounded because you want to just walk down the line, and you'll be able to get surround damage individually, and you have to target fire as you go along. Yep. Otherwise, your pawns will split fire.
Yeah, that's I like to call it a series of 1v5s or 1v8s or whatever, because that's effectively what you're doing is you're breaking their army into a bunch of little engagements, and then you're taking each of those really, really efficiently, which, in the end eventually becomes efficient.
With the incisor, it can't 100% shoot over the turret of its the other incisors, from my understanding. Like the blitz just can shoot over each other. Yeah, because they're a ballistic weapon and not a laser weapon.
I didn't know about that from the incisors. That's interesting.
The incisor, generally speaking, in the 1v1, from my understanding, I don't have 100% understanding, I'm not claiming to, but from my understanding, is the incisor is generally considered worse than the blitz, because for the longest time, like the grunt, that they don't shoot over each other. But recently, I think 3 weeks ago, a month ago, it's not been very long, and I'm sure all of the good players haven't really figured out which one is optimal. It may just come down to play style. But that's the true. Incisors turret is now modeled separately from the hull as a hitbox, which allows them to shoot over each other better than they were.
Well, that's good. That fixes a critical weakness then, because that's a
now we're into the mid game, probably sure what we would call this game.
Yeah, they both got a bot lab, both got a vehicle lab.
Threxy has transitioned into the vehicles, and he has now gotten himself into probably the strongest T1 unit in the game.
The Janus, of course. Yes, the Janus, so powerful. The source of much discussion online.
Yeah. Now to Goopy's credit, he's able to expand a little more. Although he's taking quite a bit of damage on the north side of his expansion.
He really is. This harassment is nice. Pawn getting into the main base.
Once the exploiter is up, it's solid. It's probably not dying without significant forces.
Huge engagement right here.
Oh.
Massive tank engagement right there. Is going to sweep away a large part of Goopy's force. It's because he was pushing out a couple riot tanks and it slowed down his medium tank production. I think he's going to be able to stabilize here, but if this metal goes into the hands of Threxy, that's definitely going to be a nice advantage. Neither player actually able to spend all their metal at one time right now. Probably indicative that there might be a build power shortage in the backline here.
Yes.
You can see more constructors coming up. Very powerful.
It looks like Threxy has got 4 nanos up, whereas Goopy only has the single nano.
Yeah, that's true.
He has a couple of cons. He's trying to get nanos up on his bot factory, and I think his plan here is to secure the reclaim field and start rezzing all of these tanks. So Threxy's win condition in this sense is to push this extremely aggressive forward lab and make Gooby retreat.
I think if he kills this lab, that could be a huge swing in this battle for sure. There's so much metal tied up in all the defenses and the units and everything right here. It's funny because in this game you make money by being aggressive, right? You got to claim the field and eat it up while you still can. Make hay while the sun is shining, as Saul Goodman would say. It's important that you're constantly fighting on the front lines. But then those res bots are so important. Oh, beamer turrets are up. That is lovely to see. Beamer turrets, in my opinion, one of the most underrated static defenses in the entire game. Capable of whittling down those T1 units so quickly.
I think it would behoove Threxy to get an energy storage to fuel these beamers.
That's a good point, yeah. Energy plummeting right now. Wind speed, I mean. Dropping
It'll never go
significantly.
below 10, so
true.
no matter what, it's good.
A couple of Janices firing on that commander. You got to be so careful about that. I think it's 5 volleys of Janus fire to completely kill a commander. That's a
Threxy needs some cons up here to start fighting and start taking these reclaim, because as this field gets gooped up, if you will, with Rex, it's going to be extremely hard to micro your medium tanks. And these riot tanks are going to be able to close and get extremely good trades because of the splash damage that they provide.
These tanks are very low, too. I wouldn't mind seeing some res bots to patch all of these up. Janices are going to get in the fight here, and they're going to volley down all of those quickly.
There is a counter on the north side with these grunts, but a group of blitzes are going to clear it up. It seems that Threxy rallied some of his medium tanks and his T1 artillery that he meant for the south up to the north, or maybe he plans on having a little heavier of a counterpunch. Little does he know that Goopy has stopped making the exploiters, so a ball of blitzes would probably serve him better as they are more reactive.
It's true. You can see he's microing a single tick up north here to kill all these metal extractors. Wouldn't mind seeing this fight commanded around. Just give it a ping command just to go around and scan everything around there. Might open up some harassment. There is a force moving up north right now. A couple of blitzes, some medium tanks, and even a shell shocker going up there, I guess, to deal with some static defense should he find any. He will. There's a couple light laser towers, but
in distress, it seems that Goopy is calm walking into the pond to build some energy because he is struggling on E.
He really is. Those tidal generators, 25 energy per second. That's remarkably efficient. That's borderline as efficient as fusion reactors, I believe. I think somewhere around 25 is where they start to become super efficient. I know 21 is where they're better than fusion reactors, but above that, I'm not even sure. They're going to be very nice in the late game. That's all I know. Could definitely put down some energy converters too. No reason to leak the metal, or the energy rather.
Well,
he needs more build
that
power.
He was overflowing. Let me check the statistics here. Yeah, Goopy was accessing metal. Not a lot, but he did access metal at a point.
That's never good to see.
So the metal, he has more mexes from the looks of things compared to Threxy. But those blitzes that large raiding force has gotten through, and
they sure have. That's a lot of damage down.
Exploiters.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, call it maybe 13 metal per second being removed from the economy here of Goopy. That is a painful eco hit right there. He's going to be forced to pull units. The grunts are already moving up north. Little does he know that the force is essentially retreating. Reorganizing, maybe a better word for that.
You can tell the distress that Goopy's in when it comes to his E, because he built. Yep, there's the GG.
He does call GG
because of his energy problems. No nanos in the base, so
Yep. I think the build power was a huge problem.
Centralize his base and his build power, allowing him to
claim it. That was a good one.
Whenever he needed to transition into building more E, he had the build power right there.
That's true.
Like.
Yeah, he could go into efficient stuff. Wow, yeah, you can see Threxy just marching away with his economy here, as looks like Goopy just kind of stagnated eventually and wasn't able to keep up. Very excellent game. And moving on into game 2, Threxy is going to be up by 1 point. Should be very cool to see. Red Comet is going to be the match number 2, and we are ready to start here. Very good to see.
Okay, I just got a message from Scuffed Zed, because Randy had to drop from the event. Scuffed Zed and LaPotka are starting their match. So once we stop here, we can jump over to that. I can send you over the password for that, and we can
sounds
get
good.
straight into another game.
That sounds like
great. I may have to deafen myself to do admin stuff at any point here. I can't.
No worries. Yep. Yeah, you got duties.
Yeah.
You've been recruited. Oh, looks like Ragna's game already finished up here. Let me flash that on screen so everybody can see. Ragna taking a 2-0 lead over to Zal here. Going to be moving on into round number 2. Ragna going to be going up against Kaki. Chisato Nishikigi has won one match, it looks like, against Dave the Brave. Or was it it was a disqualification. Dave the Brave did not show up today, so Chisato Nishigiki is going to move on up against Des Fox in round 2, and we are going to be finishing up our second match here of Threxy versus Goopy. Well, starting up our second match here of Threxy versus Goopy. Should be good fun. All right, let me pull that down off the screen. And we will take a look at Red Comet. This is a classic 1v1 map. This is where many a battle were resolved. Many personal and interpersonal arguments were fought and settled right on this map. Goopy spawning in the southern section, also going for Cortex once again. Threxy again going to be going for Armada. Both players going for a solar start because wind is absolutely abysmal. No chance of getting into any sort of wind power on this one. Not that beautiful wind that we saw in the cold place at the very least. I feel like map control is very, very important on this one. I mean, it's important on all of them, but especially important just because of all the different choke points that you have available to you. You can cross in this little threshold here. These craters are, of course, radar hidey holes. You can jump in there, no radar is going to find you. And then, of course, you can just set up laser defenses all over the place here. I'm liking... oh, go ahead.
So, hold on here. I'm sorry. I'm talking to myself.
No, no worries, mate. I'm just going to keep carrying on. Goopy going into the vehicle lab once again, and I think that's the right decision, especially on this map with how flat it is. Threxy looks like he's decided to switch up his strategy and is going to go into the vehicle bay first again, or rather, I should say, as last round he was going for that bot lab start, but this time he's going to go for that vehicle start right off the get-go. Probably was a little uncomfortable with those incisors taking as efficient of a trade against his early grunts, or early pawns rather, than he would have liked, and so is probably going to try and go for some of those blitzes and maybe trade out a little more efficiently here. Vehicle starts, of course, let you get up to speed a little bit slower, which is something to be wary of, right? In the early game, it's all about early harassment, and that's why we see these rovers, these rascals coming out and about as quickly as possible. Goopy actually going for a constructor before a rascal, which is interesting to see. Prioritizing that build power, but I think it's I think he's learning from his mistake in the last game about not centralizing the build power to one space and then eventually running out of units just because you can't pump them out fast enough. Does eventually get a rascal out on the field, but I think Threxy is going to take the Brightworks official, get a unit across and around on the enemy side of the field award for today. Of course, these solar panels only take a light bit of harassment before they will go down. The rover just needs to poke them once before they will close up shop for at least a little while, and they will not be effective. So poking away with a little rover in the early game, despite not killing anything, can still be a huge advantage. Goopy moving his commander north in order to claim metal extractors. Threxy moving his commander west to claim an expansion. Little bit of a battle right here.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
So I think Spring TV, because of my confusion, I told him that there was no streaming from the player's POV. Was dropping from the event today, which is wrong, since I guess this isn't officially being put through the Barcast TV stream, or the Barcast, the official bar stream, and it's not being run through there. It's still, this is technically a community event.
So different rules. Is that what you're saying?
So I guess we last minute changed that players can stream their POV as long as they abide by the 5-minute stream delay.
Okay.
Stream sniping.
That's good to see. Yeah, I was confused by that when I saw it in the chat because from my understanding, Spring TV was intending to cast the entire time, but I guess that was just a miscommunication there. Glad to see that was resolved. More people in the arena, the better, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, but it looks like he dropped from the event and he hasn't gotten back to me, so I may have to put his opponent forward.
Okay. Well, hopefully he can return, but the show must go on.
Yeah, yes, the show must go on. There are 3 more qualifiers, so...
Yep, that's absolutely true. The finals is September 30th, right? I had that date right?
Sir.
Okay, lovely. I announced that earlier, but I was hesitant about that, so I'm glad I can confirm that. Blitz is looking a little scratched up here, returning back to the base. Would love to see these repaired a little bit. I think repair micro is kind of one of those things that comes out very rarely, but can oftentimes make the difference, right? It doesn't seem like a lot, but you have a... oh, shoot. Do I still have the leaderboard up and showing? No, I don't. Okay, good. Learning alongside everyone else here. Yeah, I feel like Repair Micro can definitely make or break a game when you have to clash your forces in a very even game. It's always going to be beneficial for you to have slightly more health than your enemy, even if you have even numbers. Plus, not to mention the Resbot commander combo is pretty potent here. Threxy's commander actually sitting around idle for the time being. There he goes. Gonna have a little bit of a commander clash right here in the middle of the map. Both commanders going after the same metal extractor. Usually it's a little bit rare that we see this, so it's kind of funny that these commanders have found each other in the middle of the map here. Also dangerous because, of course, those units jump on the commander. That is, of course, the win condition for these games. Killing the enemy's commander. Southern side, relatively untouched. Goopy does find the pathway to go around and into the back line. He's going to be stopped by a light laser tower, although I think he could have probably pushed in there. Going to save the Rascals for a little bit later, maybe hoping that he can snag the Constructor. The entire army from Threxy is moving down south here. So the question is whether you can clean this up with reinforcements. I don't think Goopy has the production in order to produce enough units to clean all this up by the time that those units get across the base. So I think pulling his army down is probably the right decision here. But certainly peeling off one or two of these and sending them around for a counterattack and then reinforcing with your units that come out of the vehicle lab rather later on are going to be, it's going to be one way to get a little bit of counterattack damage done while also maintaining that posturing that keeps your enemy at bay. Incisors.
Rexy is making a very, very smart call here by threatening counter damage. He's using the advantages that the Blitz give him over the Incisor. The Incisor in straight up fights will probably trade way more effectively because it has a DPS and range advantage along with an HP pool advantage. But because the Blitz responds movement wise so fast, he can threaten counter damage and he doesn't have to fight them. And it looks like he's in the middle of his transition into medium and Janus, which will 100% trade more efficiently against his ball of incisors.
Yep, especially if they group up at any point.
Yes, and it looks like Goopy's transitioning into pure medium tank pump now. Seeing that
it does indeed.
His opponent is moved into more heavy units, but Threxy has not lost any of these blitzes, and it can use it as his flank control.
Yep, he's even got him postured over there. I think he remembers that there were those rascals that were poking around on this side, and it might serve him very well. The incisors are moving over down into that position. Maybe they're thinking the same thing, just in reverse order here from Goopy. Yeah, light laser tower's gonna go down
with his incisors to prevent or to start some counter damage, but giving up any of his presence in mid to allow these Janus and medium tanks to take the contested area.
Frankly, I don't mind it. I feel like giving up that mid area to Threxy is not really going to cost Goopy all too much. It's 1, 2, maybe 3 metal extractors. That third one is going to be really contested here, right here in the middle of the map. And this one arguably as well. So I feel like giving those up is not really that huge of a disadvantage. Massive engagement down south here as the incisors do clash with the blitzes, taking a huge trade. They're going to blast apart that light laser tower that did not finish.
Especially since they initiated and the blitzes aren't already in a move at full velocity. They're going to trade so much better.
Absolutely.
Range.
Plus, like you said, with that change to their firing pattern so they can fire through each other. That's really important.
Through their turrets. It looks like if Goopy just commits, he's going to end this game.
He definitely could do enough damage here. He's a little bit skittish, though. Looks like he's not confident that this is going to be enough. He sees those blitzes and doesn't think he can push through that.
Yeah.
Just an intel.
Threxy is responding with building more blitzes to cover his flank, but I'm sure Goopy's thinking that if he puts his ball of light tanks into combat up there and there's just 2 Janus, the whole group is going to die for no gain. So it looks like
he's a little worried about it.
At least in my mind, that's what I would be thinking. He lost his last rascal, so he lost his unit giving him greater vision, so he's walking him blind into the base.
You know what I'd love to see here is a mine layer. I feel like one mine layer included in this composition right about here. Just, whoops, not right there, sorry. Down to the bottom right-hand corner, laying a couple of mines would essentially save Threxy the trouble of having to prevent that with so many units.
Well, it doesn't even need to be mines. All so like, I don't play a lot of 1v1 at all, but I've been labbing on this current map pool. What a mine layer open looks like. Your first unit out being a mine layer, and then trying to shore up, because I'm not able to micro well like let's say the top tier players.
Sure,
like
yeah.
Comparing myself to Zlo, I'll never be able to beat Zlo in a 1v1.
It's hard. They
best of
skyrocket their APM. They go crazy. Absolutely.
but it takes so much. Like basically in a 1v1, if someone just builds a wall of dragon teeth, you have to like go somewhere else. It's gonna take too long to break through.
Yeah, it's inefficient.
So my labbing was, I was like, say I started up where Threxy was, I was sending a mine layer down here to build a dragon teeth wall here. Prevent any counter damage. And then later you can build a wall up towards your base as well on the north side, and you can concentrate any light laser towers or your units and choke points, and you really don't have to worry about run bys.
That's a good point.
You don't even like it. It may be more expensive than building a wall of light laser towers, but how much does a light laser tower cost? It costs 85.
85 a pop.
I mean,
it stops those scouts though. That's really the biggest thing, because those can run by so quickly, and if you don't have a force to address it, like if you're spec'd heavily into medium tanks, and then there's a force of rascals that go around your flank, what are you going to do about it? Like you can't really pull your units off the front line, because assumedly there's going to be medium tanks as well.
A dragon teeth cost 8 to build individually, and it takes what, probably like 20 maybe to close this up. That's like only 300. It's just over the cost of a medium tank to prevent any run bys. That's what I was thinking. Now it just takes a long time for the mine layer to go down there and build it.
Yeah, that's true. It does cost you time.
As long as you can cover your mine layer, you'll never have to worry about a run by through this flank.
I feel like it's
unless they really commit a significant amount of time, which you'll see happening. You'll get a notification that your base is under attack. They'll give you plenty of time, and then what you can do is build 1 or 2 light laser towers on the edge of the range, because it outranges most of things.
Yeah, you're gonna be able to fire out at whatever might be tearing it down.
Yes.
Worst case scenario, they're gonna start pumping out shell shockers or Wolverines to start artillery bombarding it, but that's gonna take forever. So even then, you've effectively done, the wall has done its job in stalling the enemy out, and that just gives you more and more time. By the way, Goopy has transitioned into his bot lab now and is pumping out those res bots. Threxy is a little bit behind in that department and does not have the bots out quite yet. It's also a big force down south here. There are Janices, but if these are microed well, the Janices might just waste their shots. Ooh, they will not waste their shots. Huge connections down south there. Massive hits down south.
Brutal.
Entire incisor
He's gonna get the conference
disappears.
trouble, but that's probably 100% worth the trade.
That was well worth it. That shuts down that aggression almost entirely. He's gonna have to build a whole new force for harassing down south there. Very nicely done.
What are you going to do? Build another 10, 20 incisors at this point in the game? Absolutely not.
Yeah, you're not...
A waste of your build power and metal.
At this point, it's just not cost effective anymore. That being said, this was a huge engagement in the middle of the map. Threxy really suffering from that lack of metal reclaim. His commander is the only one doing the job right now. 1,000 or so metal tied up in the field.
Also, Goopy 100% has map control. He has way more mexes. He's transitioned most of his production into he has more energy production. Now at this point, what I would like to see out of these players, and I know a lot of 1v1 players are so focused on just trying to spend their resources, but advanced solars are definitely the best way to spend your metal.
Oh, absolutely.
Right now.
Yeah, going into, I mean, once you have a couple hundred energy per second, I 100% agree. I harp on T1 solar panels all the time. It's always a bummer to see that. Two constructors.
I mean, like, my philosophy on it is T1 solars are the most efficient metal storage in the game, bar none, because it's free to build when it comes to energy, and you can reclaim all your metal back later.
Yeah, that's a positive way of looking at it.
I think it was Threxy I was talking about, or I was talking to him a couple months ago. I'm like, well, my philosophy is that solars are just metal storage. And he's like, you know what? Never thought of it that way. That's a different way of thinking of it.
Yeah, that is a different way of thinking of it. It's a more positive way of thinking of it. I usually caution against them because a lot of times, well, especially in the 8 versus 8, which again is also where my familiarity lies. It's oftentimes you see players forget to incorporate those units right now. By the way, Goopy with now 52 metal per second, Threxy at only 18. This game is well over.
Even if his commander doesn't die here, his base is gonna get smashed here in about a second, and there's no counter push. Goopy's on the other side of the map assisting the factory, which is absolutely the call at this point in a 1v1. Yep. Having your commander out on the map, open for a comm snipe,
not gonna work out too well for you.
Subject to lose you the game. Now, I think the only way Threxy can get back into this game is if he gets really money shots with these Janus. And I think that's what he's banking on, too, because he's building nothing but Janus right now. He needs to stop these res bots from resing these tanks at his doorstep.
Yep. No, he calls GG. Enough. He is going to tap out of the game, realizing that there's too much metal stacked against him, and that is going to be a good game. Resbot's really turning the tide here because they're just picking up those tanks. You see those ghosts in the shell coming back at you. It's really disheartening, especially if you don't have that bot lab up by yourself. I feel like that that was really the critical failure there. Threxy failing to get that bot lab up, and it's all told in the graphs. You can see the Goopy running away with the economy very, very nicely. Epic match, and that's 1 versus 1, meaning that we are into our very last game of the day, and I believe it's going to be on Isidus Crack. I believe that's the last map that they have not chosen from. Let's jump on in.
Okay, it looks like Spring TV did decide to play, but he did lose 2-0.
Oh. Well, you get points for trying. So, well done to him.
Maybe that was just Barcast going in there and setting it up. That just for the win. So the game may go on. All right, so we're gonna finish here, and then I'm going to get us over into the LaPotka Stuff to Zen game.
Okay, sounds good. Just flashing on screen really quick right now, folks. The current bracket leaderboards right now, or the current bracket standing rather. Looks like Dustfox and Chisato Nishikigi are both in their match already as of right now. Looks like there's a couple other matches that haven't quite started up yet, or at the very least they haven't been updated yet. Yeah, I wonder what's going on with this Spring TV Predator thing, because they're on their third match right now, but Predator has 2 points on the board, so something odd is going on there.
I think this may be just adminning stuff. Stand by. I'm gonna go talk to Barcast.
Sure thing. In the meantime, it's a one point up for both players here. Goopy and Threxy both with 1 point on the board. So this is going to be the final determinant for who will move on to the round of 3, the winner's quarter final. Goopy going to be spawning here. Whoops. On the southwestern corner of Isidus Crack. Did I have that right? Isidus Crack. Interesting. I feel like I haven't seen this map very often. This is kind of an interesting terrain feature. It's got, well, a crack right down the middle of it. Goopy coming out already with the GLHF. That's, of course, a good luck, have fun, smiley face. Threxy immediately counterattacking with a U2, extra happy face. This is going to be a good one, you can already tell. 1-1, this is the match to win it all. The question is, what are we going to open with here? Threxy showed us that he was a little bit more familiar with the bots, or at least he was a little more passionate about starting with them in his first ever match. Transitioned into a vehicle lab after the fact. Second game of the day, did the opposite. Started with the vehicle lab, but never quite got that bot lab up and running. Goopy, however, in both matches has started with vehicles, transitioned into bots, and has shown us exactly why that is so powerful to go into. It's a very, very dangerous build. Monka S didn't practice Red Comet enough, TBH. Wanted to Janus push, but never actually tried. What a bummer. What a bummer indeed.
All right, I'm back, TNT.
Welcome back, good sir.
Yeah, it was Barcast trying to admin the thing. I just had a quick conversation with how to do this. Neither of us have used the
start.gg.
Yeah, this is all flying from the seat of our pants.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
For inconveniences to players in the tournament currently, for any issues from the scuffed nature of this.
We're all doing the best that we can. It's all we ask for. Community event. How much can you really expect, right? We're just trying to put on a good show.
People are gonna get because there's a major amount of prize pool.
That's
people
fair.
May get upset, but I think this is really the call it a demo or a beta test of the rest of the tournament, because there are 3 more qualifiers people can sign up for.
Yeah, no, I agree. We're figuring things out, so you know, expect improvements, expect changes, and expect more exciting games.
And the reality of it is the more competitive players are probably going to get through anyway. So your chances are, if you're not, I'm not saying bottom of the barrel, but you know, like if you have a hard time competing with the likes of, let's say, Goopy or ZLO, your chances are gonna just get better as this tournament goes on. Now,
Yeah.
not to say that people can't swindle some victories from underneath people with some air starts. I would love to see some air starts.
That would be pretty funny. Right now, I am noticing that Goopy has gone Armada and Threxy has gone Cortex, so a full 180 from both of the previous 2 games. Both players wishing that the classic, or seeing that the grass is greener.
Matchup of arm vehicles versus core bots.
Yeah, this should be interesting. The I always favor the bot lab, or the vehicle lab rather, over the bot lab, but I am excited to see.
The major advantage to bot openers on this map is that vehicles cannot go onto these plateaus, but the bots can. So with the range advantage that the grunt is given compared to the blitz, it may be beneficial to kite up onto these plateaus and use your range against them. If you can get onto your opponent's side of the map,
just hide up on that plateau.
On their main plateau where their max is, there's virtually nothing that you can do except for I don't know, build shell shockers or medium tanks to try and plink at them.
Oh, that's going to be so inefficient to try and deal with too. Try and fire up blindly into the hills up on the side of your base.
Yes, because your radar coverage will probably be gone too. You won't be able to see up there. Oh, that sounds awful.
It also denies you the metal extractors too. That's something to consider. If you're the vehicle player, you're not going to be able to get these, right?
It's up to Threxy. I think as any bot, whether or not you're arm or core opener, it is your job to not take damage early. It is hard to get across the map, and it means that, especially with playing as core bots, you don't have ticks. Unfortunately, the developer said no scout bot for core.
You got to do with your grunt.
Yeah, you have to deal with your overpowered grunt.
Oh, I think this is really this is what I like to see. Threxy is pumping out a res bot right now, and he's going to start resurrecting all of these forces that died up north here. I think that's really again one of the other superpowers of going bots early on, is the fact that you can recuperate losses so quickly by literally just folding your enemy's army back into your own composition.
Oh, he didn't fully res.
Oh no,
he wants the con. He wants the con.
Yeah, that's
probably
fair.
The right call.
He sent the he did a resurrect all command, and it just went to that. But yeah, I think resing that con is probably a good idea. Build power coming up here. Threxy knows how important that build power is. That was his superpower in the first game, was the fact that he just had enough build power to pump out more units than his opponent here.
More centralized, and he hasn't com-walked, whereas Goopy has. Now
That's
Goopy
true.
is going to get a metal advantage, and Goopy is also more advantageous towards the vehicle opener. So
puts him in a risky position though. Doesn't take too many grunts to surround a commander and flash it down pretty quickly. He is staying under light laser tower, which is going to be safe for the time being.
I think Threxy needs to get more cons. He just got a con out. He needs to build probably 2 more cons. He needs to get this expansion at the back of the map. Oh, he's got a con coming down from the plateau.
That was a nice little catch here on those rovers, shutting down that aggressive force. That's been kind of a pain in the side here for Threxy for the entire match so far. So catching those is going to be a huge weight off his shoulders. You can see him consolidating his forces up on the front. He's ready to get aggressive here. I think with grunts, especially Cortex grunts as opposed to pawns, you really want to constantly be sending them around the map in sort of scouting parties, but also harassment parties, just because of how cheap they are and how effective they are.
Those defensive grunts that were there to stop the raiding has now become the raiders.
Yeah, indeed.
It looks like he's going to spot his commander though, or at least the light laser tower. Let's see.
Switch to the Threxy cam. He did see it for just a second there before re-rallying.
He also saw the factory there. That's a big spot.
That's a
for
very
him,
big scout.
knowing that I don't see a radar at all for Threxy. That is a problem. He needs a radar.
Oh, that is
desperately.
True. He has one in his back
No
base.
radar.
He has one right here in his base, but he doesn't have one out on the field. Frankly, he just doesn't have anything out on the field except for units as far as static defense goes.
And he's not putting pressure on the front line. He's trying to micro against these rovers. He needs to get in here and prevent this light laser tower wall from going up.
He's well behind in the metal game, at least while... actually, maybe I'm wrong about that. 31-ish metal, depending on reclaim right now, but 31-ish versus 20-ish. Pretty good for Goopy, but of course he's vehicles, so he needs that metal advantage, otherwise he's going to be losing it. Those grunts are moving around now.
Goopy is hurting on energy right now. If Threxy can do damage to this con at the back of the map here, if he kills that and prevents any more wind from going up, he could snowball this game, because these light laser towers aren't worth jack if they can't shoot.
That's true.
They're just wasted materials.
That is a good... Oh no, the grunts are turning around here. Losing their killer instinct. What a bummer. There is some coming up north, though. Oh, and they might catch a constructor. Actually, they sneak by, and they're going to catch 2 constructors. That might stop all the expansion northward there. That's kind of the open field for Goopy, is this northern area, whereas the southern expansion is kind of Threxy's territory to play. I feel like preventing that
damaged. He got his con destroyed doing his mechs expansion. He needs to res that. He needs to continue. He's going to lose his north con, too. He's building an exploiter. That's, yeah, it's not going to get done. That's even more painful. He didn't even finish the exploiter. He's probably going to, he's going to lose this con before it even can get back to the other exploiter. Oh, no, it's going to get in range. Okay, if he wants to commit onto this con and the exploiter, he's going to lose some blitzes for the trouble.
He loses the con for it, but at least that exploiter's there to kind of shut this down. His army is forced to pull back, though. He's moving his commander in to engage his bot lab. Maybe he's thinking about trying to degun it. That could be interesting. Shutting down that lab could be a huge...
pushing against these maces. Now, unless you're really looking at the stats, the mace and the thug seem like they're equivalent, but the mace can die in one more shot. It has less HP.
Interesting.
The thug is just a smidge more tanky, which means they trade so much better.
Interesting. Yeah, on a large scale, that definitely is going to mean that they're a little bit more important. These res bots being
the mace is a little cheaper, but I think I'll take a little tankier unit over.
Certainly. Well, if he gets the res bots out, tanky isn't really going to be a problem if he can start repairing these units. That's some micro. You can see he's actually using his commander to repair some of these units. I would love to see that a little bit heavier on the front lines here. Also start harassing this with 1 or 2 rocket bots.
Also bringing up rocket bots, storms up.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, aggravators.
Not storms in this game. Me and my TA roots.
Gotta relearn everything. Very difficult.
I refuse. It
will always be the Pee-wee. That is my AK.
It will all be flashes. I mean, like. How do you think Flash got his name? Yeah,
right. Rocket bots here are going to be a nice little threat. Those are going to start applying pressure.
Damage. Now he needs to get his thugs up here to buffer for these rocket bots.
I would love to see some counter aggression.
So many grunts he could be countering with that force.
He really could.
I'm very surprised. Although, speak of counter force, there's a huge force of blitzes on the north side.
I do see that. Yeah, moving in up here
with Resbot support to keep things all nice and topped up, going straight for where he did damage previously. Now let's see if Threxy his radar went down on the north side. He does not see. Now he sees. He's responding.
There we go.
He's moving his major grunt force to corral those blitzes. Goopy
He's kind of exposed right down the middle here. He's actually got a line of attack available right to his main base from the middle of the map here. I wonder if Goopy's going to be able to supply that.
He's trying to trade with this ball of grunts. He wants to prevent these res bots. Yeah, I think that is the call, is to jump on the res bots.
Yeah, he gets the constructor
too. How well you trade
That's
against
nice.
the units if you do not get the res bots. It's so painful to fight in a wreck field. And you can see that the res bots are doing their damnedest to keep you behind, and you just can't get to them.
It's very, very frustrating to play against for sure. This engagement in the middle of the map is also quite nice. That nano turret repairing anything that gets attacked down here is keeping these units alive. Oh yeah, the
Goopy
beamer.
has decided that this is his strong point. If he can live here and do damage elsewhere, then the game is his. And he's sending a ball of rovers to get some counter damage on the south side of Threxy's side.
Goopy actually unable to spend his metal right now. I would love to see 2 or 3 constructors peeled away, and again starting up those advanced solar panels just so we can get some constant some constant high efficiency energy pumping into the base here. I feel like Threxy is doing a greater job of spending his metal, but the resource advantage is definitely in the favor of Goopy right now. If Goopy just leans heavier into unit production, I think he's got this game in the bag.
Threxy has moved into his vehicle lab, and he's getting Wolverines out to push this hard point.
Got a little bit of a run by over here. A single rover sneaks by, but that's all it takes in order to shut down a couple of these metal extractors. It will be queued around to kind of kill as many of these as it can.
Yeah,
I like it.
That's 3 mexes. It's so hard from my perspective to like try and make them sit far enough away that when the mex blows up, the scout doesn't die, because it's like
it's a delicate balance. Especially with some self-destruct micro, you can also shut down those, or you can self-destruct those mexes to kill those scouts.
Threxy's going for the reclaim, and he's going to run right into the laser tower, and now he's back to expanding. That's painful. That is
what a bummer.
Such a good trade for Goopy, but you know, at least it didn't get any more damage done.
These LLTs going down one by one is just, I mean, it's a slow death right now. More and more aggravators are built, but those aren't really going to trade super well against those tanks. On pen and paper they do, but in the reality of them moving around so much, I feel like they don't land nearly as many shots
as they should. The traverse of the turret takes so much time. It's so painful when you're microing Janice, and you're like, oh, shoot, but the turret's just turning, and you don't get that last death throw.
Yep.
So painful.
Yeah, it is very difficult to cope with.
I think Threxy has noticed that he is not going to win this engagement and is running his commander.
Yeah, I think
Thugs out range tanks, but once tanks get in the numbers, you can't trade efficiently. You just too much HP.
It's too big a ball. You might eventually kill them, but eventually it's going to be once they're back in your base, destroying all of your economy. And that's really where it's all made, right? You're trying to punch your enemy in the wallet, not in the army.
In fact, I'd love to see these tanks peeled away. An air transition, he built a Thistle on the front line.
Did he? Oh, interesting. Maybe worried about
a gunship snipe.
Gunships, maybe. Yeah.
Honestly, if Goopy could gunship snipe, even with 1 Thistle, he'd get a couple. He'd have to give up on these tanks, but he has the reclaim field. He could definitely.
He does. He's got solid control over this reclaim field.
He could just. He doesn't need to build it anymore. He just needs to. Revive all these, res all these. But he's going for the reclaim because it's faster than resing.
That's 3.3 thousand metal in reclaim right there in the middle of that field. That is a monumental mass.
This game is coming to a very quick close here. Having to give up on this massive reclaim field they've been fighting over for the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, that hurts quite bad.
These tanks, these artillery tanks are going to start, and the riot tanks are going to push them back, but the reclaim field is going to be gone by the time he is able to move back up to it.
That's true. Thugs up north, accompanied by some riot tank support. That could be an interesting push up here. Certainly could kill a couple constructors.
It's just going to take so long.
It is going to take forever. Those riot tanks are slow.
They're
very effective.
No, they are tanky. They are meant to screen for your forces against bots. Man, do they plow through bots.
No static defense up here either, so those metal extractors are probably going to go down. We have idle constructors sitting around, which I really don't like. I feel like if these were repurposed into making maybe twin guards or something, just in lines, continuously just building porcupine defenses in the back line, it's not going to be a huge drain in your economy.
Re-expanding to the north, and the reclaim field is still there unmolested. Threxy hurting on, he is overflowing on metal now, hurting on energy.
Yep.
Yeah, this game is over. I'd like to call it here. If I was in Threxy's spot, I would GG.
Yeah, this is a fairly hopeless battle. I really am surprised by the lack of advanced solar panels. I really feel like that would have been a monumental benefit here. Goopy going for another vehicle bay.
Just skimped on wind for the longest time. Wind good on this map.
It sure is.
Except for when it's bad.
Wind good except when bad. Truer words may never have been spoken. Riot tanks getting some decent shots here, but of course those rocket bots are going to be able to completely pass them. I've got a question for you. I'm pushing for the rocket bot to be reclassified as a missile bot, so that we can bring in line the terminology that rocket bots are things that shoot up in an arc and land the rocket down, whereas the missiles are a direct fire unit. What are your thoughts on that?
Hold on here. I gotta do some admin shenanigans.
Oh, no worries. I'll explain my pitch to chat then. So essentially, if you look at the missile truck is called the missile truck because it fires a direct line missile. The rocket bot is called a rocket bot, but it fires a direct line missile. But if you look at something like the Arbiter, that's also called the rocket bot. And if you look at something like the rocket trucks from the T2 lab, speaking of which, Thraxi is going into right now. Feels like a desperate play, but I guess if he gets it out, those T2 units could be efficient enough. That's interesting. But yeah, I feel like rocket bots kind of... The term rocket generally describes units that fire a rocket that goes up and over and around and down, versus missile, which goes directly forward, collides with the enemy, and causes a big wound on the side of their metal hull. T2 Lab almost finished here. He's down on metal. He could eat up one of his labs here. 92, 95, 96. He's getting up there. Reclaim off of all these front lines is going to fund that T2 transition. He starts pumping out Fiends immediately. Fiends are definitely efficient enough to drive back this force. Ooh, he might have pulled it off here. Question is, can Goopy continue the aggression fast enough that these Fiends aren't going to be able to save the day? Fiends are very good, but they're not invincible. T2 is indeed OP. All of his bots up north ravaging all of those metal extractors, and Threxy is holding his commander up here. That's a lot of blitzes, though. If those blitzes get on the commander, this could be an easy commander snipe here. Threxy needs to address this. Excellent D-guns first and foremost. Taking out a lot of those blitzes right there, but there might still be too many surrounding this commander.
Enough. I don't think... Oh, wait, maybe it's enough.
Miracle D-guns right there, shutting all that down. That was a huge save.
That's all of his energy, though.
His energy is down.
Yep. Are gonna get surrounded.
That was a close one. I think if he had T2 transitioned maybe a little bit sooner, he might have been able to pull it off. But Goopy recognizing that, pushing in, snatching the victory in this best of 3 series. What an absolute smackdown. Goopy securing himself a place in round 3. Phew, what a match. You can see Goopy's economy taking it all the way.
I must use the little boys' room.
No worries. I'm gonna go ahead and try and find my way into that other game that's going to be happening here. Let me see if I can finagle my way into whatever match is going on. GG, guys. Well played. Goopy is going to be moving on to the next game. Let me see if I can find that. So let me put this back up here. There we go. And you guys can see that. Take a little gander at the list of players and winners and whatnot. So Threxy and Goopy have won their game. Who is ready for a match? I wonder who is starting up a game. Let me see. Dave the Brave is apparently here now. Oh no, sorry. Dave the Brave is not here. Yeah, he was already DQ'd, it appears. Okay,
all
so
right.
oh,
I'm back.
Welcome
He's
back.
going to drop down into the losers bracket. He's not out yet. It's double elimination for even for the qualifiers.
So is it losers? So he will be going up against Spring TV. Is that correct?
Spring is not in the tournament, so he's gonna get a bye on that. I have to I should have DQ'd Spring, but. Or
okay.
I'll just auto report for this. Go to the match and report for him. And he'll go up to whoever's next.
So let's see.
Again to the viewers, you're like, wow, these admins don't know what they're doing. And I would say yes. I'm figuring it out.
We're putting it together on the spot here. Everybody's trying to contribute. It's all a big teamwork game. We're all playing this 8 versus 8 together. We're all working together.
Yeah, it's all fun and games at the end of the day.
Yeah. All right. So who is the next player here? Are we ready to start up the round 2 players? Because that was a round 2 game already.
LaPotka and Scuffed Zen are already in their match, I believe. I will. They sent me the password. Let me get that to you, and you can get straight into their game.
That sounds
if you can
lovely.
find their game. They said Scuffed Zen said he named his lobby Scuffed Zen lobby. So,
all right.
Hopefully
I
can
will start
find
looking. Oh, whoops.
And I'll give you the password on Discord. I DM'd it to you. I will join you shortly.
Gotcha. Okay, let me take a look here. Interesting password. All right.
As I
leave that. All right.
Oh, it looks like Scuffed Zen lost in that match. We
Did they already
just
play?
missed it. Look, yes. So it looks
Oh yeah,
like
you're right.
Scuffed Zen also drops down 2-0 against LaPotka. Not to say anything about Scuffed Zen's ability to play, but LaPotka proceeding in the winners bracket, not surprising.
Yeah, very very strong player. Okay, so I guess we can head on to a different game here. Kind of want to watch
Hopefully we
ZLO
can
play. I wonder if he's ready.
hopefully we can get
ZLO.
into this game with Neza and X Factor, but I know X Factor was saying that Neza had not shown up yet. So
Let us see who's ready
let
to
me
play. Let me just ask in Discord if anybody's ready. Is anyone ready to go for their round 2? We'll just see if anybody's ready to start up their match and we can just hop into that one. It looks like there's a couple of them that should be waiting and ready. Ragna and Kaki, Killa KP and Stardom. That'll be a good game. Oh, I want to watch that one too. Maybe I'll save that for a
wanna
review
watch
later.
the Stardom game, and yeah, I would if I was going to lab up who's going to proceed out of those two, it's going to probably be a Ragna versus Stardom in group 3.
True. That's gonna
If
be.
I
That's
were to
also
put
gonna
my,
be a
if I
crazy
was
game.
a betting man, which I am not, betting is uh, gambling is not good for it. Preys on the poor and their inability to do statistics.
Yeah, true.
But if I was a betting man,
Ragnar would be a pretty solid bet there, right next to
yes,
Stardom.
sir.
Looks like Threxy is looking for who he should fight next. Threxy is going to be up against the winner of Desfox and Jisato Nishigigi. Are they still in a match? Really? 37-minute long 1v1? That's gotta be a crazy one.
Yeah. Maybe the map is all porked up.
Could be. Could be Dragon's Maws and Dragon's Claws all over the place.
The pain of every AVA player when you're building nothing but units and your opponent decides to just pork, and it's just so painful. It's
What
like,
am I going
why
to do?
must you play this game like this? But
Well, it's because that's how the scenarios are set up. Have you ever played through those? Have you stepped through the scenarios?
when I first started playing the game, I played a little bit of the scenarios.
It's a lot of them are they kind of teach players to pork up as hard as they can, which is, in my opinion, probably not ideal. But
Well,
you know,
the design theory of the dev team for this game is to always make positions breakable. That's why there's no, like in say Supreme Commander, there's no way to shoot down missiles. Missiles will always hit as long as they
that makes sense.
rockets and missiles are not counterable. That's why the Juno exists to say no to your radar and your jammers.
That's a good idea though, because that could just stagnate a game. You'd end up with Terrans flying their structures off in all different directions. This is a way better balance. I get a lot of people that comment a lot about defenses being way too weak in this game, and I feel like that's a great example of why they are so weak. Is so that if you're aggressing, there's always some option that allows you to break through them, whether it be through sheer T3 brute force
your
or
options in the game
ideas.
shouldn't be that defenses are so strong you don't need to build units. Now,
Yeah.
defenses plus units is really hard to break.
Yeah.
It's frustrating to, when someone's just building turrets and all they have is you can't mash up your units in one place to break through the turrets because they're building Janus to do
Fire
AoE
over.
to your and they're just crawling turrets towards you. That's painful.
Oh, okay. Looks like ZLO and Gamer21A did play a match. ZLO taking the victory 2-1, according to the Discord. I'm just transcribing here. So that's going to mean that ZLO moves on. Did Daywalker and Preteric play their match? That is the question. I am going to start combing here. X Factor versus Nazah. That should be the naming. That should be the naming convention for all of these. Is you put who is facing who. That'd be pretty convenient.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately,
things to think about for next time. I feel like.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Exactly, exactly. Iterative improvement.
Okay. Oh, gamer taking a game off his yellow. OP indeed, Threxy.
It's very nice. It says Kaki and Ragna just started up their game. I wonder if we could slip into that match. That would be fun.
Yes,
Let me see.
that would be fantastic. Um, I don't think they message any of us. Let's see if they're in a locked game.
They are. Oh wait, no, that's Drexy and Goopy. They're not in a
It's
locked
probably on
game.
the EU servers, if I'm going to guess. I think Kaki is from the EU.
Ah,
I think. Don't quote me. My 2 3-month-old kittens behind me are playing, and the
oh,
box is behind me.
it's adorable.
Yes, distracting is what it is.
Yeah, they want to play too. Start teaching
Yes.
them. Start teaching them to play. That'll be hilarious.
Uh, well, one is extremely scared of me still and won't let
Ah,
me really touch her, but her sister is incredibly loving and wants pets from dad all the time. So
well, that's good. Little of both.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't see Ragnar and Kaki playing at all. I'm combing through the games here, and I just don't see it.
Uh, okay, Yudi and Goopy are looks like they're about to get into a game. Um,
All right, well, I'll take whatever I can get at this point. I'm ready to watch some matches. Yeah, let's hop into that. Let's see here. Goopy will be. Oh, you know what? I have these people on my friends list. Let me see if I can join that way. Oh, I guess not. Maybe I shouldn't flash that list on stream. Where are you, Goopy? I see. I'm looking at the servers list right now, trying to figure out where on earth it's at.
it looks like Thexy and Fox are about to play as well in the losers bracket. I
Did
may I may split off myself and try and get as much games covered as possible.
Yeah, no
And jump
worries.
into that.
That might be a good idea. So we have extra coverage everywhere. Okay, there's Goopy. So Goopy's confirming. All right, I'm gonna stick around for the Goopy versus UD game. If you'd like to hang out, you're more than welcome. Otherwise, feel free to jump around. Try and get as many
I'm
of
gonna
these covered.
stay in here until they get all locked up and good to go. I
Probably a
also
good idea.
told Yudi to hit me up with the information so I can pass that along to you.
Sounds good. Let's see.
The funny thing is Fox is an admin of the tournament and also playing.
Oh, that's funny,
Double dipping, I see.
right? Yeah.
Fox shaking my head.
Oh, there's Killer KP.
Okay, so he's here. So Killer KP, that's what supposed to be Stardom and Killer KP, or no Ragna.
No,
Let me
no,
look
no.
at the
Start on.
bracket
Yeah, it's
instead
start
of
on.
being yeah. So Stardom and Killer KP. So it looks like Killer KP is here, but Stardom.
Interesting. Stardom not showing up for the main event might mean that Killer KP is moving on to fight Ragna. Interesting. Is Star alive? Apparently not. Nowhere to be seen. Missing in action. Let's try and find.
The star is not burning bright in the sky tonight. It appears.
Star's on the
I'll give
back.
him a couple minutes and then I'll report on their match.
Goopy has hosted a lobby. I'm gonna join on into it. If Stardom is not here,
What's
I
the
might.
lobby?
The lobby is US 309. I'm gonna tell him to rename it. Mind renaming this to Goop versus who's his opponent? What is the?
It's Yudi. Yudi is his opponent.
Beauty, that's right.
I think that's his username on here as well. Oh no, that's not his username. It's I'm not gonna try to pronounce that.
Oh, Chisato. Or Chisato. Or Chisato. Magnifique. I love all the names. I love the variation in names in this game. I get them horribly wrong all the time, and it's hilarious.
Yes.
Gamer21 calling for a DQ. Yeah, Dave has not showed up yet, and
yeah, he's DQ'd. I'll DQ him again. DQ, submit result.
I'll do a little bit of chat maintenance since I'm in a little bit of off time here. Make sure that everybody's caught up here. Check in and see how everybody's doing.
I wish people would make their Discord names the same as their endgame names, so it would be easy on my fucking brain.
Right?
Jesus. Excuse my French, everybody. Fuck. Hold up. It's in the Google Doc. If you would read it, please. I'm just gonna start being passive aggressive, and people are gonna have to deal with it. Because if I have to tell somebody one more time, it's in the Google Doc.
Let me turn this on so that all of you can see. This is the current bracket that we have set up here. Admins are running around as quickly as possible trying to patch up whatever games need to be patched up. This is, of course, only the first qualifier for the finals tournament, which will be on September 30th. If you'd like to play and you're lingering around in the chat, first of all, don't forget to hit that like button.
Wait, did somebody delete the map ban that I made? I'm gonna be pissed.
The what?
The map ban. It's not in the Google Doc anymore. I'm going to wring somebody's neck.
That's annoying. Yeah, feel free to hit that like button down below. At Brightworks Gaming, remove the filter. What filter are you talking about? This is au naturel that we've got going on right here. Let's see here. So this is the current list of players that we've got going on. Admins are running around trying to put all this together, and oh yeah, that's what I was going to say, is there's 3 more qualifiers, as you can see. September 17th, which is tomorrow, in case you'd like to play. 23rd and 24th as well, which are next week, or a week after next. Anyway, 23rd, 24th is going to be 2 more qualifiers after this weekend. If you'd like to sign up for any of these, you're more than welcome to. Would love to have a big old turnout for any of these games, or all of these games. It's going to be more and more weekends of fun, so I'll be doing this tomorrow as well, in case you'd like to tune in. And you have to go for today. I know some of you are, European tuners-inners that are coming in from all over the place, and happy to have you here. It should be a bit more friendly for your time zone tomorrow, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but I will. Let me try and find the time for tomorrow, actually. Here, let me turn this off so I don't accidentally expose anything private.
Yeah, don't dox anybody now.
Don't want to dox anybody. Do you happen to know when the games start for tomorrow?
Yes. So they start at in the Google Doc. That is what we definitely made sure was right.
Okay.
After it stun locked me yesterday.
Yeah, I was looking at it too. I was like,
it starts tomorrow. It starts at 0800 GMT. So it's like 4 a.m. here. It's awful.
0800 GMT.
Where are you? I presume you're in the
I am PDT.
Okay, so you're 3 hours behind me. It starts at 1 a.m. for you tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Well,
You have to decide to do an all-nighter or not.
Yeah, all right. We will see about doing that one. That might be an interesting late
Yeah, it
night.
starts at 4 in the morning for me. I don't have a job right now, so I'm probably just gonna suffer. And there has to be an admin present,
There you
and
go.
I don't think Cast is gonna be there.
Making
And if
sacrifices.
Fox is playing, I may be the only admin awake tomorrow,
Well, there we go.
and I'll be very tired. So please send your best wishes to me.
Yeah, will do. Everyone send your well wishes.
What's
um,
up, Ragna? Welcome to the chat. Yeah, we're gonna. Oh,
let me see here. So
Yudi isn't responding. Maybe Yudi is in the restroom.
all right, let's go back to here. Yeah, not sure exactly what's going on. Yudi was in the chat, and now he is not. This is a very nice way to do this. You just set up the lobby, invite the person, and then they join, and then you just lock it. I feel like the password, I mean, the password is nice, but it kind of is just a hindrance.
Yeah. Please password protect your games, people, so randos don't join and we don't have to fight with kicking them out.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see. I need to find a game to cast. Quick. Somebody
I think
get
there
me
are
a game.
games going on, but I also need to make sure that this adminning stuff happens.
I'm gonna try
Pain.
and give someone a. I'm gonna try and have someone start a game for me.
I'm gonna give Stardom 2 more minutes, and if he doesn't show up, he's gonna get DQ'd. If he shows up for the loser bracket later, then maybe we'll let him play. But I don't think he rogered up at all in the Discord. I'm sure there's plenty of people who wanted to play today but didn't sign up through the start.gg.
Yeah, probably. Maybe I should put that in the chat. That'd probably be a useful
Please.
link to throw in there, huh?
Please, if you want to play, you have to sign up for the start.gg before the event goes live. Otherwise, you're SOL. I'm sorry.
Let me put that. Oh gosh, where's the announcements? No.
I don't see Stardom
Format so
at all.
far. There it is. Stardom might just have to get the DQ because can't wait around all too long today. I mean, I'm no admin, so don't let me be the decider here. But yeah, we've been waiting a while.
I just don't see him at all in the Discord chat. He's getting DQ'd.
All right. That, by the way, chat, in case you're curious, is the link to the start.gg signups. In case you'd like to sign up for one of the other qualifiers, there's going to be one tomorrow, 1 a.m. PDT. But if you're in a European time zone, that'll probably be a more friendly time for you. And then there's 2 more after that, following weekend, I believe. So feel free to sign up if you'd like to play.
There are more people who are DQ'd in the losers bracket than there are people actually here playing.
Well, we take what we can get, I suppose.
This is a rough first qualifier.
Oh, Chisato is here now. Yeah, what is Napoleon Bonaparte doing in here? He wants to watch the game too.
Oh, you can watch on the stream.
Yep.
Wait, is Napoleon Professor?
I actually have no idea who Napoleon is. Oh, he's headed out. What a good sport. What a real good sport. Love to see that.
Okay. Okay. Let's see if Dust Fox and their game got going, because it looks like Barcast is gonna be in here with Professor.
That's true. Yeah, we have a little bit too much coverage on this match. Ragna versus Killa KP. Is that starting up?
I'm gonna add Ragna. And Ragna's in my chat right now. So Ragna, I DQ'd Stardom, so Killer KP and you are good to go with your match.
I might hop into that Ragna and Killa KP match. I'd love to join. Send me the deets. Yeah, if Barcast TV is going to be covering this one, I'll just move on to Ragna and Killa KP then, because we got to spread out the coverage. We got to spread the love.
Yes,
let's see.
Absolutely.
We should dictate somebody to host. One of them should host it. Killa KP is responding off a phone from
okay,
what?
well, DQ it is.
Are you wait? So are you not playing? That moves Ragna right on ahead. Taking an easy round 2 and quarterfinals, moving him right into the semifinals.
I apologize for the viewers and everyone playing this clown fiesta that we have found ourselves in.
Daywalker and Preteric, did they play their game?
I don't know.
Gosh, okay. Maybe I shouldn't have left that match with Chisato and Goopy. It might be the only game that's going on right now.
You ever seen the? Do you ever watch SpongeBob as a kid?
Yeah, sure.
Do you remember that scene where, like, in SpongeBob's head, all the SpongeBobs are running around in the office and it's on fire and they're like shredding stuff?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's 100% right now. Oh, Priotech isn't here either. Are you kidding me? How many players are here?
So ZLO is going to be going up against Daywalker then?
Daywalker? Is Daywalker here? You. Oh my god. Oh. Don't.
I guess we better finalize the bracket after we check who's actually here. After check-in is when the bracket gets finalized.
Okay. We're gonna DQ, edit, report, edit results, DQ. No, can I both DQ? I can't DQ both of them? That sucks.
Randy said Daywalker is in game.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to DQ both Spring TV and Priotech, because by DQing Spring TV, it gives Priotech a win.
I see.
But they're both not here, so I'm
gonna comb through these matches and see.
Gamer is here. Report. Protect. DQ. Submit result.
I've got an idea for a future improvement. We could make a caster-only key, caster and admin key, that's shared with the players, and that way admins can join into whatever game is starting up at the time.
Yeah,
you get
just
what I'm
have
saying?
a preset code. Okay,
yeah.
We'll do that. We'll do that next event.
That could streamline things a little bit. That way, if there's a game going on, anybody who's authorized can just hop into that game.
Yeah, it's a problem, because if all the players know it as well, like all the players participating, then they can give it out to people.
They could, but we could consider that a violation of the rules.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's up to the opponent to notice that people are there that aren't supposed to be there.
Yep. Anyways, we do have a game starting up here. Sorry for the technical delay, everybody. I hope you're
what game?
still
What game are you in?
I am in the Chisato versus Goopy game.
Okay.
Which appears to be the only one starting up now. So I guess this is where I'll stay.
Killer KP is getting DQ'd because he's not at his computer. Okay, it looks like Tesla PL and Scuffed Zen is gonna play.
Tesla PL and Scuffed Zen. Well, it's too late now. Spawning in the western corner, representing our blue team, dressed up in Armada. Here on Craters, what is this map called? Comet Catcher, that's right. Comet Catcher, it's going to be Chisato. Chisato spawning with that Armada livery attached to his body, going to be representing the Armada faction here. All the way across the map, it's going to be Goopy spawning as Cortex. Feel free, by the way, in case you, Toast, if you need to move on over to cast that other game, feel free. I'm just gonna.
Are you gonna
stay
get
here
to
this
cast this?
Yeah, I'm already
Roger
invested.
that.
I'm just gonna cast it.
You might want to go join the other two, and I'll, because I think they're casting it.
Yeah.
Or unless you want to do it solo work.
I'll just do solo work for now.
All right, I'll be in commentator box 3.
All right.
If you want to come and join.
Yeah, I might join after this one. Try and coordinate who's got a game going on. Alrighty. Chisato here, spawning with the, going for the triple solar, triple metal extractor, double solar, right into a vehicle bay. Vehicle bay, of course, the most common start here on Comet Catcher, just because of how flat this terrain is. In fact, a lot of the 1v1 maps are very, very similar in that respect. Goopy also going into that vehicle bay, much to be expected. Killa KP is not here at Brightworks Gaming. Ah, okay, well. Gonna be moving on a whole bunch of different stuff. There's a lot of DQs, a lot of moving things around. That's why it's so important that if you guys want to play, you sign up and you check the timing for everything. I just memorized the time for the next tournament for myself. It's going to be 1 a.m. PDT, which is, do the conversion yourself. Don't trust a document. Don't trust anything. Go to the document on the official link. Click on the rule book. It should show the times for each match, and do the conversion yourself, just to make sure that you show up on time and you're not disqualified from the match, unfortunately. Goopy going into 4 solar panels actually. Going to be getting that economy up and running. Getting a builder up and powerful too. Expanding is kind of the name of the game here. You can see rovers being sent out all over the place from Chisato, who's going to be sending them north, east, south, and west. Interestingly, Chisato at 49 true skill and Goopy at 48. However, Goopy with far more experience in the game, or at least far more hours in the game, as he's already got those silver chevrons, where Chisato is still well in the bronze. First contact, Rover versus Rascal. It is on Chisato's side of the map, which means that the award for first unit out and about on the field goes to Goopy, of course. Goopy's commander going to be pushing to expand over in this direction. That's a very popular move, especially with the vehicle bay, because you just need to claim so much metal for yourself. It's oftentimes necessary that you push with your commander in order to get things up and rolling and moving and grooving. Eventually that rascal will be killed by the rover forces of Chisato, who's now going to start pumping out a couple of blitzes. Blitzes, of course, very powerful, going to be a exceptional aggressive force around the side of the map, but also could be a little bit of a defensive option in case there's some aggression coming across the map, which indeed there certainly could be. We have a couple of these light laser tanks, the incisors, capable of firing away out of their little snozzle cannon. A light laser beam, very good for cleaning up these rovers. Not as good against blitzes, but still very powerful. Out DPSing the blitz even, which I didn't even know about. Goopy here going to move the commander here. Interestingly, not going to expand in one direction, but rather going to expand radially. So expanding in a this sort of a pattern as opposed to a this sort of a pattern. Very good to see. Sorry, I'm kind of mucking up the screen for my other casters here. one of the downsides of multiple casters working on the same game. Goopy going for the old metal extractor radar solar panel light laser tower outpost. If we were talking about individual builds, right? I was playing that industry game where you kind of do this sort of thing, set up little facilities. This is exactly what we'd be looking for. Light laser tank's going to start blasting all of this down. We do have a couple of defensive laser tanks just kind of roaming around all over the place. Goopy doing a great job of trying to micro all of these. Chisato doing an excellent job of microing these as well, though, keeping that aggression high and making sure that these units are constantly ducking, diving, dodging, dipping, and dashing into and out of combat to try and save themselves the or get that vision that is necessary for putting on the aggression. Going into more constructors here, not a bad idea. This constructor will be tasked with just building a massive row of T1 solar panels. Okay, so here's my take on this. I think if you took 2 of these constructors, these 2 right here, and you told them to go build a row of advanced solar panels like this, it's gonna build very slowly. Like, don't get me wrong, that'll be a very slow incline in power production, but it'll be much more efficient than just building a massive row of solar panels like this, for instance. So I feel like it's probably better, you're better off just sparing a couple of constructors. I mean, constructors are cheap, right? That's the new motto. That's the 2024 motto. Constructors are cheap, so you might as well build a few extra of them, get them started working on those advanced solar panels, and I think you're going to be in a really, really good spot right there. You know what else I can do? Hold on, let me turn off this. Go back here. There we go. Should have a little bit more pizzazz to it, huh? Put my filter back on. That's for when I have to do Discord. It has to come through the other audio. Otherwise, there's a tremendous lag between the audio that comes out and the audio that actually is shown in the game and all that. It's a bunch of audio engineering. You don't have to worry about it, but hopefully it makes my voice a little bit more crisp to the ear. Either way, a little bit more aggression up north here as the rover is moving on in. Thinking about moving on in. Actually, the Rascals go undetected and they sneak into the backline here. They could catch a constructor. That'd be a very nice pick. That'd be a really, really nice pick right there. Expansion all over the map from these players. You can see north, south, and west. Everybody is trying to expand outward as quickly as possible. We've got the constructors going forward here. They're building light laser towers, but frankly, I think I'd actually like to see them build the medium laser towers. Couple of Rascals do jump on this constructor. They will get the kill, which is quite nice. They're also going to get the metal extractors over here. Of course, there is a light laser tower to shut those down, but for the time being, that is a nice stoppage on the expansion northward here for Chisato. He's going to have to start up a new constructor very soon, but I also wouldn't mind seeing that bot lab, right? Going into that bot lab very early on seems like a very taxing expense, but you're going to pay for it very quickly with all of the metal that you reclaim from each of these engagements. Sending a little resbot around here. Just one resbot can pick up all of this right here, turn it into, back into your forces. That's going to put you in a nice little position, and I think it's probably going to eventually net you an advantage. Constructor back here is going to fall prey to a couple of light laser tanks that got into a little bit of a scuffle down south here, but did manage to squeeze through. I think they're going to catch this constructor, and this is just more and more pain stacked on top here. Chisato is starting to really feel the burn. He doesn't have enough build power rather to pump out units all at the same time here. A little bit slacking in that department. He is going to start up a nano turret, so eventually that metal is going to start to drop, but he really needs to start up 3 or 4 of those nano turrets, I think, in order to properly spend all of the metal that he's pulling in at one time. It's very, very hectic. It's a lot to micromanage. You have to worry about north, south, east, and west all at the same time, as well as keeping your commander safe, which you can see him going for. Both commanders going for their commander out into the middle of the map here. Radars are set up, and those will be nice for giving a little bit more vision over here. Goopy going for a forward bot lab, and I don't mind it. Spending his metal and his energy a little bit better. Chisato could even go to T2 at this point. He's saved up so much metal that at this point, if he builds an energy storage or two and just starts to produce a T2 lab, he would be able to get that T2 up relatively quickly. Now, that doesn't mean that he would have T2 units up. Oh, hello there.
Quick update. TNT, X Factor Live and LaPotka are about to start their match. They're setting up their match.
Okay. You want to cover that one, and then I'll hop in for maybe the round 2, the game 2.
I'm already in Scuffed Zens and their match in the losers bracket.
Okay, well, I could hop on over to that one.
I'm just letting you know if you want to switch over mid match. I know it's.
Where is what's their match called?
I think they're setting their match up currently. So just at X Factor and tell them to give you the info.
Let me try and coordinate that here.
All right.
At X Factor. We're gonna hop on over to that one. There's a little bit of coverage over here already, so we're trying to spread out the coverage all over the place. I figured I would just show something, right? Something is better than nothing. You can always, of course, go check out Barcast TV as well. I believe they're live on Twitch right now, and you can go check them out if you like. We're gonna hop on over to another match here as soon as it's ready. X Factor, what's it called? Trying to organize here. Lobby, battle list. X Factor versus LaPotka. There it is. All right. We will hop into this lobby, and we will leave this match. There we go. We'll find out the results of that game on the other stream. Humble little shout out to all them. Just thought it was Yuri from FAF. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. Glad to see. All right, looks like these players are set up to start, so we will be getting into a match here very soon. Right on Comet Catcher. And here we go. Sorry, it's a little jarring that we're jumping back and forth between matches. I know that's a bit of an unprofessional thing to do. We're still working, constantly improving, trying to get all these matches set up in some sort of a reasonable way. It's a little bit of a trip, you know. Always trying to improve, always trying to keep things working and going along with the cycles that are necessary. It's gonna be a good match, though. It's gonna be a damn good match. We've had some we've had a lot of DQs here, a lot of no-shows that came in through today. So hopefully we can finish out this series. I believe Ragna is going to be playing one of at least the semifinals, if not the finals, just because of like there's 2 or 3 opponents that DQ'd, and then now Killa KP and LaPotka are going to be going at each other's throats right now. Sorry, X Factor Live and LaPotka are going to be going at each other's throats right now. Looks like I beat them both into the game. There they are. LaPotka going to be spawning on the western side, representing the blue team, also wearing Armada, just like we've seen. It's like a mirror matchup. X Factor Live still loading in here, but he will be joining us quickly. 43 True Skill versus 43 True Skill. That's quite nice. That's a very, I guess you would call it a very balanced matchup, right? They've got the same exact Chevron count. They've got the same exact True Skill count. It's basically as balanced a matchup as you could hope to find, at least according to the numbers I'm presented with. These guys might have a history, though. X Factor Live opening the game with the GLHF, Pro LaPotka immediately retaliating with the GLHF of his own. That's a very, very common opener. Very, very powerful. X Factor Live spawning here as Cortex, going to be representing the red team in Cortex colors. Very nice to see. At the very least, he's a thematic player. He knows how to please the crowd. X Factor Live is going to be building those 2 metal extractors straight into 2 solar panels, straight into a vehicle bay. You need those 2 solar panels for the vehicle bay. It's just a little bit more expensive on the energy front, and so you desperately need it. LaPotka thinking a little more defensively here. Gonna go for that light laser tower after building 2 metal extractors and a solar panel. Gonna move forward and claim a 3rd metal extractor before getting his lab up. So X Factor Live is going to have the advantage on time here to get the very first units out on the field. So we'll have to see if he's able to capitalize with that. Maybe send a rover across or something like that. Could be an interesting match. Very, very important that both of these players capture as much ground as possible, especially if they're going to go into vehicles here. LaPotka taking a little bit more of an economical approach here. It's a little bit more greedy, certainly not the end of the world here, but if X Factor Live can get 2 or 3 or 4 rovers out across the field very quickly, it certainly could spiral into a victory quite dominatively. Now, he does have that light laser tower, of course, protecting these 2 metal extractors, so that's going to be a little bit harder to harass, but certainly getting map control early on is very, very important. X Factor Live versus LaPotka. I infamously struggle with names, so pardon me. Now, I do like that he's going into a lot of power here. That's something we've seen people struggle with all the time today, is the lack of power all over the place. There's a lot of maps that here have a solar-only economy. And what I'd really love to see is some of these players going for some advanced solar panels. I think they're just so much more cost efficient, especially for your transition into the mid game. They kind of get you ready for that transition without having to actually pay for that transition, right? You're paying for essentially the same investment as a bunch of T1 solar panels and units because they cost energy and metal. However, what you get out of it is a stable source of energy production that can get well into the multiple hundreds without having to sacrifice all too much. Builders are cheap. X Factor Live going to run into a scouting rover here. He will not get the kill on it. It will manage to retreat in time. Oh, yep, coming in from a different angle here to start harassing down that solar panel. That's quite nice. Cause a bit of a headache here for X Factor Live. Going to delay his building progress right now. He was probably not exactly looking at that. Eat it, eat it, eat it. In this situation, this rover will out-micro you every time. What you got to do is eat it up with your constructor beam. Reclaim, reclaim. There we go. A rascal here to reinforce, and that will eventually set this on the right course here. That's very annoying for X Factor Live to have to deal with. Also stalling on energy already, and you can see just how important it is to get those power producers up and running ASAP. Ah, there we go. We do see some advanced solar panels coming up and online here. LaPotka starting up the energy production. Doesn't have enough metal production at the time being, but that will be resolved easily with a couple of constructors going around the map. I'd love to see one peeled off and going up north here. I'd love to see one peeled off and going down south here, setting up light laser towers wherever they go just to stop any harassment like this from leaking through. Could be very powerful. Yeah, this rascal, between a rock and a hard place, it does find the one exposed opening here, though, and manages to snipe a metal extractor. Nicely done right there. We'll pay for it with its life, but that's a beneficial trade for sure. Metal extractor costing 50 metal per second. Rascals, don't know exactly what they cost, but I know it's a whole lot less than that. 26 metal per second, or, well, metal total, I should say. Advanced solar panel is about to finish up here, and you can see that that's almost a 1/3 improvement, a 1.3x improvement to the economy here. It's going to be 75 metal per second. Yeah, that's going to be a huge boon to the economy of LaPotka, who's going to need to go get quite a lot more metal extractors. So I really wouldn't mind seeing 2 of these sent off in one group to go build down south here, and 2 of them sent up north here. Get a construction turret as your build power so that you have it all centralized, and then send those constructors to go build wherever you can. Is the music very low? I feel like the music is not happening today. There we are. Crisp indeed. Good to hear it. Little bit of an incisor roll by up on the northern side here. There is a rascal here, giving that vision that there's nothing protecting this specific area. So those incisors are going to try and get a little bit of aggression out here. The player who aggresses earlier on is typically the one who's going to secure a better position here. Light laser towers are not going to be enough on their own to hold out against even these light tanks here. Light tanks, a bit of an ironic name, right? Since they fire a laser beam. But yeah, the incisors here are going to be able to burst down light laser towers with relative ease. They do a decent amount of damage per second. They're a dangerous unit, not to be underestimated whatsoever. Blitzes were pulled to try and route them, but that just means that the northern light laser tanks are going to be able to push in here. Now, if they snipe down the light laser tower here, it's going to mean that they get a free pick on all of these resources, but it'll scuff up all these tanks. Also, or alternatively, what you could do is try and dive into the middle here and snipe this laser tower and try and get a kill on all that. Of course, the reinforcing units are going to be quite nice. The blitzes are going to move up north to try and deal with that rally. They do spot the... did they spot the rascal? This rascal is just sitting here giving a huge beneficial vision to X Factor Live. You can see it just hanging out right there. That is massive. This is actually a really nice passive scout that he's got just lingering around in the back line. Yeah, Blitz is going all over the place wherever they can. Constructors setting up light laser defenses around all these metal extractors. That's quite nice. I'd like to see the light lasers queued before the metal extractors. That way you have the defenses up to protect the constructors, but not going to be the end of the world whatsoever. And I do believe that LaPotka is going to hold on to all of his effects here. One of those tanks survived. That's a bit unfortunate. Meanwhile, the light laser tanks did ravage this forward outpost that was set up by these constructors. They will retreat for their lives, but the light laser tanks will not harass them. A little bit more aggression down in the middle section of the map here. Tanks finding a little bit of an exposed weakness, blasting down a metal extractor. Sure, take what you can get. They're going to kill another one. Nicely done. 2 metal extractors. Kill that light laser turret, and I think you're in business here. One of those tanks, very low. It does eventually die. That's a bit odd. But yeah, that's a decent pick here. They could go after that metal extractor too. Yeah, they will peel away for it. Nicely done. At this point, I think that push has been justified, and the cost of these units has been paid for. X Factor Live with tons and tons of solar panels out now. Again, 4 or 5 advanced solar panels would do this same job, and you could do it passively over time while producing just as many units. They're also a little bit less prone to shutting down as soon as they get tickled to death, but at this point I really am not sure that X Factor Live cares all too much. I think there's already enough units out on the field that he doesn't really mind the inefficiency, right? What is a little inefficiency in the face of total victory? LaPotka's going to need a startling jump in economy right now. He's going to need to recuperate quite a lot of losses here. There's a lot of downed metal extractors all over the map, and I'd love to see extra constructors built to deal with that. One very efficient way to route your constructors is, of course, to go have them build something and then queue them back to your lab, right? Tell them to go do a job, go build something, go complete some mission, build a bunch of metal extractors, build some static defense, and then right-click them on your laboratory, shift right-click them on your laboratory at the end of the queue. That way you always get them coming back to where you can rely on them being. Huge amount of light laser tanks right here. Very, very powerful. Wouldn't mind seeing these guys set up a little forward outpost for a bot lab. That could be quite a powerful movement here. X-Factor Live, still heavy in the vehicle production, is sending out little construction parties to go claim all of these. As a Cortex player, you can of course set up those armed exploiters, right? The armed metal extractors. Those are very, very powerful area denial tools because they serve as their own light laser tower. Sorry, spraying it instead of saying it. Glad you're not my microphone, because otherwise that would be a little disgusting. But yeah, that's always an option, of course, going for some of those exploiters, which can of course defend themselves. They're also very tanky here. I'm gonna adjust my microphone. My boom arm is falling slowly but surely here, and it's concerning me. Yeah, there we go. Tighten that down. Tighten that down. Hopefully that's not sending massive reverberation through all of your guys' end. I hope not, at the very least. There we go. Okay, sorry. Sorry, folks. Professional commentator. Janices are going to be a hugely effective trade against these light tanks, though. Yeah, you can see just how much damage 2 of those missiles did when they connected. Very, very powerful. A little bit of a wasted shot there, but not the end of the world. This constructor's in a little bit of trouble, though. These units have been driven down south, but there's not static defenses down here. LaPotka's commander is actually a little bit cut off right now. Yeah, I'd be a little bit worried if I was the blue commander here, because there's a lot of units in red that are going to be forced to sweep back towards where the commander is, and there's also a bunch of tanks up north here. This positioning could be very, very dangerous. Medium tanks are now what's rolling out in mass here. We do have a constructor eating up metal off this line. That's very nice. Not as great as Resbots, but it is still better than nothing by a long shot. That's going to be a nice improvement for those units right there, because, well, that metal is just going to lay there until somebody claims it, right? So it might as well be you. If you're not claiming that metal, then your enemy is, and that's going to be a big problem. Yeah. Yeah, probably need a tournament admin that isn't also streaming, providing coverage. That's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Constructors continuing to eat in the middle of the map here. Wouldn't mind seeing them set up like twin guards every once in a while. That's just going to be super annoying for pro LaPotka. LaPotka. Why do I think of like a helicopter? Pro LaPotka is going to have to deal with medium laser turrets in the middle of the map. That would be super, super annoying. Those twin guards can fire away. They seem like a regular light laser turret, but they actually aren't. They can fire away quite a bit further than a regular light laser tower can, meaning that it's going to be much harder to kill. They also do significantly higher damage per second, of course. Finally, the army is going to jump on these constructors here, and I think they will go down. You know, it'd be really funny is if we saw a tech transition right now. LaPotka reses these constructors right here and tries to go into Cortex. That'd be pretty funny. Eventually, those corpses will be eaten and denied, which is nice to see at the very least. X-Factor Live denying his opponent the wonderful grunts here, but claiming a massive part of this map. 52 metal per second coming in versus 41. The energy benefit is also in X-Factor Live's favor. More build power, more units. That's the power of friendship, or something like that. Fill in the blank right there. Choose your own adventure. It's kind of what this whole series feels like, right? You get to hop in and out of all these different discords and talk with all these different players, and yeah, it feels like you get to choose your own adventure map. I'm really liking these armed exploiters over here, though. They're so nice for denying all of this. Yeah, very, very nicely done. Metal extractor going to come up here. These constructors are going to build an armed exploiter here well, it's either these light laser towers will come up or the armed exploiters will come up. I think the light laser tower is going to come up too. That's a bit of an odd battle. Constructor versus constructor. Pro LaPotka going in for a, well, he's moving his commander in, but that's a lot of medium tanks. I'm not sure if that's where you want to move your commander. Ooh, D-guns. That's nice. Yeah, taking some hits on the commander, though. That's a risky move. Your commander is, of course, your vulnerability in this game. Early on in the match, it's very powerful, and it can usually deal with most of those T1 units, but if you misposition your army and you have your commander all alone for just a little bit of time, I mean, it does not take long for those tanks to burst down a commander very quickly, especially if they're microed well and they get a decent enough surround. Yeah, they can pop a commander with a swiftness unparalleled. There was a little bit of a counter-aggression over on this side of the map, but I do believe that the Armada tanks are going to be outnumbered here and eventually going to be shut down by the Cortex defensive force. The CDF, Cortex Defense Force. Missing a lot of their shots, though, I gotta say. More does beat less in the end, though, and those tanks will eventually go down. This tank has decided to kill this constructor, or at least it should, anyways. I'm more interested in the metal extractor, I suppose. But yeah, killing that constructor is going to be a nice little pick there. Constructors all over the map here for X Factor Live, though, and that is very, very powerful. We are starting to set up those twin guards, which is quite nice. Twin guards a little bit more viable in the mid-game than the regular light laser towers are. The regular light laser towers just won't do enough damage. Oh, so much friendly fire from those Janices. That hurts so badly. Janus is, of course, very powerful against even these medium tanks with all their armor, but we can't be throwing them away like this. The Januses are just rolling right into the enemy tank line. That is such an expensive form of your army to lose. Really didn't like that engagement whatsoever. I think if those Januses had been micro just as tad better, they might have been able to get a slightly better engagement, and maybe that would have been a lot better for the blue player. Instead, I think that trade probably favored the red player just because of how expensive those Januses are, and he lost so many of them. Medium tanks counter-aggressing down on the southern side. They get quite a few metal extractors. For whatever reason, we're refusing to static defense here for LaPotka. I think a couple of beamer turrets, 4 or 5 beamer turrets, could lock down this area, or at the very least make it very difficult to push into. A couple of walls to slow down those vehicles, too, makes for a very, very convincing defense. Janus is firing on these tanks, trying to get whatever engagement that they can. The Januses are sort of a interesting unit in the sense that you have to dip them into combat and then pull them out until their rockets recharge, at least optimally anyways. But you also want to have that armor screen in front of them, right? So those medium tanks are very important to deny the attacks on the Januses from going through. Four constructors have been sent down here, but the threat has not even really been dealt with. There is a beamer turret in the main base, so that's quite nice. We do see advanced solar panels coming up here. Energy converters, not a bad idea either. But claiming metal extractors is really going to be the #1 way to get the power here. Yeah, a little bit of a miss micro down south here is going to mean that a lot of these constructors do fall, I'm going to believe. I choose to believe. Yep, medium tanks, more than happy to sacrifice their lives, end their lives in order to get these constructors here. They might not even have to lose their lives, though, as they continue on forward. This aggression is such a pain in LaPotka's side, as he's also dealing with a huge frontline engagement over here. This is a massive bout of aggression. Love that these constructors up north are building static defense. That's definitely a good idea. Gonna try and lock this area down. I would love to see beamers instead of light laser towers, but doing the best that you can is certainly all that I ask. Medium tanks continuing to ravage this backline here, and there's only a single beamer in this base. I mean, I guess there's a light laser turret too. Not to discount you, buddy, but yeah, the beamer is really the threat here. But there's only one. Now, there are some medium tanks that are rolling in. Probably going to be able to get a decent engagement here. A little bit worried about friendly fire from those Januses. They are similar to the catapults in the way that they're not super concerned with friendly fire. If there's an enemy standing right next to your building, well, say goodbye to your building. We've got tons and tons of medium tanks rolling across the map, though. At this point, that economic advantage is really showing itself. You can see 86 metal per second here versus 50, and it does look like X Factor Live has gone into an air transition. He has some bombers out on the field. No anti-air defenses set up here, at least for the time being, from LaPotka. It is the first time he's going to see these scouts rolling across, and that is a disheartening thing to see. Getting anti-air defenses up in time is going to be tricky here. He's going to need to throw something up immediately. He's seen the scouts. He should have seen the bombers by now. He doesn't react, though. Way too late on the anti-air, and that is going to be the bombers. LaPotka does decide to GG out of this game, and that is going to be a 1-0 lead here for X Factor Live as we move on into Game 2. We can take a look at these graphs here, and we can see, yeah, these players keeping neck and neck growth here, but eventually X Factor Live was able to manifest a larger economy, which meant more units, which meant a global victory. Nicely done by our player here in red. Let's move on to game number 2. Game 1 fought on Comet Catcher. Curious to see what game number 2 is going to be. It's on Red Comet Remake. Okay, very good to see. Red Comet Remake, similar to Comet Catcher in the sense that it is all solar, it's all flat, and it is it's essentially another moon map. A little bit different though. It's a Mars map. Should be starting up their second game here any second now. Connecting to server, 0 seconds. There's my IP address. Very nice to see. Seems odd watching the core light tanks being on the offensive while arm light tanks are a defensive mobile reserve. Yeah, it does feel weird. And that's the trick about 1v1 is it's so much about sending aggression in all directions. And it's one of the reasons why Cortex is so powerful, again, is because of those armed exploiters, right? Those armed metal extractors. They're a very easy, low APM way to lock down an area and prevent aggression. Even if they don't stop the aggression, right? They still slow it down, they scuff it up, and they soften up all the forces that push past those and make it easier for the forces of your forces to clean up, forces of the Cortex commander to clean up whatever should be aggressed there. Now, of course, both commanders have the option to choose whatever faction they'd like to play with. Personally, when I play 1v1s, I like to play with Cortex just because pushing out a whole bunch of grunts is always a very fun way to play. You can send just swarms and swarms of grunts in all sorts of directions, which is usually very, very fun. Difficult for your enemy to keep up with, and taxing their APM is certainly an effective strategy. X Factor Live going to be going for Cortex once again. Pro LaPotka is going to be going for Armada. Excited to see where this goes. Similar map layout, however, it's quite a bit smaller. You can see just overall a little bit less metal abundantly pressed out against the map here, or throughout the map, I should say. Wouldn't mind seeing again those advanced solar panels coming up here. I think LaPotka did a great job of investing in those advanced solar panels, but X Factor Live just invested in a whole lot more of those T1 solar panels. So at the end of the day, if you have a ton more metal to spare, again, you don't really care about efficiency, you care about winning the game. So whatever floats your boat, whatever can win you the match is certainly going to be the most important here. LaPotka going for 3 solar panels before going into his his regular vehicle lab here. Be pretty impressive. He wishes he could build an advanced vehicle bay off the start here. Not that you could afford it by any stretch of their means. Core just feels better in 1v1. Not sure if it's it's cheaper. Oh wait, what'd you say? Not sure if it's the cheaper solars. It's a lot of things. It's the cheaper solars. It's the cheaper units. The cheaper grunts are very, very effective for spreading out map control early on. The riot tank, the pounder, is very effective for shutting down spam. So if your enemy is going for bots, you can shut them down very quickly with a bot lab, or a vehicle lab rather. Cortex is very, very powerful in 1v1. Now, that's not to say that Armada is without their strengths. Armada definitely has more maneuverability, and especially with those ticks, you can produce massive swarms of ticks and do huge amounts of damage into the late game by getting a early bot lab out and just having it repeat ticks. Ticks take about 8 seconds from an unassisted bot lab in order to produce, and you can imagine over the course of a game, you could build up quite an army of ticks, and if you send them around at just the right time, at just the right angle, you can easily snipe massive parts of the enemy's economy, crippling them and allowing you to take a phenomenal trade. It's difficult to pull off. It takes a lot of forethought, and you have to plan quite a bit better. But that's what Armada commanders should be all about. You should be thinking 10 steps ahead where your enemy only sees your first 6. Building quite a few solar panels back here. It's nice to clump them up like that because it means that you don't have to move your commander around, but it does mean that they're also a little bit more vulnerable to attack. In this case, a Rascal has already gotten into the back line, will snipe down a metal extractor, could certainly get another one, although there is a rover on its way to try and catch this fiend in the back line here. Well, not a fiend technically, but this heathen, I should say. Heathen also sounds like a unit name, but a little bit of APM stall here on LaPotka's side, and he will get another metal extractor. That's a little sloppy for the pro leagues. That's definitely a little sloppy. I definitely would have expected a little bit better on that front. Going to be replacing those metal extractors immediately, of course, but yeah, it's definitely a painful hit right there. Is he going to get another one? Oh, please don't tell me he's going to get another one. X Factor Live going in for a third snipe here. Oh, he just barely gets it. Those rovers not able to kill that Rascal. That's 3 kills, 3 confirmed kills on that Rascal, and they're all metal extractors. 150 metal going down for the cost of a single Rascal, 26 metal. That is an efficient trade no matter which way you slice it. Very, very nicely done here by X Factor Live, showing us that he's just a little bit ahead in that micro potential, right? Just one single slice ahead as far as the cut of his jib goes. Very nicely done. Light laser turrets coming up all over the place for X Factor Live. It's something that bots do, and it's a behavior that you should emulate whenever you're playing 1v1s, is to put up as many of those light laser towers all over the place, at least in the early game, as possible. I usually go for beamers right off the gate. They're a little bit more expensive, but also quite a bit better at tracking and firing and doing quite a bit more damage, so I like them quite a lot more. They can burn down a lot of those units very, very fast.
Hello.
They have a oh, hello there.
Hello, D&D. Sorry.
Do we have a friend?
Yes, we just concluded our game with with Tessel and Scuffed Zen. Scuffed Zen going 2-0 against Tessel. You're in the X Factor LaPotka game currently?
Yes. I'll just switch over my audio here. Yeah, I'm in the X Factor LaPotka game. They're going at it 1-1. I believe it was X Factor Live who claimed the first match of the series.
All right, let me do some reporting for this.
Sure.
X Factor took game 1.
Sure did.
LaPotka take game 2.
No. They're fighting game 2 right now.
Oh, roger that.
It is 1-0. They're on their second game right now, and it's a pretty good one. They're playing on Red Comet, and it is it's a bit of a funky matchup. It's a Cortex versus Armada vehicle matchup. X Factor Live came in with a airplay, a bombing run to end the first game, after seizing more than half of the map's control. This is a nice little run by right over here. Light laser tanks getting a decent trade. They have to flee for their lives against all of these blitzes. The blitzes well outnumbering them. Going to move in with their superior mobility, firing away with their little Gauss cannons. This is where those res bots become so important, right? If you resurrect all of these blitzes and all of these incisors that are falling right here, they're all going to fold back into your army, and you have sort of an exponential growth. Be very, very powerful. Excellent catch down south here. Counter aggression, going to take a metal extractor and a constructor, I do believe. Is he going to get it? He will get the... Well, he gets the blitz. He's going to get the constructor, too. That's very nice. That shuts down the aggression. LaPotka decides to GG out of the second game. A little bit of a preemptive one, but he is taking aggression on all sides, and I do believe that X Factor Live was spiraling before LaPotka was going to be able to catch up here. Yeah, you can see those ecos flip-flopping back and forth in the early game, but eventually X Factor Live taking game number 2. Very nicely done in a swift 2-0 fashion.
So the winner here I just got reporting back from ZLO from their Daywalker versus ZLO. ZLO taking that game. So the winner here goes in to fight ZLO in the winner's bracket.
Gonna be X Factor Live.
Oh, X Factor just closed it up?
He sure did. He just got the 2-0 victory there. Very nicely done.
Just packed it in. Okay, I'll let ZLO know that X Factor just won his game. They may want to take a break, but I am totally in for co-casting and streaming that game with you.
Sounds good.
Let me just...
Is Goopy and Chisato doing their match right now?
I believe so. That is being...
Oh, right. I was watching that match at first. I wonder if I could still sneak into that match here. It's probably locked if I had to guess. Looking for... Looking for it. Let's see if I could find it. Take this down for a second. I can't see my cursor for whatever reason when I put that up. Not sure why, chat. It's a bit weird. It's a bit odd. Maybe they finished up their game already. Oh, all right. X Factor Live and ZLO are already in the server right now. Oh, that has been changed in case you'd like to hop in. It's called X Factor Live and Tag ZLO. I'm going to let them know.
Is it an open lobby or is it password protected?
I believe it is open.
Yes, I'm in here. All right. Let me in. Let me in.
Oh. Liver pate. Lock the room. Do you know how to determine who has the higher seed?
Higher seed is dependent on their skill rating. So okay. ZLO is higher seed. We're not doing seeds based off of standings, especially since there's so many DQs and people going through with wins. That may change for the final tournament.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, they're gonna take a break. I'm gonna chill here, wait for this game to get going.
Alrighty.
Des Fox is presumably still in his match with Threxy, but he is an admin. He should be able to tie that one up. But Desfox versus LaPotka in the losers round, round 3, seems good.
Let's see if we can find that.
I think everybody, Stardom, Outlaw Elite, Khaki, and Pro Randy, all of these players I don't believe showed up. Oh no, Khaki did. Okay, let me say so much for me to do. Oh, pain. Submit result. Or Q, submit result. Or Stardom, DQ, submit result.
Let's see if we can find this match here.
They're taking a break. But yeah.
Pro Daywalker. Ragna and Goopy playing a match right now? Oh, they are playing a match right now.
I don't know who is I'd imagine Ragna. So who won? Goopy?
I'm not sure. I am not sure about that one. Let me see if I can get into that Ragna. Do you have the key for the Ragna Goopy match?
Well, if Goopy, I'm assuming Goopy won against Chisano. I don't know what that report is. Let me find out what that standing is before I start editing the bracket. I do not have an invite for that. You're gonna have to ask the players for it. I apologize.
No worries. Let me add. There we go. And we will try
It looks
and
like
hop in on that.
podcast is departing. So
Barcast is?
yeah, I think he's in college right now, so he may have.
He's got some stuff to do. Understandable. Let's see here. I'm going to try and slide into that match. Slide into whatever match I can, but let's see.
I got kicked out of this game. Oh. I wonder if they both restarted.
Just go ahead and restart X Factor Live. They asked to lock the room and remove non-casters. Yeah, I think they mistook you.
Bum, bum, bum.
Let's see here. Battle list. Where was
OP kick admin. Admin can't do their job. OP can't admin me. Did they start their match or are they still in the lobby?
They are still in their lobby.
Can you invite me through the? Is there a way to? I guess I can add you on.
Yeah, you want to add me real quick? Bracket TNT close bracket Brightworks.
Bracket TNT caps, I believe.
Yeah.
And then Brightworks is works capitalized.
He just unlocked it in case you want to join. The B and the W are capitalized.
I'll just add you when I get in the game.
That's
so there's been. I would like to talk to you about this because I think this is the first time we talked. There's been rumors going around about an account that may or may not be an alt account of yours. There's a TNT 2000 that plays the game.
Oh no, that is actually just a completely different person.
Yeah.
I think I joined the game before them, but actually I have no idea. But yeah, I have seen them around. We played a couple of games together, like in the same lobby, and it's pretty funny because it's like that Spider-Man meme where they're like pointing at each other. No, it's not my alt account. I don't have an alt account. I don't think of myself. I don't think I'm quite on that level that I necessitate an alt account.
Well, some people want like I may or may not have had another account that I don't use just for goofiness, for goofy
that's fair.
shenanigans.
Yeah, no, I mean that's fair for that reason.
Before
Yeah.
I was aware that I was probably going to get moderated.
Yeah, no, it's just another guy.
Bright, he's just eating lunch. Okay.
Who's one of the players
is just eating lunch.
All right, sounds good. I want some lunch. I'm gonna go get a sandwich after all this is done. I can't wait. I've got this wonderful little sandwich shop about a half a block away from my house.
Oh yeah,
they make delicious sandwiches.
What kind of sandwiches?
They've got this roast. Today's their roast beef sandwich day. Every Friday they do a special roast beef sandwich with like Swiss cheese and stuff.
Sandwiches.
It's like an au jus French dip, kind of a roast beef sandwich. It's very, very good.
Oh,
super delicious.
Sounds good. I'm a hot sandwich enjoyer if I have the choice. I'm not a big fan of cold cuts. My favorite sandwich of all time has to be a Cubano or a Cuban sandwich.
Okay.
I don't know if you've ever had one.
I can't pull it to mind right now. Describe it for me.
So what it is it's sliced ham. And this, it's not pulled pork. It's this special Cuban shredded pork that they make. And it's pickles, mustard, cheese, and it's kind of like a panini press, but it's different. They have a special press for it, and they use Cuban bread, which is slightly sweet. Oh. It is such a good sandwich.
That sounds delicious.
So good.
That sounds really good.
I'm not big on mustard, so I pass on that, but
that's fair. I had a weird awakening one day where it was literally like I woke up one morning and I realized, like, I woke up one morning, my entire life I hadn't liked mustard, and I woke up one morning and I went to the refrigerator and I could like smell the mustard and I was craving it. And it was bizarre. And then I made a sandwich and I put mustard on it, and ever since then I've liked mustard. I have no idea what happened. I just woke up one day and it was.
Oh, it looks like first map is
oh yes, Lost. Let's go. I've been waiting for this for so long. Corner boxes, right? Don't we have to play with the corner boxes?
Top right versus bottom left. Set.
No. It's top left, top left, bottom right.
Yeah. Top left.
Nice. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. I don't know if you know me or not, but I am a massive naval enjoyer. I'm a huge fan of the naval gameplay. I'm gonna put the map list up on the hill, or up on the screen, by the way, for anybody who's curious. This is the current map pool. We're going with Paradise Lost. It's a really fun one because of all the islands and stuff that you can claim, but also because there's a lot of naval shenanigans to win. I think a lot of people really shy away from Navy.
You can do hover play as well.
Yep, that's true.
In the center.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this one. This is gonna be really good.
Did they set the box number right? I guess this looks right. Yeah, to a value of 40.
Seems good. Yeah, I think 40 was the default.
Yeah, that's what I set. I was like, what should the box value should be? And I just like I eyeballed it. I was like, yeah, 40 looks good.
Sounds about right.
It looks like if somebody actually with this allows people to start in the center if they want to.
Yeah. I was gonna say
a spicy build.
You have like you could go like super aggro if you wanted to. Are those metal extractors worth extra is the question. Doesn't look like it. So
it looks like everything's 1.8 on the map.
So it's gonna be I call them a surface area map, where it's just control as much area on the map as possible rather than strategic points or something like that. Certainly the middle of the map is going to be important, though, just because that's where all those land metal extractors are, but also the naval metal extractors. I am curious to see whether anybody's going to go, whether anyone's brave enough to go for hovercrafts, or whether it's going to be all naval all the time.
I would really like to see a seaplane transition mid-game from one of these players.
That could be very powerful. X Factor Live is going to be going Cortex, interesting, and ZLO is going to be going for Armada. So Armada, of course, has those dolphins, which have dominated the naval theater for quite some time until, hopefully, that expanded T2 pack comes out. Oh, I'm so excited for that to get officially released.
It looks like this fox was knocked out and now can help admin. Yes, it's not just me.
Hooray.
Let me
That's
start
funny.
this match between these two. Report, start match.
Nice. Cortex, of course, has those missile frigates. That's their sort of special interest ship, and those can be very, very annoying to deal with on the early game, especially because if you want to set up static defense, too bad. Those missile ships are a cheap and effective way to outrange any light torpedo launchers.
Just plink away.
Yeah, you're chipping away at the paint, but over the course of time, eventually you're gonna get a stellar trade out. Hopefully that's exactly what we see coming out here. Constructor first. I wonder what the build order is going to be. Constructor into those gunboats. Supporters also, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about the supporters. They're cool, but they're I like the epic supporter a whole lot more than the regular supporter.
Yeah.
ZLO going into the shipyard here a little bit behind the curve. Going to be going, of course, right into constructors.
Core versus arm too.
Yeah, this is going to be a cool
choosing
matchup.
to play as arm, which I find curious.
Yeah, Cortex is usually favored for the naval theater, but Armada can.
Well, with the current changes that happened with the nerf to Dolphins and the buff, I think they got buffed to the core assault frigate.
Yeah, assault frigates are a little bit more viable now up against the Dolphins, but that's not going to change the fact that if you have 20 Dolphins going up against 3 assault frigates, you're still going to be in a world of trouble.
Bar is in fact a numbers game at the end of the day.
More shit beats less shit.
Flanking damage, massively important.
It is, yeah. I'm always blown away by that because it's very important. That's why it's so important to include light units in your composition, because it only takes a little bit to trigger that flanking bonus, and then you're.
It's based off of the attack angle, based on the unit. If you have 2 units attacking from 180, then you get extra damage, and if you get units attacking all the way into 360, you get extra damage then too.
Yep. Which works out great.
So having a single light scout shoot from behind means that everything in the front is going to do
some bonus
exponentially
damage.
more damage. Yes.
It's all. I think that's why Dolphins are so powerful too, is because of their mobility. They are able to surround and
they have insanely good DPS for their cost. They're like blitzes on crack. They have 2 blitz turrets basically.
Yeah, they have 2 blitz turrets and they're tanky as well. So yeah, they're all around just a great unit.
It might as well be the Sea Blitz.
That'd be a great name for it. Now, as far as of course, this for the official tourney, we don't have the expanded T2 gone, or the T2 toggled on. But have you seen the experimental not the experimental ones, the expanded T2 ships? Have you gotten to play with those a little bit?
A smidge bit. Most people in the 30s ish of TS or OS and team games don't want to play with it.
What a bummer. They're a lot of fun. I really love them.
Yeah, the game's in alpha. Like people, I don't want to lose because things are imbalanced, but like that's the purpose of playing right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah, sure, this tournament's for money, but the money is really just to get everybody who has an amount of skill to play.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I'm all here for it.
The biggest turnout.
I'm always happy. What is the final payout, by the way? Should probably let the viewers know about that.
So, the winner wins $300 USD.
Nice. That's a huge payout.
So originally the tournament started, I think, with 300 total, but I donated $300 and somebody else donated some.
Well, thank you very much.
To a grand total of $600. Well, actually, it's funny that I donated it all to this tournament because I had originally was going to donate to the 3v3 tournament over the summer, but PTAC never got back to me, so I never gave him the money for the tournament.
Oh. Just had this tournament money laying around.
Not shitting down PTAC. I'm sure he's busy being a good player, trying to stay in form, and also being part of the dev team. And
he's got a lot on his plate.
Yeah, he
wears many hats.
Also has a full-time job because this doesn't make money. So yeah.
Well, that's cool. I'm excited.
At least the money goes to the community in some capacity or another.
Absolutely. And, when it drives interaction too.
Yes, on the north here it looks like they're trying to expand to the same mechs.
Yep.
ZLO needs to realize.
There they go.
Yep.
Yeah, the Dolphins. You just need to micro.
See.
There we are.
But he's not going to be able to. Oh, he has to build a torpedo
go for
launcher
the
because he
torpedo.
started building first. That's
funny.
That's rough.
Ironically, I think that might work out better for him, though, because it is going to give him a little bit of a safe haven to retreat to from some of these boats.
Yeah, here comes the assault frigates. He's going to have to... Actually, he should just try to... He has no radar from the looks of things.
Yeah, it's true. No vision. If we select the red players and see... Yeah, he has no idea that those assault frigates are there.
He has no idea he's about to get completely smashed here from this position until the assault frigate rounds start flying
There's the engagement. Now, the torpedo launcher can do massive damage against these units. Oh, but we've got to repair it. Oh, no, the torpedo launcher went down way too soon there. I do believe reclaiming the wreckages, trying to salvage whatever he can from this, but yeah, that is a bad trade.
ZLO, I believe, is not... He's just trying to micro.
Yeah, he's got micro everywhere.
So instead of holding the position, he's decided to take his speedier ships off for maybe some counter damage.
It's great that he has the maneuverability to move these ships around, but he's never going to be able to kill the metal extractors with just dolphins. We're going to need a submarine out. Or, I mean, a destroyer works too, but that's way less maneuverable. A submarine is what you're going to need it if you ever want to kill any of these metal extractors here.
I see a lot of sea-based torpedo launchers built, but with the T1 ships, the land-based torpedo launcher makes it so it cannot be countered by submarines. And I think if ZLO gets a torpedo launcher on the shore up here, he could secure this lane.
That's a good point. Yeah, that could definitely lock that down pretty nicely. You ever notice that thing is called a torpedo launcher, but it fires depth charges? I always thought that was pretty funny.
Look, so you were talking about the rocket. Like, the Juno is technically a rocket launcher, but it shoots missiles. Or not the Juno, the Janus. My bad.
Yeah. No, I got you. I knew what you were talking about.
The Janus is a twin rocket launcher when it shoots twin missiles. And it's just a naming convention. It's that they named it and they haven't changed it.
Yeah.
Like, if people didn't know, I guess I discovered a bug while looking at the Gunslinger. The Gunslinger's currently bugged in game. It says that its range increases as it gains XP, but the range circle and the range number does not update. But it does change.
Interesting.
It does get longer.
I was gonna say, yeah, I know it does definitely gain range, but that's interesting. It doesn't update.
Also, I think the dev team is deciding that whatever the highest range modifier on a gunslinger will affect every single gunslinger in that frame.
Oh, interesting.
Once that goes live. So your most experienced gunslinger makes all your gunslingers better.
That's cool. That's actually a really interesting mechanic because that's gonna make
it a little OP.
It will make them very powerful for sure, especially if you can get one out in that crucial transition where the enemy has T1 tanks and you get that T2 lab up. You can farm tanks like crazy with a gunslinger and then just park it in your backline, and then every gunslinger you produce is going to be an insanely OP gunslinger. That might be a cool move.
Imagine like 500 range gunslingers. Ooh.
Wow. Yeah, that could be pretty epic. Wouldn't mind some self-destruct micro on some of these ships that are just being snagged for free down south here. A little bit more important in the naval field, I feel, especially just because of how expensive everything is and how much metal
I think Zolo is just dedicating his micro to expanding, which I think is the right call. I'd like to see him get in. He's increasing his build power currently and building wins with his commander. I think he should probably get into hovers, or I honestly think seaplanes is viable at this point.
Seaplanes are probably viable by now, yeah.
Or just standard planes.
Submarines are out,
we can get
which is nice.
These mexes on. Yeah, seaplanes are extra viable because of the seaplane gunship absolutely hammers T1 ships.
That's true. Yeah, the Saber for Armada is the only burst laser gun that I think Armada has, actually. Trying to think right now.
Yeah, well, it's not technically a laser. It shoots a projectile.
Right.
Lasers don't shoot projectiles. It's more like a blaster.
It's like blaster. That's a good word for it. Yeah, it's a blaster.
It is an energy blaster.
It's very cool though, and you're right. It does absolutely smack those T1 ships. Some torpedo gunships wouldn't be bad either. Those would also do.
Yeah, the torpedo gunship is even better, but it has no ability to shoot land targets, obviously.
True. Yeah,
because it shoots a tracking torpedo. So.
Oh, speaking of seaplane gunships, X Factor Live has a seaplane yard out already.
Oh, he does.
Already ahead of the curve here. He's making some bats right now. Shut down any airplane. And there's the Cutlasses.
Making sure he has air cover.
Cutlass is right out in the middle of the map, looking for whatever they can.
Honestly, I think at this point, because he doesn't see the air. Oh, he sees the air. He's building skaters to counter. Zlo sees it.
Those T1 anti-air are so bad though for that naval field. They're very very underwhelming, I feel like. Then again, I guess those seaplane gunships are like a T. I always call them a T1.5. They're not quite a T2.
They are absolutely. They fill the role of T1.5. I didn't know. I thought the Cutlass shot the blaster shot, but it looks like it has a double shot riot cannon.
Yeah, it's like a little Gauss
He's going for the build power. This is
nice.
Absolutely the correct choice.
That's a great snipe right there. Oh,
Commander snipe is not
thinking about
happen.
it. Not enough cutlasses. If he had built those up, he might have had the opportunity if no anti-air had been built there quick enough. But ZLO reacted very, very quickly, and so I think he was able to win that fight. There's also no depth charges on any of these ships, so this is actually a huge trade.
Yeah, he's
ZLO
donating his ships.
Yep. All that metal sinking to the bottom of the ocean, and that's actually going to be a huge amount of reclaim available for ZLO. He could pivot off of that and actually win the naval field here, I believe.
Yeah, there's also 1,000 reclaim down on his south side. ZLO has way more of the mexes on the map, so
he sure does. Also, look at these submarines up north here. Submarines have ravaged the mexes up here, and suddenly X Factor Live finds himself with basically no economy. 16 metal up against 62. That is not where you want to be in the naval field. A constructor ship gets sniped there. That's quite nice. I think
he would have been better off going in straight into a scout rather than building all these fighters that do nothing.
True. Yeah.
He's going in for a torpedo gunship on the north side. It looks like
those gunships are going to be great for sniping mexes. That'll be powerful.
Yeah, he should have been using these torpedo gunships to snipe nexes, the mexes.
I was using it to clear away
and open up the south lane on these floating torpedo launchers. But he's using T1 submarines to open up the south lane. It looks like no ability to counter these submarines on the south lane but it looks like ZLO is into his own sea air lab. He's going for tsunami bombers. I think he's going for engine the E-snipe, but
that'll be powerful.
We'll have to see if X Factor sees the bombers coming in on the
very well. I mean, he already has the fighters out, so it's going to be difficult to get enough bombers out and fighters at the same time. I mean, unless
the
those
problem
fighters
is there's no radar, no radar at all for X Factor. He won't see them until ZLO. Where's ZLO's bomber? Did it get sniped?
It has not been sniped yet. I believe it parked.
It
went down south.
Is going with the advanced scout. He's going on the south side, and notably these submarines can't see what's above the water.
That's true. Also,
so he can't.
All his fighters flew over the anti-air, so there's actually no fighter screen here anymore for our blue player. This bomber does actually have potential all of a sudden. Interesting.
He's not using them. He's not. Oh, he sees it. He's going. There's a fighter going south. Does he know? He knows. Somehow he knows. I don't know what's solid, but he knows.
His gamer intuition kicked in. Oh, missed rally a little bit there.
But
counter fighters coming in.
Here comes the fighter screen behind. I don't think they're gonna get.
Yep, not gonna kill the bombers. Question is, what are we gonna target here?
The run is gonna go off. It's gonna go off. The E is going to get hit.
There goes some of those wind turbines. Nice. That shuts down a lot of the energy production right there. That is a huge, huge hit to the blue player. You can see the blue player's energy production dropping all the way down to 409.
He's not going to be able to build fighters to defend himself.
Yeah, no, he's not. He's not going to build anything. Does not have the energy whatsoever. Pulling in only 400 energy at this point in the game is peanuts.
ZLO is looking to close this game out. His naval force is closing out all the mexes. So he doesn't even he has all this reclaim on the side of the map, but what does it matter? He can't build anything.
Yep. Gunship's very nice for shutting down these submarines that were aggressing as well.
He needs to build. He's building build power, but that's not what he needs. He needs these titles.
Yeah, the titles.
And he needs them now.
They're inefficient right now though, so he's really hesitant to build them. You can see he would much rather build those wind turbines with his commander over here. Wind power, of course, much better on this map than tidal generators, but he's in a little bit of a pickle here, and with this Navy bearing down on him at this point, this is going to be a rough hole.
I think this is lights out here.
I'd love to see a res sub underneath the waves eating up all these units. These LSAT do not have any way to attack underneath the water, so a res sub would be able to eat up all that metal. Instead, X Factor Live, GG's. That's going to be our first match. Tucks his tail, throws in the towel, all the good stuff, and that is going to be ZLO taking game number 1 in this best of 3 series. What a nice showcase of naval strategy. I'm so glad we included a naval map on this this roster of lists.
So I'm not sure that you knew, but for the last couple of weeks, us in the admin team, originally the map pool included FTL in place of Paradise Lost, and we were really going back and forth what the map replace it. I have limited 1v1 experience, but my 1v1 suggestion was to have Avalanche take the place of FTL as a small, low eco map.
Interesting. Yeah, that could work. That could be an interesting map choice there.
But we decided on Paradise Lost to have a naval map in the pool, which is pretty much an auto win for Ragna. Let's go be honest. Ragna's, he lives in that paradise.
He sure does. Yeah, his naval play is something of its own. He's in a class of his own with that. It's very, very powerful stuff. I'm just glad to see it. I love the naval units, and I feel like they don't get the love that they deserve. It's such a difficult battle, but so satisfying when you win it. You really get to feel like the king of the world.
Especially in team games when everyone yells at you for losing sea battle, but nobody wants to help. I'm thinking of I had a recent game probably 2-3 weeks ago where I won C in Supreme Straight, wasn't supposed to win the fight. I shouldn't have won the fight. I ended up donating like 3,000 metal, but my opponent did not take advantage of it, and I followed up and pushed him out of the sea just to be fought by 6 players, 2 air players, 2 T3 hover players. It was pain.
Yeah, that's always how it goes. It's like you have to push them out of the water, and then you have to win with your next follow-up attack. Otherwise, yeah, they're gonna porcupine up that lane, and there's nothing you can do.
So painful.
Yeah, it's a tricky one.
It's like, why did we lose? Why? Like, I was fought by 6 players. What were you doing elsewhere on the map? That's 6 players committing resources to one place. It was. Yeah, I got ganked so hard.
Both the beauty and the pain of those 8 versus 8 games. ZLO highlighting his plan for us here, I guess. Selecting all the metal extractors that he's going to play and go for.
Yeah, this is certainly a different opener from ZLO. I wonder what lab he's going to open with.
All the way in the back with Cortex.
It's probably, if I was to guess, since he's Cortex, he's going to open bots, and he's going to... This will allow him, because bots are technically slower than vehicle cons, it'll allow him to expand faster.
Yeah, it could be true. Both of them are Cortex, by the way, worth noting. So this is, I think, the first Cortex versus Cortex that I've covered today. And I'm pretty excited about it.
Cortex being an unfavored... Oh, he decides to open
vehicles.
Tanks.
Interesting.
In that spawn. Huh.
That's a low metal start, so I'm a little confused about that. Maybe helping the mountain get some cover.
It makes it so he doesn't get scouted as quickly, because he's on the north side, and he's going to be... I think he's just going to greed to... He's going to... Yes, it looks like he's skipping any scouts and going straight into... Oh, no, he's building 1 scout.
There's a rascal. Interesting.
My decision from here would probably... Well, he probably wants 1 scout to see what's going on. No, he's going to build 2 scouts. He's probably going to put the scouts on the north and south side to see... Yeah, and he goes straight into his next con. Okay.
Now, here's something that the vehicle bay does afford you that the bot lab doesn't, and it's those amphibious constructors. He could, of course, build an amphibious constructor, send it into the pond, and have it start building tidal generators. Not a wouldn't be a bad idea.
Because the conventional start puts you right next to the water, he could go for an amphibious tank raid.
That's true. Yeah, amphibious tank raid right on X Factor Live's base. I mean, those alligators would pop out right next to. Well, I guess you can't go alligators until T2, huh? But I guess the Garpikes popping out right next to this base would certainly be able to do some damage. Those wind turbines are clustered up quite a bit.
And the start that X Factor has chosen incentivizes him to go into a quick geo.
Yep, that's true.
Although on this map, the wind being so good.
Yeah, the geo is almost too much investment early on. It's nice, but it's
redundant. Maybe until T2 with the advanced.
Both players actually leaking a lot of energy right now. Ironically,
it's hard to use it all.
It's hard. It really is. It's hard to spend it. I'm really surprised with the lack of energy converters we've seen. Actually, I feel like throwing 1 or 2 of those down early on, It's not a lot of metal, but what else is your energy going into, right? Like you might as well spend it on something. And if you have this much,
Well,
this efficient,
it's
of an
trying to
economy,
dedicate where your build power is going to go early on. Like, are you going
it's fair.
to, and energy converters are like, until you are really accessing, it's really so inefficient. Like, what, 70 energy for one metal?
Is it more inefficient than just wasting the metal though, or wasting the energy?
Well, I mean, it depends on how starved. Like right now, ZLO being completely starved on metal might warrant it because because you only spend one metal to build the converter.
Yeah, they're very.
It leaves
metal
all your
cheap.
rest of your metal open for the rest of your build power to build the mexes. So
I think it's I think it'd be a worthwhile investment early on in the game. I would also love to see the inclusion of a battery. It's remarkable how much a battery actually helps you with, especially later on in the game if you're trying to make some sort of a tech transition or just transitioning to a secondary lab. It drains so much energy so quickly that having a battery can really help you prevent a stall.
it also allows you to always have energy for D guns.
Yep.
The all important D gun to prevent you from getting all in. It can
often be the life or death situation that determines it. So this is an interesting expansion. He's expanding north and south from the middle, which is actually kind of cool because it means that his middle is the most fortified position.
Technically faster.
Probably, yeah. No, I would argue it is.
He could probably build an LLT wall up here, and vehicles can't transit on these backsides. So it gives him a very good choke points to set up his defenses.
It is
and it
pretty
leaves
good.
The open side of the map.
It also means that regardless of where he's attacked from, if he sets up defenses along this line and along this line, it's a massive line of defenses that the enemy has to fight through. Like I'm not talking like a static line, but just like defenses on the mexes, exploiters or something like that. It's gonna slow down any army aggression that's pushing through here from X Factor Live. Whereas X Factor Live is
what's really
sort of
nice about
slower.
this map is this is a super friendly map to macro players. The mexes are worth 2.5 basically. There's lots of them. The wind is good. If you're a macro player, this is heaven.
Yeah, this is where you can shine. ZLO already slowing down on the build power.
To,
oh, he's building a turret. That's good. Yeah, what were we saying?
Yeah, I think he built a turret late compared to X Factor. That's what I do have to say about X Factor's decision making on his nanos. He built a nano earlier, and now he's using that con to re-secure his mexes, and he's going to go into wind production with that con while his commander continues to assist. And when X Factor needs more build power, he can just queue up another con, start building more nanos. But he's going to go into straight back into wins with that, even though he's stalling on metal, which is an interesting decision. But maybe he just wants to set it up. This is definitely a team game, team player mentality. Sure, I might be spending all my metal right now, but setting up something I can set and forget, and then rectify my metal in elsewhere while that still builds my wind. It's just gonna.
Yeah.
It's about making decisions on where you're gonna spend your attention, because your attention can only be one place at a time.
Yeah. I was just gonna say it's limiting the amount of APM that you have to spend on actions, right? If you have a way to, maybe it's not the most efficient, but it costs you significantly less actions per minute in order to put up a big row of wind turbines and just forget about it. You definitely should do it, because as opposed to trying to like micro a constructor, like we've all tried to micro constructors to build turrets, and it takes more APM than microing an army to do that effectively, because you have to move your constructor around over the place to make sure it doesn't step in the wrong area.
What I definitely think X Factor is nice at doing here is he built a radar, but I also think it behooves him to get his commander out there and get a radar in the water, because without it being on the water, it does not provide sonar, and he's extremely vulnerable to a sea raid, especially building all his wind on the sea right here.
Is this a split? Have we split the map at this point? Currently, Tag has 45 metal per second, with ZLO coming in at only 35. Sorry, ZLO has 45. X Factor Live has 35. That's a significant advantage over time here, and the armies are kind of reflecting that. Way bigger army down south.
I think ZLO chose a harder start, but the mid game is better for him.
Oh, he's already gotten a air lab out, building more build power as well.
He's probably going to go for shurikens to help win on the front.
I would agree.
And or a bombing raid. Force the AA in the base.
2 bombers would effectively shut down all of the energy production for X Factor
Yeah,
Live.
and he's ZLO has scouted the base, so he knows where the wind is. Even if there's more wind elsewhere, he knows where a guaranteed bomb is, and once he flies over after the first bombing run, he can get more damage done.
That's true.
X Factor deciding to go into bots to provide better the ability to res units and the back using the mountainside for counter damage.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, that actually is a decent option. Sending some units across the rough terrain in order to avoid that harassment from the vehicles. Can they navigate up here, though, in this northern pass?
They can.
They can.
They absolutely
Okay.
can.
Well, that's great then. Looks like bombers was the decision here for ZLO. He's got 2 of them out, and he does produce that scout. 2 Cortex bombers, 2 brothers, and they are ready to fight. Cortex
Yes.
bombers are
I
pretty
absolutely agree with this. I would honestly wait with the Finches. Oh, his bombers are inbound. I would still delay this Finch. It's going to give him an extra 3 seconds, I think.
It's a little early, yeah. Still, the scouting might be more of a payoff, though.
The reaction, Thistle goes up. First Thistle, it's going to finish before the bombers get here. This is why it's so important. It's so important. They're still going to get their bomb
Huge
off.
connection right there. Metal extractor goes down as well, by the way. Wind turbines over in this section are spread out, so that's quite nice.
He's decided that rather than contesting with the Thistle anti-air, he's going to use the bomber to attack these mexes. However, some of them are exploiters, so they can shoot back. But because he's done so much damage to the energy, he's going to be able to continue to bomb.
Yeah, those lasers are not going to be able to fire. I really like this bomber harassment for these mexes. The mexes going down from these bombers is so costly, and he doesn't have any effective way to shut this down.
Honestly, I think other than the bombers maybe getting a transport out and bringing in some tanks, maybe a riot tank.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea, actually.
He could get a riot tank in here, or he could get some incisors dropped off there.
I really like the idea of those amphibious units, though.
He needs the shove with his tanks. Bomber damage is alone without any pressure. See, what I said about X Factor using these grunts to move through the rough terrain, he's using grunts on the north and south side to transit.
That is cool. That's a really high level strategic move. I like to see that.
ZLO deciding to go into T2 tanks. I think he needs to get some of these. He's going into fighters now to prevent a bombing raid against himself, but X Factor is just.
And he's making the amphibs. Amphibs are coming up and online for ZLO. They're slowly streaming out of the rearward vehicle lab here. Once he gets that T2 up, he gets those alligators, though. Did you know an alligator can survive a shot from a sniper? A sharpshooter? That is wild.
Did not know. I honestly think alligators don't get enough play. They're extremely speedy and they have very good DPS.
Super high damage.
They're very microable, whereas most core units are not very microable.
No, not what they're known for. Strength and brawn and firepower, sure, but micro.
So ZLO's using his bomber force rather than raiding to prevent him from taking any of this damage from.
Looks like the vehicles can sort of climb up there.
Yeah, it just takes a very long time.
Forever.
So he should be able to prevent this from getting massive damage. But he's already into his T2. He needs to reclaim this T1 factory. It serves him no purpose now. He has enough tanks. He needs to get rid of it.
He has tons of metal right now, actually. He needs energy. Needs energy, yeah. Needs energy desperately.
There's 3 of these amphibious tanks moving towards X Factor, and they're gonna pop out unless these riot tanks are coming out of the factory and are able there. He's gonna get the build power and possibly the Geo.
Popping that Geo could hurt.
This game will end if this Geo dies. Well, I'm calling it now.
How many wind turbines do we have here for X Factor Live? 73 wind turbines, pumping out a grand total of 670 energy per second at the absolute lowest. That's
still great.
It's still great. Yeah, that's a really efficient wind system right there.
The bombers are pulling up on the north side. He's waiting for his. I think he's going to wait for his tanks to come up.
Oh, there they go.
Take the attention away, and he's going to come in with the bombers. Oh no, he's going bombers first, then tanks. The tanks are going on the south side, not going to the factories. He's going for all of the wind. He wants all the wind dead. Well, I think once he sees this Geo is up, he might go in for that.
Yeah, that's true.
Changing decision.
Yep,
he sees the Geo. He's going in for the Geo. He sees the nanos. He sees the nanos and the Geo.
Can also kill that anti-air.
Yeah, agreed. Also,
tank production restarts here. Pounders are produced, but he doesn't have any resources.
The
Stalling on metal. Ooh, D-gun. Excellent D-gun right there.
He was looking away.
Beautiful D-guns managed to take down 3 of those tanks. A couple of Garpikes still rolling out. Well, a single Garpike still rolling out here. Gonna snipe some of those wind turbines. Nice to see that aggression. Will run into some
tanks are in position to stun lock this Garpike.
Yeah. Not much more aggression over there, but still so much map control here.
Honestly, the Pounder's biggest payoff is not just the AOE. It's the impulse on the cannon that stuns units.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, it's very powerful.
He's going for his own counter play with the Garpikes. He says, I can play this game too.
I like it. I think that's very, very powerful, and especially if he could snipe this T2 constructor. ZLO is already going well into T2.
One radar in the water, giving you the ability to see the bombers and see the amphibious tanks coming in, would have saved X Factor so much heartache this game.
You could also go for those amphibious anti-air as well. Shoot down any fighters or bombers, force them to come in from angles that you find a bit more appreciable. Fighters, of course, going to be more beneficial here for X Factor, though, in order to stop any bombing runs. This is where 1v1s get so complex, when you're microing these unit compositions that are several different types of units thick, and you've also got aggression on multiple different fronts that you're trying to set up. Love these twin guard laser towers.
ZLO has decided to go with Tigers. I think it would behoove him to go into what is essentially the T2 Janus, the Banisher, and it shoots up. The Banisher is so underused in 1v1. It's good in team games.
It's a great siege unit.
The Banishers is nigh on impossible to jump on top, but he is going for the T2 Alligators, which are so much faster and have so much more DPS.
Wow, this thing's really all underwater. I didn't even realize that, but they move
fast. 72 is fast. They are speedy boys. Maybe. Oh, he's gonna get up there. He might see.
He's really strapped for energy right now because he's already going up to a fusion reactor. This fusion reactor will effectively double his power output.
Fusion is up. He's
gonna be set.
As long as he doesn't take excessive damage.
Can these alligators see the Garpikes? Oh, they can.
No, but the finches should see them. The finches definitely see them. Or no, they don't have sonar. I didn't know they didn't have sonar.
Interesting. The Garpikes can see them, though. Or the alligators, rather. The alligators could see the Garpikes.
Yeah, he should see them if he's paying attention. Let's see if he's paying attention. He does not react. Oh, he's pulling some tanks back. He does see it.
That's nice. That could be that could have been a really dangerous push right there. Honestly, I think he has enough forces to break through the static defense up north. ZLO, that is. Yeah. I think if he committed to a push, he would be able to wipe out that defense and open up that lane to just light aggression.
He's forced X Factor to respond on so many fronts. ZLO just needs to capitalize on the openings that he's been making for himself, but he is turtling right now.
X Factor's commander parked next to a whole bunch of energy converters. A little scary. Shurikens, okay.
And X Factor using shurikens to prevent this damage now is...
Oh, no, this is nice.
Fighters, he has not responded with the fighters to prevent... I don't think he wants to commit his air just for some extra damage. He wants the air just in case.
Look at these res bots down here, picking up everything that was taken down over here and flipping its sides here. The flipping the exploiters is going to be really, really nice. That's going to essentially turn that static defense back on your opponent. Suddenly, I actually really like X Factor Live's position down south here. Now there are a lot of T2 tanks moving in.
These tigers are on their way down here and will completely smash this. It's just
Garpikes are coming out of the water. I think there's just too much T2 en route right now. I think once these Garpikes show their ugly heads, they're going to be blasted down quite quickly.
Does he react? Does he react? The tanks are here. The Tigers do turn around. He might lose this T2 con. That's gonna hurt. And he did not transition into bots, but he could res anything that gets damaged. He does have shurikens of his own.
Those guard pikes are
Banisher
resistant.
comes out,
Oh,
gets a
nice.
Banisher shot off. Oh no,
the build power. Oh, the build power will pop. That's annoying.
That sucks. But
Banisher
notably,
kills
none
those.
of the mexes die. You can build. He has so many cons. He can build his build power back. He's fine.
Huge engagement with these tigers down south too, shredding away this T1 armor.
Not microed, but
yeah.
you don't need the micro T2.
Don't need it.
T1 doesn't micro. Still lack of radar for these players on the front lines. This is really costing them any ability. X Factor has a radar on the north side seeing everything.
At this point, though, ZLO is double the metal production of his opponent here.
I think he just needs to commit to a kill, but he doesn't want to waste his tanks. Because he knows his opponent is on bots and will res his T2.
Yeah, those res bots eating up that metal would be really, really bad.
Transition for T2 from X Factor. Really going to cost him the game long term if he does not transition.
It's also a lot of riot tanks he's got there. Finally going to reinforce up north. There's artillery pieces that are just slowly whittling away these defenses, but why not? I mean, it's free damage. You might as well take it.
Free real estate.
Free real estate. Come a little closer. Let me whisper in your ear. I've got something that you might want to hear. It's free real estate. That's an oldie but goldie. Bomber going down right here. Still taking down some wind turbines.
I honestly don't know what it's from.
It's some old like housing commercial or something, I think.
Ah.
Who knows?
Interesting.
It's so old it's like transcendent.
He's going to smash through anything down here. No, where's that Banisher? No Banisher in tow. He's bringing flak with him. Yeah, his shurikens.
He knows. He's scared of the enemy flak, or the enemy shuriken, I mean. Those flak are there just to stop the paralysis.
The artillery, T2 artillery does get sniped by these tanks just chilling here. Unfortunate. No artillery support with this force.
This is nice. We do have some aerial constructors eating up the wreckage over here. I was going to say...
Yes, I honestly think air cons are the best reclaim unit in the game.
They're very powerful for that job.
They die easy, but, you know, a lot of land units don't shoot up.
Well, and also, I mean, they cost 115, which I see as the cost that they have to reclaim before they become an efficient trade, right? And that's not hard. It's 1 or 2 units to reclaim before they're already efficient.
To the field fast. Like, their build power doesn't really matter.
Yeah, you're just gonna pump out 10 of them.
The low build power is made up for it because they get there faster than anything else.
It's true. Yeah.
This Banisher on the north side just slowly plinking away at these defenses. I honestly he could give his whole army in the north a fight command and close this game out.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
X Factor is cloaked in the water, afraid of getting sniped in his base.
Now, I must commend that X Factor has tons of bombers here. That is 18 bombers. Maybe he's going for the fusion reactor.
Zelo is going to see his commander in the water. His commander's going to start shooting with these alligators. These alligators going in for damage of their own.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Honestly, there's so many tanks on the north. Zelo needs to go. He's giving his opponent a time.
Zelo sees the bombers.
He's going for a 2-bomber all in.
Oh, flak was in place though, and it does shoot down a lot of those bombers. Still, a ton of them drop their payload. Oh, they don't manage to snipe the fusion.
That's GG.
Not enough.
He has no units on the ground.
That was his play.
Zelo still does not know that he has no... Oh, X Factor throws in the towel.
Yep, decides to GG out. At this point, the economic lead was just too much, and he was spiraling way out of his control, effectively. Nicely done. That was an exciting game right there. I forgot the score. Was that Zelo with the 2-0 score? I think so. Can't remember exactly.
That is a 2-0 for Zelo.
Yeah. Okay. Nicely done by Zelo.
Showing his prowess as an RTS player coming from Supreme Commander.
Oh, really? Interesting.
His muscles. Yes, Zelo is the best Supreme Commander player, the best FAF player.
Wow. That's pretty impressive. That's an impressive resume for sure. That is nicely done.
I mean, bar being basically total annihilation 1.5. Let's be honest, it's total. Once Legion gets into its into the place where it is able to be added to the main branch, I will call this game total annihilation 2. That's where my place is.
For
is
me,
like
I hope I hope it stays distinguished. I think it would benefit from although it shares. I cannot deny that it shares a direct lineage, a direct heritage from Total Annihilation. I do hope that it stays
the
its own
name is
thing.
not going to change purely because they don't have the rights to Total Annihilation.
Right.
And the game, all the units, like all the name changes are so that they are quote unquote distinct. So they can eventually, I don't know what the I think I don't know how they're gonna monetize once this game gets into beta or full release, which is probably years away. It may never. This may just stay as an alpha and then eventually transition into a Beyond All Reason 2, which and then they could just transfer what they want to do main branch because this game has been in I don't know. This is just my conjecture on the subject.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not I don't really I hesitate to throw my opinions around because I'm so far removed from any of that decision making process. I'm just excited that this game seems to be growing. It seems like
check out the qualifiers, see what's going on.
Sure thing. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just super glad that this game is continuing to grow, and I think more and more people are interested every day. Especially beneficial when big creators join our ranks and start to move their audiences toward the game. We will have a new match up and running for you guys in just a little while here. Let's see who is up next. Ragna and Goopy currently appear to be playing the rest of their match. Zelo is going to move on to winner of R and winner of S. Wonder if there's a way to get into that game.
I'm going.
Ragna
through.
just won. All right, Ragna just won 2-0 versus Goopy, and that is
impressive. I'm surprised Goopy didn't take a single game off of Ragna.
I am too. Ragna's
been playing team games mostly lately.
That is impressive.
I guess Goopy's just out of practice. Unfortunate, really.
All right, and I guess that means it's going to be Zelo versus Ragna in the next series. That's going to be a good game. Are all the casters going to be commentating that?
Probably.
Oh, I guess Barcast is going to be. He's not back yet. I don't know. I certainly want to cast it regardless.
Yeah, it looks like it's just you and I casting, so we're going to jump into that game while I continue to try to
Ragna. All right.
Manage. Did I need to see at?
No worries. I'm going to track these guys around.
Yeah, just let me know once you get in the game, and I'll jump in with you.
Will do. Also, I'm going to send you a friend request for easy invites.
Yeah, no problem. I'm becoming friends with the big people in the community. Smile.
Everybody's a big people. Let's see here. They made a new lobby apparently. I'm waiting to see it.
All right, so LaPotka and Threxy are playing their match. I'm going to start that match.
All right.
And the winner of that match will face Daywalker. Neza, the winner of Neza and Chishano's game will play Gamer 21, and the winner of that game will fight X Factor. So, if I'm going to guess, I would guess Gamer is going to win that. A game between X Factor and Gamer 21, that will be a nice game as well.
Good game. You think I'll hop over to cast that one?
It depends on how long this Zelo versus Ragna game goes.
True.
This is fun. Okay. The game between Ragna and Zelo, that's like finals level.
Yeah, that's gonna be a crazy good match. Let's see.
I believe grand finals for the qualifiers as well as a best of 7. It may or a best of 5.
Oh, it's
a best of 5. I'll just ask for the.
Try and grab that too. It's called Ragna Private Battle. Looks like Professor Barr's going to hop in too. Wonder if he'll hop in the commentator's box. That'll be cool.
Have 3 of us in here. We can all have a jolly time.
Watching some top tier bar doesn't get any better than that. Or Goopy. Maybe Goopy could give us the pass.
I haven't looked at my chat in a while. Nobody in there. Cool, that's fine. Really, my stream is there just in case nobody else is streaming.
Let me make sure. Yeah, it's still private.
Where is this password game?
Oh, wait, Ragna's no longer in the privated battle.
Oh. He doesn't even know who's gonna fight.
What on earth?
What's going on here?
Something is going on here. Trying to figure out.
Oh, Goopy, it doesn't say what was the standings?
I believe it was 2-0 Ragna.
Matches.
I believe for the match versus Ragna, it was 2-0, but I understand if you're waiting for confirmation from them.
Yeah, I just would like player confirmation.
Yeah.
I gave Goopy the win versus Trisano, but I don't know the standings of that match. I need to know that as well.
Yeah, that's true. They were in a lobby together, and then
Goopy came out alive, and Trisano not so much. not completely dead, but less than alive. You said Ragna had a lobby going?
He had a lobby going. It is no longer going.
There's a couple Ragna private battles that are empty.
Yeah, that's that's the problem.
Confusing. I'm being done psychic damage here, and I didn't sign up for this.
Is there a way to close your lobby once you're done with it?
No, they go into like the blue areas. They're empty lobbies. The lobbies stay open until a new lobby's created. Then this is my understanding of it.
Okay.
There's a limited amount of lobbies, and then they're just closed as empty lobbies are emptied out.
That makes sense.
Now, if somebody's AFK in a lobby, that'll prevent it from closing.
That could be a problem.
Could be an issue, I think. Not 100%. Don't quote me on that. I do tend to talk out my ass sometimes.
We are all guilty of that here and there.
Well, it was really required when I was in the service. It looks like there's still
Goopy said I lost to Ragna.
So Ziolo and Ragna are in a game.
They are.
They're in game.
Did I miss it already?
CJ's in this lobby. Why is CJ in the lobby? It's the Tag Ziolo private battle. It's password protected. Ziolo has not given me. The game between Trishano and Goopy or Neza is starting in the losers bracket. Would you like to join in on that?
Sure. Wait, so who is it again? It's
Yudi in the chat. It's Trishano and Neza.
And okay, so they have an open battle, I'm guessing. Where is their lobby? Are you asking for their password? Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, I just asked.
Yep. I believe that a standardized password shared between the commentators will be commentators and the admins will be lovely.
It's just problematic because all the players will know it, and if people want to cheat, handing it out could be an issue. We could have imposters, but it's up to the player if they spot other players in the game.
I don't know. I don't have the solution for that. That would be a bummer.
I really wish we could just have like a tournament server
Right?
that
Yeah, that'd be
players
nice.
and commentators could log into, but that's probably asking too much.
Maybe what we could do is have admins open up a bunch of lobbies and then players and then they lock it so that the players can only join. They password it and then the admins hand out the passwords to whoever
Passwords
players
to the players. Yeah. And then when the players get in, they switch out.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the unfortunate thing is, from the spectating position, you can't boss mode.
Yeah, that is a problem.
I'm looking for this game. Maybe it's under. Oh, it looks like they're in game. Maybe? No. They're in the lobby, but the map is Comet Catcher, which is not in the map pool.
Comic Catcher's in the map pool.
Is it?
I believe it is.
It might be. I don't remember it being. Oh yeah, it is in the map pool. I'm just dumb. I'm an admin. I helped set up the map pool. Don't remember what maps are in the map pool. Not qualified for the job, but you have to deal with it. I'm pointing at my camera that's not on.
There you go. Yeah, I did the same thing. A little bit of a shenanigan here.
I think they just might have gotten into the game, but it only says Neza's in the game.
What is Yudi's in-game name? Do you know by chance?
Yudi's Trisano.
Ah.
So it's private battle Trisado. I don't know how to pronounce his name. If you gander over at the brackets, you can see their name.
Chisato Private Battle. Yeah, are they already in game right now, or are they watching it?
It only says one Neza's in game, which is weird. Yeah. I'm just gonna wait for them to if that the rag versus ZLO game starts, then I'm just gonna spec that game.
Yeah, I think I'd like to too. That seems like I mean that's a pretty crazy good game. That's the winner's final, I believe.
At Goopy, what was your standing versus Neza being a very, very good team player? I don't typically watch Neza play 1v1. Not to insinuate anything about his 1v1 prowess.
Yeah, I just don't watch nearly as much 1v1 either. A lot of people that I interact with are just exclusively play the 8 versus 8, so it's all 1v1 is a bit of a different mindset, but you also get a lot more action all right off the bat. You hardly see T2, but it means that the T1 micro is usually pretty phenomenal.
Yeah. And it also means it is exponentially more stressful.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Every there's no blame to shift. You are at the helm of the ship, and you are in fact alone on the ship. Oh no, my chat just said Ragna, or we only build T1 solar panels next stream. Please no, chat. Oh god, you're breaking my heart here.
He'd still win. It's Ragna. He'd still manage to make it work. Okay, his standing was 2-0.
That's good.
report, edit results, reset match.
Wait, maybe Goopy knows the password. Oh wait, oh no, he's not in the. So we need Tag or Ragna to give us the password, right? Floophead 3, is that Tag ZLO? TAG. No, I don't know.
I'll edit some of the standings after. I just need to make a mental note that Goopy 120. I can't edit results. Quick report. Okay, there we go. Submit. Yep. Okay, cool.
Big Nick Energy. That's a good username.
Is that your one of the viewers?
No. That's just a lobby I found in the games here. Yeah, I see there's Samuel Gorcaster's create lobbies, invite via friends list. I agree. I think that's probably how things might go next time. I don't know. I'm not an admin for this event. Toast here
You
is,
could
though.
be. You could be if you want to be.
If you guys are looking to recruit, I'd be more than happy to help with
yes, more and more admins, please. I'm gonna be fucking probably doing a lot of this by myself. It looks like.
Yeah.
After today, just reach out to.
Is Barcast in charge of it?
Yeah, it's Barcaps's tournament.
Okay.
Please, if any of the viewers would like to, donate some of their time to the community and help us. There's 4 of us, technically 3 of us, and one of them has college. So, so it's like 2.5, maybe 3.5, because it might be add up to 2 because Desfox is also playing in the tournament. So it's like between the 4 admins right now, there's 4, like 2.
It looks like Tag ZLO and Ragna have both started. It looks like their match has started. Professor Spec is in there and CJ is in there.
I'm gonna ask Professor for.
Welcome. Is Professor Spec the same professor?
Yeah, Professor Bar. Okay. Yeah, he's a spectator. I wonder if CJ is casting with him. Because if not, that is a breach of rules. Let me open up their stream.
Let me show you real quick, chat. So
this is the CJ is casting with him.
Okay. So this is the current standing we have right now, chat. You can look through here and you can see who won what games. Currently in the winners final, it's going to be Tag ZLO versus Ragna, which is a game that is either underway right now or some of the players are like watching a game and they're waiting. Either way, that game is what we're trying to get access to at the moment. In the losers bracket, we're waiting on Chisato and Neza, I guess. I believe. And then we are going into. We've still got quite a lot of players. Goopy will be playing in the losers quarterfinal, and X Factor Live will be in the losers quarterfinal. We're waiting to determine whether.
Okay, I just got the password. Oh, that's the password. He posted it. I just didn't think it was the password. Okay. I'm going to send it to you and on Discord for this match. Where's the Tag ZLO game? Where is it? They're already in the middle of casting it. It looks like it's a split map right now. Oh, well, we just joined and it looks like the game ended. Okay.
Alrighty. Who won?
Let me open Professor's stream back up.
Good to know. Glad our communication streams are synced up. Alrighty. Well, we might be able to catch game number 2, at the very least.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna catch game 2. Or wait, they're in this. It is game 1. Okay, that's weird. Says okay.
What's going on?
All right.
Transcribe it for me.
Well, the stream that I joined, it was Comet Catcher, but the map is showing Heartbreak Hill, which has me big confused, but I'm rejoining now. Or maybe they traded. I'm not sure.
Huh. Well, I'm into the match. Can you see it? Heartbreak Hill?
I'm on Heartbreak Hill, yeah, I'm in here.
Lovely. Well, to get everyone caught up, Ragna here is going to be in Cortex Blue with a bot lab pumping out a whole lot of grunts. Bot lab makes a lot of sense on this map. Lots of terrain to cover. Vehicles are going to really struggle with that. Tag Zelo.
Yeah, I've tried to play vehicles on this map and regretted everything because bots can just walk everywhere and your tanks go slow up the hill.
Yep. Yeah, it really is a pain. Zelo, also Cortex, also bots, both players in a mirror matchup right now. It's going to be, in this kind of a matchup, it's going to be all about micro, who can move their units in the right place at the right time, at the right speed, and with the right frequency. Whoever can game themselves into a position of map control is going to find themselves with way more metal in their pockets. Metal means more units means more map, means more metal, means more units, means a victory eventually.
Yes. Now, one of these the transition for this map is absolutely to get onto tanks at some point. Once you get your build power onto the ridge, normally with your commander, you'll get your build power up there. Oh, Ragna sending one grunt because he expects the radar to be up there on the north side. Very good intuition on that.
That was that's a very good run by right there. Whether he found that or whether he stumbled upon it, that was a nice little snipe right there. That is actually a huge pick. Big grunt battle on the southern side here, and this constructor is he's going for it. He does get the constructor as well as a metal extractor. Nice little trade right there. Certain he's happy to trade out grunts from metal extractor and a constructor. Resbots, of course, are here, and they're actually going to start picking up all of these units one after another.
This might be advantage slow because of the sure, it's going to take a while for these resbots to get everything back up on their feet, if you will. But they will be on the red side this time, no matter what.
That is true. It is dipping into his energy economy pretty badly.
You might say.
Yeah. Grunt down south. Well, big grunt run by down south. Construction bot wreckage. Looks like that was Zelo's construction bot. These little run bys poking at the construction bots are actually starting to hurt Zelo quite a lot, though. That's his expansive force. He really needs to get some turrets up, I think. A couple light laser turrets or maybe some twin guards would serve him quite well here.
Ragna going through these light laser towers, but as you can see, he's having energy problems. Good thing he's not being attacked currently.
That is true.
Wind is dying, and so is his energy production.
Yep.
He'd really benefit from having some energy storage just for these low points.
Or going again into those advanced solar panels. I've been talking about it all stream.
Yeah, well, I mean, like when you're already hurting for energy, the advanced solar power. What? How much does it cost to build one? It costs 4,000 energy.
Yeah, per one, it's pretty expensive. But if if you're only using one or two constructors, not the build towers, but just the actual constructor units to build them, it's not a crazy drain on.
Ragna has decided to build the T1 solars because they take no energy to build.
Yep.
So he's going to probably reclaim these at a later date, which I would recommend.
Not a bad idea. Definitely. I mean, if you have the metal to spend and you can't spend it otherwise, you might as well put them down. Just for the love of God, remember to reclaim them.
Notably, both players using their commanders as build turrets this whole game decided not to comm walk at all.
That's true. I think it just leaves your base too vulnerable.
Well, yeah, this map is very easy to counterattack. There's many paths. It's not an open map, so you can't just draw lines with towers. There's terrain to negotiate.
It's there's a lot of open pathways for run-bys and stuff, especially concerning these northern section. Well, I guess both teams have them, but that section up there and then this section down here, leaving those open means that you're going to be able to you're going to have run-bys from both of those directions, and it's really hard to set up static defense that can funnel units in a meaningful direction if you're just preoccupied with the middle of the map. That being said, if you give up the middle of the map, then you're just going to be attacked head on, so you can't really do that either. Going for a lot of these light laser towers here in the middle of the map, but frankly, I'd love to see more twin guards used in light laser towers. They're just going to be a lot better against those grunts, especially big swarms of them. And they're not really that much more expensive. I mean, the investment is minimal for a much more effective turret. Not to mention, also going to counter rocket bots should that become a unit that likely will be out on the field.
All right, I will be right back. I need to go get caffeine for myself so I can
No worries.
be alert and awake.
No problem. Don't want to miss the finals.
Momentarily.
All right, will do. Just you and me then, chat. And I'll be guiding your hand through this match as we watch it. Grunt's trying to clear out the respective corners of this map. You can see the constructors moving in, trying to claim these metal extractors. Whoever can get a hold of their northern and southern sections of the map sooner is, of course, going to be at a nice little advantage here. The constant run-by harassment is super, super important. Excellent little engagement right here. These units pushing in. I think they killed enough of those grunts that they're actually thinking about it. The blue grunts have killed enough of the red grunts to think that they can push in here. However, there is going to be reinforcements coming up. CJOP pointing out that there is a forward vehicle lab that's going to be coming up here, and that's actually quite nice. Those vehicles can be very, very tanky, but also they're going to have a really hard time going up and down and all around over through and under the hills of Heartbreak Hill here. Do I have the name of that? Yeah, Heartbreak Hill version 4. Having a little voice cracker. I need a stiff drink of Dr. Pepper. No drinking and barring. At least not during tournament hours. Love these light laser towers coming up, though. Even if they're not twin guards, they are still really nice for denying this area of the map. Still going to be a really, really powerful tool for area denial here. Constructors, of course, protected by the turrets that they put up, so that's quite nice. Also, this grunt back here is actually really nice. Might even snipe a constructor if ZLO is not paying enough attention. Ragna certainly has this northern lane available to him, though, that could push around and try and do a little bit of damage. Ragna going for more and more of those T1 solar panels. Oh, Ragna has gone into an air lab. Interesting. Very interesting. Hoping to get some damage done with some bombers, it looks like. Thinking about sniping the wind turbines of his opponent, ZLO, across the map. That is an interesting play right there. Of course, one of the superpowers of Ragna is his ability to very quickly transition in and out of different laboratories, building different buildings, and funneling different units into different projects. Love these exploiters that are built all around the map. It's one of the reasons why we see Cortex has such a tremendous pick rate in 1 versus 1 is just because of these and how effective they can be at shutting down various different areas of the map. They're extremely tanky. For a early T1 defense, they have a lot of health. They're very difficult to kill. They do a lot of damage. They have a lot of health. I mean, what's not to love about that? Yeah, Ragna gauging this army correctly and realizes that he's probably going to need more forces if he wants to push through there. This is a resurrected batch of grunts here, so that's always a little disheartening. You see grunts coming back at you, and you see that little halo on their head, and you're like, damn, those were my grunts at one point. This grunt up north still getting some value out here. Couple of missile trucks shooting down at these bombers, but they will deploy their payload. Yep, gonna come in here and try and kill some of these wind turbines.
Oh man, does that hurt.
Welcome back. Yep, yeah, those bombers coming in for an excellent little bombing run. Actually gonna manage to squeeze out 2 bombing runs in one. That's very, very nice. That's a decent hit to the energy economy right there. Not to mention that these can also fly around and continue sniping metal extractors, which is going to be beneficial here.
Yeah, he's gonna stop with his 1 grunt on the north side. It looks like he's going to clean up the con and the mexes.
Yep.
Stunting ZLO's expansion and growth on the map.
That's a hero grunt up there.
Meanwhile, speaking of grunts, they're getting sent to time out with these shurikens on the north side.
Banished to the shadow realms, if you will. Yeah, those shurikens, I mean, they're really fixated on that guy. But yeah, if they spread the level around a little bit here, this is going to be a great trade. Obviously, shurikens not able to kill any units on their own, but can, of course, paralyze the units and make your army that much more effective. That being said, I don't think there was enough there to make that work out quite entirely.
Ragna overcommitting to that fight.
Yeah, a little bit. Still a decent trade, but probably not what he was hoping for. Riot Tank gonna push for here. Ooh, if it could kill those constructors, that'd be quite nice. Nope, not really gonna be able to.
It's gonna die to this exploiter, probably, from the looks of things.
Man, exploiters, what a powerful unit.
Yeah, and then once they start to get some XP, their DPS goes up, and their health pool goes up so hard.
Start firing like crazy. Yeah, those are definitely a very, very powerful unit. I was just saying earlier that they're probably one of the main reasons why Cortex has such a high pick rate in 1 versus 1. Just the fact that you can capture areas of the map while you can basically build metal extractors while building static defense at the same time. It's very powerful. Ragna eating up that T1 bot or T1 air lab. That's interesting.
Yeah, he's going into tanks on the high ground. This is definitely the mid game play. Has a transport out to move cons, and it probably moved his con turrets from the low ground to the high ground without having to spend more metal.
That makes sense. That's a really nice play. That is a proper high level play right here. For anybody that doesn't know, these are some of the best players in the current Beyond All Reasons scene. Duking it out here on, what's this called? King of the Hill? Heartbreak Hill. That's right.
Heartbreak Hill. Totally 100% not a map from StarCraft Brood War. Nope, not at all.
I appreciate the legacy behind all the maps. I love that a lot of them are remakes. Really makes them feel like there's a rich history behind everything. Because frankly, there is.
Yeah.
A lot of this has a really tried and true history behind all of it.
Lots of maps are from Total Annihilation. Lots of maps like the what was it? The map we just watched on a cold place. That's a Total Annihilation map.
Oh, interesting.
Yep.
I like
that map has been around since 1997.
Wow, that's way back, huh?
Yeah. I think it's 97 or 98 Total Annihilation came out.
That's a testament to the skill of the map creator to create a map that is simple enough to transcend games, but also complex enough to spark innovative gameplay. That's a skill in and of itself. That's one thing that I wish Bar had a little bit more so than it currently does, is a more intuitive map making process. It'd be really neat. I feel like we'd have a huge selection of community maps.
I have a high desire to make maps myself, but
it's very difficult to break into.
Yeah, the difficulty of it, the learning curve of it, just means that currently being unmedicated for my ADHD means I have no willpower to break through that.
Yeah, that's fair. That it would take a significant. I mean, it does. It takes a significant drain of willpower in order to break into the map thing. It's some sort of like, I know there's programs you have to install, and a lot of them are old, and there's some sort of like Photoshop techniques.
Like you got to use Photoshop or GIMP.
It's very odd.
You got to use these weird programs to compile the map, to visually compile the map. Because what you do is you draw the map on a 2D plane, and then you draw like overlays, I think, that make the terrain raise and stuff. It's weird.
It sort of makes sense, but also it doesn't make sense. Like a dedicated map builder would just be epic.
Yeah, a dedicated map editor.
Oh well,
for
boy can dream.
I've made a post about it on Discord before. They say, great idea, who's gonna make it?
Right,
fair point.
Yeah, exactly. Big riot tank engagement right in the middle of this map. Tons of the blue tanks go down though, so that's going to be a decisive victory for CLO right there.
The funniest fight ever is riot tanks is who gets the better impulse.
Yeah, exactly.
Who unlocks the other.
Medium tanks here coming in from an excellent angle though, and those
Ragna flying in with his commander flying in.
Wow, that's a very forward, aggressive commander movement, but could be worth it. Going to eat up a lot of that metal. Not bad. Big tank push over here, already in the back line of ZLO. These tanks could actually do quite a lot of damage. Already killing some metal extractors, certainly could kill a lot of these constructors back here. Yeah, if they snipe those constructors, that's going to be a huge thorn in the side of ZLO. Those were essentially his plan to expand his energy economy. Constructors will go down. Tank's still pretty healthy.
Using his commander to reclaim and expand his mexes that have already been dead for far too long. The game is handily in Ragna's position. He controls more maps, more of the map, controls more of the mexes.
And now he's doing damage as well.
And he controls the reclaim field.
He's shooting down the energy converter, or the wind producers here for Tag ZLO. Wind harvesters, I should say.
This looks like GG to me.
It's gonna be significantly more difficult for Tag ZLO to come back into this game here. His position is going to necessitate some sort of wild play, but really there's not going to be that many openings. That being said, there is a little force moving down south here, probably looking to get an engagement. There's a couple of riot tanks that are in position to intercept, but that's not where they're queued right now. They're not rallied in that direction. If these units manage to sneak past, they could always come up and over this hill and into the back line like this. If they manage to pull that off, they could do it, well, yeah, you get a lot of damage done. But nope, Ragna will react almost immediately. The response is swift enough, and those units will go down quite quickly.
It looks like Chisano beat who was it? Neza 2-0
Ah,
in the
okay.
losers bracket.
So it's gonna be Chisato versus Goopy now, right?
Chisano versus Gamer 21. That'll be a good game.
Oh, that will be a good game. Look at this little play. He's picking up a construction turret. I bet he's gonna go drop it in this wreckage field. Yep, right where Professor Spec just pinged. Put that construction turret down and just let that eat up all the metal. That's so funny. What an efficient use of resources, right? He's like, I've already built these.
Why build a new turret when you can just build a transport to move around with your build power?
Just carry it all over the place.
And if he retreats to it, it can repair his units. Ragna needs to place it. He's focusing on this micro battle. ZLO deciding that mobile missile trucks, to deal with the shurikens that come in and out, and to provide a constant, nice, even low DPS counts.
Yep. Oh, CLO does decide to call it, though. I can't disagree with that move. I think Ragnar just had too much of an advantage there, and I think eventually that weight was just going to fall.
Going uphill against tanks with your tanks is
it's a bad spot to be.
Incarnate.
Yep.
Pain.
Ragnar seizing game number 1. Is this a best of 3 as well? Is it just the finals that's best of 5?
I do believe so.
Okay, so game number 1 in this best of 3 will go to Ragnar. That's really nice to see. Take a look at the graphs here. Yeah, you can see Ragna. These players were very neck and neck for the majority of this game. Right around the 14-minute mark, though, Ragna was already starting to scale ahead, where his economy was continuing to grow. It looks like Tag Zelos was starting to fail, and that really told all the difference.
Oh, boy. Paradise Lost versus Ragna.
Oh, this is going to be a good one.
I don't know. If Zelo makes decisions like he did the last time we saw him play on this map, it may lead to his loss.
Spawn boxes. Spawn boxes. Top, left, bottom, right. I'm acting like an admin. There we go. Ozlek says, hey, watching the stream. You should do a stream sometime where it's just a bunch of 1v1 practice. Just an idea. Smiley face. Thank you for messaging me, Ozlex. I'll take that into consideration. Forcing his way into the stream here. All right, so game number 2 is going to be on Paradise Lost, and I'm super excited to see that. Looks correct. 1 minute. Good to go. Toasty there? I think I lost you. Oh, there you are.
I am here. I'm debating whether or not I should join this game versus Chisano, and since we already have coverage here, but I'm already invested. I'm so invested in this match. It's really hard to.
Always go back and cover it later. That's my plan, anyways.
Oh, I don't do videos and stuff like that. So I sporadically stream, and
oh, well, there you go.
I actually stream more shooters than RTS. This is like the only RTS that's really captured me in a way that makes me want to play multiplayer.
That's fair. It has certainly captured me. That's for sure.
StarCraft 2 co-op is fun to play.
Yeah, the co-op missions are pretty fun. It's been a hot minute since I played some StarCraft 2. That was that's a fun one. I like the co-op a whole lot more than I like the base game. I'm a real Stetman fan. I like
understandable.
I like the Zerg.
Yeah. I'm a Zerg hater, Terran enjoyer.
Filthy Terran.
But Zerg has been overpowered in StarCraft 2 for years, and all Zerg players do is complain about Terran. Oh, Snipe's too powerful. Meanwhile, in the Wings of Liberty, Infestor, Broodlord, Hydra was like the most powerful thing you could do.
That was I cannot even deny that was a wild.
I would describe it as AIDS. It was AIDS. It was terrible it was terrible viewing.
It was
awful.
See, that's the problem, is that it was so damn effective that it made every other strategy ineffictive. In other words, it was inefficient to play anything else.
It didn't get nerfed until Heart of the Swarm, but then they introduced the Swarm host, which added its own series of problems.
Yeah. I feel like the Swarm host is in a pretty good spot right now, though. There's counterplay to it.
It's not used at all.
I love the Swarm host. I love Nidus Swarm host play. That's one of my favorites. Just put Niduses everywhere and pop up everywhere. Play whack-a-mole. It's It's my favorite way to
Yeah.
play with Terrans. Put a Nidus in the back of their base. Drop 2,000 locusts. Run away.
It's like, oh yes, I have to kill all these free units. Nice.
What is ZLO? It looks like they're both ready here. I think we're ready to get going. Just waiting on
Zio
them to
just
start
took
it
a
up.
break. He probably using the restroom or whatever or whatnot.
Sam Sirius says, I tried to do map making on bar. A lot of programs and documentation can be better in my opinion. Plus, it is messy to handle a lot of image files to determine texture and resources. Yeah, because, oh yeah, that's the other thing. The metal extractors are determined by another image file, right? That's like red dots, a bunch of red dots everywhere.
Yeah, overlays. You have to like make overlays and stuff for it to compile.
What a weird system. The weird thing is that it's all in a grid already. So I don't know why...
Zelo not
Yeah.
realizing he's boss.
He didn't realize he had to start it.
Completely outplayed
That's
by
funny.
his own incompetence. Parentheses, I'm talking about myself.
He couldn't he's not used to being in charge like that. This is why we gotta get the admins in charge of all this. Players can't be expected to play multiple games back to back and still have the mental capacity to also set up their own servers. It's just not fair.
It's unfortunate that it's just not feasible for me to control things.
Yeah, no, absolutely not for this many games all at once. Like that's
I would like to just have a couple lobbies going with a couple admins, get some more admins going, get like 5 lobbies going. There's probably not going to be more than...
Man, I'm excited for this match. Tag Zelo already expressing his distaste. This is going to be a fun one. I can smell it. What is there to say about Paradise Lost? Well, obviously it's a naval map. Hovercraft also viable, but typically naval and seaplane gunships. We've seen one match already so far. Feel free to go back and check that out if you'd like. Of course, these are recorded and posted to the channel in case you'd like to go back and watch them at any point.
Are you streaming on YouTube?
Sure am.
Okay.
I'm a YouTube
Is that your
streamer.
preference? The preference to stream on YouTube?
I'm liking it. I streamed on Twitch a long time ago before I was anything at all, and it's comfortable
it's hard
to
to
stream
break
on YouTube.
into.
It is hard to break into. That's true. It's I wouldn't start with streaming. That's my advice to anybody out there listening. I would definitely start making videos and such, and then stream as a supplement there.
Yeah, I've considered making build order videos for team games because that's
That'd be pretty
where
useful.
my knowledge is. But there's what's that one dude that makes videos all the time about build orders and stuff.
Drongo, is that who you're thinking of?
Yeah, he's pretty much got that all cornered.
He hasn't played in quite a while. I think from what I heard, he got bullied off the platform.
Off of what platform?
Off of bar.
YouTube? Why?
I don't know. I'm actually just talking out of my ass. I was I was in a lobby and somebody was talking about it and they were like, "Yeah, Drongo hasn't made a bar video in a while." I don't know. I actually haven't watched YouTube bar very much recently.
Versus core this time, so there's not going to be any inherent advantage to anybody based off of race.
Yeah, that's no race wars here. Beyond All Reason is a game of camaraderie. Unless it's Armada versus Cortex, then kill the outsider.
A war that has been going on for millennia.
Yeah, eons, uncountable, untold centuries.
That opening to Total Annihilation is so timeless.
It really is. Yeah, I went and rewatched it a while back, and yeah, it's so cool.
I listened to the OST for Total Annihilation. Now the funny part, it's going to tell you my age. I'm probably on the younger side of the community. I was too young to play the game, but I'd watch my older brother over his shoulder play Total Annihilation. I would just bombard him with questions.
That's funny.
To the point of annoyance.
That is pretty funny.
But I used to get the CDs and put it into our CD player and listen to the soundtrack because it is so good. Many people know Jeremy Soule as the composer for Skyrim and Elder Scrolls, but honestly, I think his magnum opus is Total Annihilation.
Oh, that's interesting. I'd never put that connection together, actually. That's really cool.
I'm a music nerd.
Yeah, no, I appreciate a good soundtrack, too. I think a good soundtrack really makes or breaks a game. You know what did it for me was a game called Fury. You ever heard of that game?
Fury.
It's it's a boss rush kind of a game, but its big selling point for me was just a kick-ass soundtrack that is just
Yeah. What kind of music?
It's very like electronic and synthetic, and it's
Okay.
got like these. It's very the whole game is all action and it's like I'm trying to think of something to compare it to, but essentially it's just you're constantly fighting these bosses. There's a lot of parrying and shooting and dodging, kind of almost bullet hell-esque. But it's got this like super heavy soundtrack that just carries the entire game on its shoulders, because it just makes you want to fight some shit.
Yeah, it just gets your blood pumping.
Exactly. Yeah, gets
I don't know if you ever played for the Sega Dreamcast a game called MDK2, but I've been listening to the soundtrack to that again. Oh my god, it's still so good.
I love going back to
man,
those old games.
Why is this soundtrack so good? But it's like the person that ended up writing a bunch of really good like game soundtracks and like that are popular nowadays. Like the composer for Borderlands is the dude that worked on MDK2.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Like,
Borderlands is another iconic one. Yeah.
If you've never played MDK2 or listened to its soundtrack, heavily recommend it.
I'll take a look, because yeah, I definitely haven't. Speaking of soundtracks, how about Ryan Krauss doing some epic work to get this game a beautiful score?
Oh, I don't listen to the soundtrack to this game.
Oh, really?
Nothing against Ryan Krauss. I'm listening to currently I have the new Crew games, the Ubisoft Crew, which is like their version of like, the racing game.
I saw an ad for that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, one of my favorite artists did like pretty much the whole soundtrack for it. One of my favorite artists being an artist called Blue Stolly, who does very like rock electronic fusion stuff. Very, very good artist in my opinion, and the soundtrack's very good. Got a lot of different textures to the soundtrack.
That's cool. I like that a lot. It kind of reminds me of Mick Gordon. I'm sure you've listened to some of his work.
Yes, everybody knows who Mick Gordon is.
Yeah, couldn't they? You can't touch video game music without acknowledging Mick Gordon, because I mean, what a creative composer.
Yeah, making a whole version or a whole genre of metal by himself.
Yeah, essentially creating it out of chainsaws and lawnmowers in his lab. What an absolute beast.
There's an actual genre called Argent. It's called Argent metal, like as in the Argent energy from the original Doom.
Argent energy. What it's. Here it is processed and refined. The filters bind it, and we sell it back to Earth. Ah, man, what a good game.
Just suck it out of hell, because that's totally not a bad place to be.
Yeah, man, the scores in that game. I'm getting goosebumps already just remembering my time.
Yes. Just to put it in frame for the viewers.
For anybody who hasn't,
forget listening to the soundtrack. Just let
I can mouth it for you.
Yeah.
No, I genuinely can't even do it a service. It fills you with so much blood.
It fills you with the desire to imitate it.
Yeah,
and that is a sign of a good soundtrack.
Exactly.
Maybe we should probably commentate about this.
Yeah,
game.
I was just thinking.
Actually, is an advantage. It looks like he's expanding faster.
I agree.
He might be getting attacked, but he's in place to defend. None of these players have decided to go into the de facto assault frigates. Oh, as I say that, first assault frigate rolls off the line for Ragna.
Yeah, there it is. That's nice to see.
We'll definitely start packing a punch.
I'm surprised by the lack of submarines again. So again, submarines are the only way you actually do any metal damage to your opponent here. So I really, there it is. Yeah, there is a submarine out for Ragna, and he's going to start sending it around the map.
Gotten into the submarine game.
Submarines are critical here to winning. You can see it can also be used to devastating effect against these gunboats, because, well, it's a perfectly efficient trade. There's torpedo launcher coming up online up north here. That's very nice as well.
Daywalkers and Thraxy's game is going right now, and I have the code to get into their game if we want to jump over to that.
Okay, well, frankly speaking, I'm going to stay where the naval battle is.
The heart is captured in this lineup.
I'm too invested in the naval battle. Submarines rolling out here. I think these submarines give Ragna the definitive advantage here. Nothing is going to be able to shoot down at them for now, and until Taxiolo gets his own submarines out, which isn't going to be for a while because he's focusing mostly on build power at the moment. Not enough energy to spare, and it sucks because tidal energy is so inefficient right now, but he might just have to step into that field. At the very least, it is consistent, and that might be well worth it.
The notable thing about this map, if you're going to play as ARM, wind is always good. It'll never be bad.
That's true,
it
isn't
could
it?
be better, but technically going to 5 is inefficient for your metal spent as core when compared to solars.
Yeah, so is that the line? Is five efficient for Armada?
If you hover over it, it'll tell you.
I see.
It is better to build solar collectors when average wind is below 5 or 6 for Cortex. The game tells you.
That makes sense. So, yeah, okay. So 5 is where they start to be way less... So 5 is even less efficient than solar panels? Is that what that means?
Yes, that means...
Wow.
When the wind drops to 5 as core, you might as well be building... No. Now, even then, probably as a core player, I would decide to still build winds, because it might suck now, but it's going to be better later.
Eventually, yeah.
Eventually, the wind gods will grant you something that isn't agony.
Just like now, where it's finally up to 20, and you can see both players now overflowing energy, not able to spend all of what they got. Not overflowing metal though. That's really the thing. Now, you can go for those tidal energy converters.
Both of them to get an energy storage.
I agree. Yeah, an energy storage would be powerful. A couple of those naval energy converters too. Those are slightly more efficient, so they might be well worth investing in.
I don't believe so, actually.
Really? Oh, I thought they were, because it's 10 extra energy for 0.1.
Oh, it is 0.1, but they're more expensive to build.
They are more expensive to build. That's true. They're not more expensive energy or more efficient energy wise, but they certainly are only going to cost you energy, and if you're already overflowing energy, you might as well put it into something.
That's fair enough.
And that's a great energy dump, because it eventually becomes a metal improvement, which is always well worth it. Submarines now owning the naval field here. You can see that they're just ravaging everything. Tons of metal extractors.
I'm surprised there is no destroyer built by Ragna. Ragna could get a destroyer out and put it with his ball of frigates, and he would not have to worry about submarines unless they were in large numbers. So he could just focus on smashing in Zlo and crush this game 2-0.
Does he have... He's really struggling on the resources right now. He needs more metal. I really think energy converters could be well worth it. Ragna does have an energy storage up though, so he does have that battery. That's quite nice. That even more than anything.
Just in case. Zlo known for his air plays, especially since he's skilled with his air plays from his time playing Supreme Commander Forged Alliance.
Ragna probably a little bit traumatized after the last. I believe there was an airplay in the last one, right? Or no, Ragna went for the airplay, actually, now that I remember it. Yeah, he went for the... He was transporting his commander.
The submarine's coming into the main base. The submarine is going to start blowing up these mexes and might...
That's a huge problem.
Build power.
2 metal down.
1 mex.
4 metal down.
2 mex down.
Yeah, I mean, just poking away at all this.
He's not microing it.
Oh, he calls GG. Wow. All right.
Oh.
That's going to be ZLO topping out of game number 2.
That's the series right there.
That is crazy. Ragna securing a impressive 2-0 over ZLO with a the graphs total.
ZLO meant to play his ARM.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he said wrong faction. That's why he said
no.
At the beginning.
I thought he was complaining about having to play a naval game. Oh, that is a bummer. Oh man. One of those decisions.
He said that the last time he played too on the other map. He meant to be. That's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate.
Let me do this report. Add game. Goes to Ragna.
Wrong faction, man.
Ragna.
Wow. That was an impressive showing from Ragna. ZLO not to be underestimated here. He is a fantastic player, but Ragna just showing us that he's got the experience to capitalize.
Slow down, but not out. He has to wait for people to battle. Now Ragna gets to chill for a while.
Yeah, that's true.
ZLO has to chill and wait for these players to come through.
So who's Ragna going to be up against here?
It's the winner. It might be ZLO again.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, ZLO could come back.
Yeah, ZLO
wow, talk about a comeback. Not even a reverse sweep. It's like from behind.
However, I think that secures Ragna, no matter what, is qualified.
Yep, Ragna's in the grand finals. He is well secured. So is it? So if you make it to the grand finals, are you? If you win the winners final, you go on to compete in the final tournament.
It's the top four of the event go in to secure a place, and they cannot compete in the rest of the qualifiers. So it's four players from each qualifier end up into this round of 16 at the end of the month.
Gotcha. Okay, so Ragna has secured his spot.
Yes, Ragna 100% has qualified, probably to everybody's relief that they don't have to face him again in the next three qualifiers. So
yeah, it's a rough. This is a rough day to be playing
for this. Yeah, players playing now, not playing today. Don't blame them. Means the pool is smaller, and we're going through some technical difficulties of players not being around.
These are going to be streamlined quite nicely. Wait a minute. Oh, so that means that if the next tournament is at 1 a.m. my time, I should probably go to bed immediately after this, and then go wake up later.
You do what I'm going to do. I don't have a job, mind you.
That's going to be funny.
I'm going to be up all night.
Well, I guess I'll see you there. I'm going to try my very best. No promises.
Yeah.
Who knows what could happen at 1 a.m.
Asleep on your computer desk, just snoozed. Yes. Absolutely.
All right. Well, that's impressive. There's another game going on right now, right? Chisato and Gamer21. Do you have the codes for that, by the way?
I have the code for who gave me their code to their game? I think Yudi game is what they gave me the code for.
Turn that
off. Their game is over. It should be in the qualifier chat. Look around in there.
I'm looking for. Who am I looking for? Chisato and Gamer21.
X Factor Live has a password for Gamer21, I think.
Okay.
I've been busy commentating, but I'll fix this.
I'm looking through the list. I'm just going to try and find their game here. Oh yeah, let me send you that friend request real quick. There we go. There we go.
I think what Bar is saying, Barcast is saying, Ziolo and Ragna qualified, and whoever makes it to the loser semifinal, they will qualify. We're not fighting for grand final tonight.
Okay. So Tag and Ziolo have both secured Tag Ziolo and Ragna have both secured their place.
I think that's what's Barcast is saying.
And then loser semifinal
will be determined. Whoever gets to the semifinal. I guess they don't actually have to play except for seeding purpose. I don't know. Well, I'll talk to Barcast about it.
It'll probably make sense like once it actually plays through, and then tomorrow's will be even quicker. So there we go. Daywalker versus Threxy is going on. Is that the one you said you had a password to?
I thought I had a password, I think. Earlier. Yeah, here's the password. I'll send it to you.
Send it on over. And then you can add my friend request, and then you can just join on me. Might be easier to do that than
I am not seeing the friend request in game, so I'll have to open the bar website.
Okay, that's a bummer. The match is called Pro Daywalker Private Battle. If you want to just look for it, looks like it's on Heartbreak Hill. Interesting to see, or at least that's the match they're playing right now. Don't know what the current score is. There's no other spectators in here, so hopefully they're rule abiding.
I would imagine so.
Yeah, I would too. I have a lot of faith in this community. I think we're too big to have toxic trolls like that, at least in a pro tournament like this. I think they'd be weeded out too quickly.
Tournament. The 1v1 tournament is probably more. What you said? Pro Daywalker was the.
Yeah, Pro Daywalker private battle.
Scroll up, scroll your wheel. Where is it?
Already 14 minutes into their game. That's a bit of a long 1v1. Letting it catch up here. Looks like there's some aggression. A lot of grunts. Looks like both players are Cortex. And Thyrexi has the advantage, at least for the time being. Still catching up, obviously, but we'll see how this changes. Vehicle base starts up for Pro Daywalker. Going to start pumping out vehicles. Vehicles for Thyrexi, already very far forward, but still raining down artillery on the front line. Big engagement up north here, as riot tanks, rather, are going to be pushing things back over here. Accompanied by grunts, of course. That's a lot of grunts up north, but there's 3 riot tanks, and that frankly might be enough to stop that many grunts. Guess not. Watching it all in fast motion, so I'm commenting just as fast. There we go. We have a couple of... Alright, we are fully caught up here. Positionally, I think Daywalker is actually in a little bit better spot. Thyrexi has the high ground, and that's a massive reclaim field. If he can get it, that'd be huge. But there's a ton of units already headed towards the main energy center of Thyrexi. Not a lot of bot production there.
It looks like from here out of Thyrexi, he's going into an air transition rather going tanks. And Daywalker is already into tanks, and he's pumping pounders to really deal with these swarms of... Oh, wait. Thyrexi has a tank lab, too. He has 3 labs.
He has 3 labs, yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna use these shurikens to stun these pounders. Nice. That's a massive.
That's a
he's
good
already
trade
done
right
some
there.
Damage, but that is a massive trade for him. If he can resbot them too.
Needs to focus these properly though.
Yes, he does.
There is a lot of them.
He needs.
There
okay, he's gonna.
I think he's got it.
Looks like he's got it. Yeah. Now resbots. You should build resbots.
Yep. Rebuild or reclaim those certainly. Grunt's already harassing Thyrexi's commander up on the high ground by his vehicle lab. Northern side is looking very well secured for Daywalker. Wouldn't be surprised to see those units rather start to move forward and march. Resbots would be really, really useful up there. Tons of metal lying all over the field. All the grunts that were up north were pulled back. I think
Thyrexi should res these pounders at his base and use them as defense at a minimum.
That could work really nicely here. There we go.
Or just push them up to that ridge and just hold a line.
Metal vision has kicked in, and you can see that there are wreckages all over the map here. Several hundred left by the vehicle bay, both in front of and behind. Tons and tons of metal left up north there. Nearly 1,000 metal all total.
Reclaim left to Thyrexi, so if he can capitalize on this reclaim, he's definitely not out of this. However, on the north side, there's a grunt run by coming into these pounders. These pounders need to be microed against these, and they could just wipe out this grunt run by.
Those medium
Speaking
tanks
of pounders,
great job.
Daywalker has his own contingent of pounders moving south of those pounders, requiring him to respond. So these grunts on the north side could get some run-by damage if Daywalker sees it.
Shuriken's still very useful.
Shuriken's coming in and stunning these pounders. These grunts could support the pounders and shoot them down, but he says, no, I won't commit the rest of them.
More beats less until the shurikens arrive, and then it doesn't really matter.
Then you become the big sad.
Oh, there we go. Yep, shuriken's coming back in to finish the job. Such an efficient trade right there. From a behind position here.
Said, all right, I can play this game too, and he's going into his air lab with shurikens for his own pushing potential.
Here they are. Yeah, he's got his shuriken numbers building. You need a sort of a critical number of them to start paralyzing things quick enough. But once you hit that number,
expanding into Thyrexi's side of the map on the south side, but there's one thug shooting all 4 of these cons. If he sees it, he doesn't see it. He's moving them forward instead. Just
that's like ships in the night. They pass each other.
Oh, he's pulling back. Maybe I just don't think he saw them.
I think he just missed it completely. That's funny. Gonna be putting up twin guards. Very nice.
That's rough. That is so rough.
That is pretty rough. Oh, Red Fighter's jumping on all the shuriken here for Daywalker as well. That's really nice, although the vehicle bay is in a lot of trouble.
Red Factory is going down.
There it goes.
That might be the end of the game right there.
Yep, Constructor's moving in to eat all that up. They should definitely focus on the factory first.
Gonna die. If he doesn't move those pounders forward, they're gonna kill the factory, and there won't be any reclaim to be had.
Grunt's jumping on top of the commander. No energy here for a D-gun. Oh, there we go.
Oh no, not today, he said.
Charged it up. Let loose the dogs of war. But that's his entire high ground position gone away. Now pulling in about 100 metal per second when reclaiming is Pro Daywalker, whereas Threxy is left with only 30-ish metal production here.
Threxy moving his commander with a transport, but sitting there and super open to a snipe.
That's a risky spot. 2 fighters could kill that commander. Oh my goodness.
Daywalker,
what are we doing here?
Walker not see it?
I guess not. He must not.
No. It's blocked by the mountain. He can't see it.
Oh wow, that is a lucky spot right there.
Yeah, just so happened to not.
I like these constructors up north for Threxy. They are starting to whittle away at that reclaim field and build some defenses. I feel like they should probably move forward and try and eat that a lot quicker. Threxy actually just doesn't have a way to spend his energy.
Forget the turrets. Forget the turrets. Get the he needs more wind, and he needs it badly.
I would love to see a constructor over here, just building some sort of in the top left corner. Here, he even has the constructor there. I'd love to see that guy just start building a massive wind farm. Every once in a while, and go send another one to help him.
Back foot, if you neglect your micro, you're going to get pushed further and further into your base until the artillery tanks can start smashing in your base.
Man, Daywalker's got to be so upset.
Ages ago still have not been touched.
Which ones?
He needs to get on the run by here. These pounders have not been touched.
Yeah, you're right. All of these tanks are still left lying on the ground. Where are the res bots? Man, if you're going to build a bot lab, you might as well build some res bots. No reason not to throw a couple of those out in your mix. They will pay for themselves almost as soon as they hit the battlefield.
Yeah. Having what? That's 4, 5, 8 pounders?
It's a casual 700 metal in the top right and 400 metal in the bottom left.
8 pounders would go a long way helping Threxy get back into this game.
True. They could also clean up this whole mess over here, or at least help clean it up. A little bit of grunt support. Those twin guards are pretty good, though, and going uphill, those tanks are going to take a while before they can even get in there. Yeah. This is a nice little hold right here. These grunts holding the high ground. I have the high ground, Anakin. Don't try it. That's quite nice. Eventually going to be cleaned up with shurikens.
It's unfortunate that the reverse slope is too steep for bots even to walk up.
Yeah.
I think that might be something that I would change on this map. Make it so bots could walk up at a single place, like here-ish.
Yeah, that would be nice. Some way to get up to that high ground from multiple angles.
Without having to go all the way around.
It does make it kind of a weird high ground. Like, if you could build some sort of static defense up there, it could rain down artillery on the
he's moving towards it. Once he starts, he's getting pushed further
building the
and
static
further
defense.
Into his base.
Decides to call GG. Was this the second game in their series, or was this the first one?
I do not know.
All right,
we'll have to ask them.
Have to figure out what the score is, but that will be a point on the board. Whether it's the first or second, I do not know, or maybe the third. No, that's not a thing. For Daywalker, going up in game number question mark. What's the standing so far? 1-0. All right, so that was the first game.
Okay.
Threxy with a point on the board.
The winner here goes up against Goopy.
Ooh, that's a tough matchup.
Daywalker's up 1 game.
Oh, Daywalker is up 1 game. Whoops.
Yeah.
Daywalker up 1 game. I apologize. And they will, start up game number 2 right away.
They said, we're raring to go. Let's get this over with. Have at thee.
Why not? Pull an all-nighter stream. That's what my chat says. Agreed.
Yeah,
play between tournaments.
Sleep is for the weak, and
you've got a good point there.
A month or 2 ago, I totally 100% didn't have a night where I was taken over by hyperfixation and played 37 hours of 7 Days to Die by myself straight. That totally did not happen.
That's, I'm glad that totally did not happen. That's a 7 Days to Die, man. I put a lot of time into that game a little while back too. A ways back, actually.
People are watching. People are. Oh, I got raided by Professor Bar. I'm sorry, everybody. I didn't see all y'all jump into the stream. Welcome, welcome. I don't have any notifications on because my old stream setup is I'm on a different computer. I built a new computer this year, so I lost all my notification stuff that I had commissioned. So those are lost in the ether of the internet.
Lost
it
to
is
the void.
Brightworks.
Gotta hire some fiber.
Me and Brightworks are casting together currently.
And we're casting some top level games too. This is like the peak of the peak. If you're interested in pro level beyond all reason, it basically doesn't get any better than this. We've got we're gonna be watching Pro Daywalker and Thyrexy go up here. It's currently 0-1 in favor of Daywalker, and the winner of this match will be going up against Goopy, who has already been knocked out of the bracket by Ragna, I believe. It was Ragna or ZLO.
If Thyrexy wins here, it'll be a rematch, I believe.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it will be. That'll be pretty funny. Okay, build orders time.
I'm gonna change up my soundtrack when I'm listening to.
Feel free. I'm gonna introduce our players. Daywalker here, in blue, but representing Cortex. Going to be going into that Cortex bot lab here. Gonna be pumping out those grunts in vast numbers, I do suspect. Spawning on the other side of the map, also in Cortex, but much more appropriately dressed in red. Going to be also going into a bot lab, similarly pumping out grunts. We've got ourselves a mirror matchup. Mirror matchups are great because it means that it really comes down to the individual micro of the player and the strategy, which is what we're all here for after all. Real-time strategy and all that. The map, by the way, is going to be Saratega, reminding me of my my hometown. And this is a pretty interesting one. It's got these little geothermal mountains all over the place that you can...
These hills,
these
geo hills.
I'm guessing bots can walk up there, but definitely not vehicles, would be my suspicion.
Yeah, that's totally not. If you scroll down to the ground and get a eyes level, that's totally not vehicle territory.
So on this map, there is some rocks spread out in the middle of the map that you can actually reclaim. And it looks like it's going to be Thyrexy getting a Resbot out there to eat those rocks up first.
Straight into aggressively, and Daywalker going straight into bots to contest the area. This Resbot may die to these grunts.
It very well could, but it's going to get...
escorting forces coming out for Thyrexy, so it looks like the reclaim will go to him.
I think it's definitely going to get enough metal, though. It's probably pulled back enough to justify itself.
Yes, yeah.
It's the great race.
The escorts arrive just in time.
There we go. Grunts are going to try and cover here. If he could snipe that... Oh, if he could snipe that Resbot. Oh, not going to get it.
Cheeky.
Very close.
Oh, he reclaimed the bot. He's just going to leave the command on there.
No remorse.
Faster anyway. This is the faster way to go.
That's pretty funny.
I think I agree with that choice.
Yeah.
Trying to res leaves it open because the reinforcements will probably get there faster for the opposing player.
The blue player.
He takes the reclaim or the Resbot north to the other hill for more reclaim.
There is a cheeky grunt moving around. Cheeky grunt might snipe it. Oh, he's without his escorts.
Reclaim spot.
He knows. He put the grunt right where the reclaim is. That's such a good point. Yeah, he knew where the rocks were, and so he sent the grunt to go guard them in case the Resbot comes over there. That's a really good play right there. Showing us the Daywalker's not messing
Grave
around.
Robber, Daywalker's going to the other side to suck up some of his opponent's good reclaim with the big suck.
That is that is quite good. Oh, he noticed. Thyrexy did notice with the Resbot there that there was a grunt over there.
That's pro.
That's pretty nice. That's a pro level Thyrexy move right there. Showing pro Daywalker who's boss.
Big brain, but he's gonna walk straight back into it.
Oh no! What the hell? Oh no! Okay, well.
So much praise, yet so much delivery.
That was epic, and then it was not epic. So I guess that's like a net 0 right there. Losing that Resbot is pretty funny. Constructor's moving up north to try and claim a lot of these metal extractors. Going to be facing a whole bunch of grunts running around all over the place. These open flat maps are very difficult to hold a position on. That's why radars are so important. Oh, and there it is. Radar does start up. Nicely done for Thyrexy. Southern side of the map, expansion is going a little bit slower, but I think it's because Daywalker is making a transition right now. eating up his lab and turning it into a vehicle lab here. He's already got enough bots on the field, and I guess he's decided it's time to go all the way into those heavy hitters. Cortex vehicles, less inspiring to me than Armada.
We were talking in the chat. I don't think you have another series. You and Ragna, I don't think have to play another series. You guys have qualified. It's just because of the way the bracket auto generates. I think you guys are done for the day. But let me confirm that with Barcast, because it's the top 4 players it make it into. So you guys, I guess you guys didn't have to fight a series, but thank you for putting on a good series anyway.
We still wanted a winner.
yeah.
Still gotta have a winner for the show, but you know, first and second place get to go on.
Yeah. Unless, of course, you guys just want to play out the bracket anyway for your own entertainment. I mean, there's another. You guys are gonna probably have to fight each other, potentially fight each other later in the month. Might as well get the practice in now.
Right. Or don't get the practice
speaking
in.
of this game right now, Threxy, with a big ball of grunts on the south side of the map, threatening an attack into Daywalker's main base as Daywalker transitions into a tank. These incisors have the same range but a larger HP pool, but because of the nature of the cost of them, there are more grunts than there are incisors.
I think if we get a really good concave, those incisors will fall just from the extra damage you get from the surround bonus. But,
especially because grunts are so much more microable.
Yeah. Oh, they're tickling each other right now.
He needs to see.
Oh no!
This is so good for Daywalker. Oh,
excellent right there. Beautiful. That was a huge trade. That alone shuts down essentially all of the aggression from those grunts.
It wasn't that many, but it took any ability for him to counterattack away.
Yeah, he's gonna have to pull those defensively.
Faster movers, fasting moving units for the rest of the map. He has scouts out to look for some damage that he can find. Notably, his radar placement prevents him from seeing beyond that massive hill. I would really like to see him to get on that hill with his use his bot con to go to these hills, because his vehicles cannot transition up there, and which means they should be safe if Threxy also transitions into tank. Let me look over. He has himself transitioned into tanks, not reclaimed to the lab like Daywalker has. Daywalker has said, no more bots, no mas.
Yeah, he's only interested in those vehicles. It's not a bad strategy, but it is going to mean that he's without those res bots. So I think maybe if I were in his shoes, I would have appreciated a few more res bots just as kind of a reserve, right? Make 3 or 4 of them and keep them in the base, just so that you have them in reserve once you go into those vehicles, and you're going to be able to eat up those units. Or, of course, rebuild those units. You can always rebuild your enemy's units and fold them back into your army. That's one of the beauties of this game. You can flip your enemy's team colors, change them to yours. This spot is a hero right here, this constructor on the northern side building these radar towers. All of the early warning he's going to need. That's a lot of incisors, but I think we have a great surround with these grunts. Is it going to be enough?
This is definitely a spew or a few. Oh no, the moving
incisors, man, they're powerful.
They are tanky.
They're pretty
tough.
tough.
He has his own incisors. He's going to lose a couple of maxes, but all the reclaim's going to be on his side of the map.
That's true.
And he didn't reclaim his factory, so he can and is building grave robbers. So they are going to come out.
That's
and
good.
These incisors will be joining their new brothers, it appears.
They're newly reprogrammed brothers.
Yes. Our incisors. Soviet Comrade R.
He is the red player after all.
Yeah.
This is a lot of damage though. Shutting down these constructors on the southern side here by Pro Daywalker, that kind of negates the expansion down in that southern area, and it is really restricting.
It's gonna take him a long time to get a new con down that way, so that might as well be dead for the next 3 or 4 minutes.
I feel like typically what works a little better here is building static defense and then plopping down metal extractors, just so if you have a little run by like that, at least the constructor rather has a half a chance of surviving, or at the very least it'll survive a little longer.
Dedicated some tanks on guard duty. Just right click guard command, and once they start taking damage, start microing.
Yeah, that would definitely be well worth it, I feel like, at this point.
Or maybe just reclaiming his bot factory after he gets out some grave robbers, and then get into an air factory and just get some shurikens up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shuriken could work pretty good. We've seen him work really well in that last match.
This radar might be MVP, but man, he needs to re-expand. This Khan is just sitting here, hanging out with his radar buddy.
Yeah,
this grunt is moving north. He might catch this.
We can see the metal differences here with Threxy going up to about 22 metal per second, with Daywalker sitting around 31. It's only 10 or so, or 9 or so metal more per second, but I mean that adds up real quick.
Daywalker is still up on damage efficiency. He's definitely been trading more effectively.
Daywalker has, you said, right?
Yes. Yes, Daywalker has. He's up on metal as well.
If you're gonna mine more and you're gonna trade more efficiently, I mean, that's the road to victory right there. He's just got to sustain it a little while longer. This is nice with his grunt in the back line though. Sniped a couple of metal extractors all the way down this northern path right there. That's good. That's exactly the moves we need.
It's taken him to dedicate 7 incisors to stop the one grunt. However, those incisors have now decided to go north for their own counter damage.
That's true.
Threxy deciding that even in spite of his energy shortage, that these exploiters are gonna be his name of the game.
Well, he's also building more build power right now too, which I think is kind of crippling him because he doesn't have nearly enough energy production. Would love to see some constructors working on a big energy field or something like that. This is a big incisor ball from Threxy over on the right hand side of the map though. I think with the proper engagement, we might be able to blast down enough of these units to actually make this a really effective push.
What he should do is probably just rally behind this exploiter, use its superior range and DPS.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Ward off these enemies, but he's got a counterattack on the south side. He is
losing tanks left and right here.
He's not sure whether or not he should surround or if he should go for a counter punch. He's decided on the counter punch method, pulling all these tanks away.
Threxy has split his units. Some of them, they were going north. Oh, they could have done so much damage if they continued that aggression. I think a lack of scouting here is really killing Threxy. He doesn't know which direction to go.
Two incisors and the exploiter are gonna engage this run by Daywalker.
Oh, not enough to break him. Will the light laser tower catch any of them? Might kill 1 or 2 of them.
The energy problem is really preventing any of these defenses. He is now trying to rectify that. He's putting up 2 walls. I don't know about having that wind farm in front of your factory. It's going to prevent your vehicles from moving.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit inconvenient.
He said, screw it. I need to get units out.
Oh, lone incisor down here. Firing away at some of the wind turbines.
It is, in fact, going ham. The commander has to come and deal with it.
It's a serious problem when your commander has to be pulled away from producing units to go deal with an annoyance. That is the sign of a true hero unit right there. Incisor aggression from all over the place. I think
Threxy could really benefit from building some rover or some rascals himself. If he can get into the energy field, there's no. Since Daywalker elected to add spacing, there's plenty of space for a unit to sit inside the field.
That's true.
And it's hard to shoot it, especially. We should probably yep, there's the medium tanks the medium tanks are just going to do damage to your own field.
From a macro perspective, we see a blue unit pushing in here, and that could do a lot of damage to the wind. There's also a really exposed opening down the southern lane into the blue player space.
This one incisor is going to kill all these mexes again.
That's very costly. Threxy actually doing a great job of microing these tanks into the right position here. However, there's a big ball of tanks moving up north. That's a lot of incisors. Yeah. That's what we're really hoping these exploiters can deal with.
He's got radar coverage, great radar coverage, but he just doesn't have the units. His con doesn't die. He loses an exploiter.
That's very lucky that constructor stayed alive right there.
Speaking of one incisor getting tons of damage, an incisor's over here saying, "Oh, you're gonna kill my north expand? Well, I guess I'll kill yours with one incisor too." That
was quite nice. That was a good little bit of aggression.
Really, these players aren't blocking. They're just swinging for the fences. There's no blocking here.
That's absolutely true.
A small fence fight in the middle, but on the flanks they're going for the uppercuts.
This is only below the belt punches here. Nobody's really interested in a fair fight. This incisor has been sitting here up north for quite a while, right up there, and it might very well kill a constructor over here. I mean, it's pretty bad in a way, but it's possible. I think teams of 2 is kind of how I like to see my constructors sent out. I think sending them in teams of 2 gives them enough build power that they can throw up defenses quick enough that they're not completely helpless if you detect an enemy coming in. Oh, Threxy's commander is very far forward here, actually. And that's a lot of brutes. Brutes are not to be underestimated. They can easily dispatch a commander if they get a decent enough surround. Sure, there's incisors, but what are incisors going to really do against that much armor?
Yeah.
That's a tricky
the
engagement.
Splash damage from them really makes it so you should start repurposing any amount of light tanks you have. But he just doesn't have anything else to fight. He has to slowly take damage just to buy time for his other tanks to show up.
Now what you could do is send a resbot along the trail of this battle in this direction. I find this works really phenomenally for me. Sending a resbot in that path, your enemy's not really going to be expecting it, because why would you follow in the path of destruction? Well, I'll tell you why you'd follow in the path of destruction. There's a lot of metal to eat up. Juicy, juicy, delicious metal for you to gobble up and fold back into your army composition. Just a little hint for all our players out there today.
More back and forth on the north side. A group of medium tanks blowing through towards the center.
There go
But
those
a
resbots.
pounder and incisors cleaning up an incisor run by and getting damage of their own, trying to come back and get these medium tanks. Not going to be enough to.
I think there's just too much
stop
on the
that.
field for Daywalker. He now has air units up in the air as well. He's got those shurikens starting to leak out of that air lab. No, he's doing bombers right now, actually. Nope, back to shurikens. All right.
You know, metal produced and having a metal advantage is only part of the story. Conservation of units, if you never lose them, you don't have to produce more. And Daywalker has conserved his medium tanks when he transitioned earlier, whereas Threxy decided to go into pounders to help kill the light tanks, but there were no more light tanks to pound on, if you will.
I feel like it's such a delicate balance, right? If you invest too much into static defense, you don't have enough units. If you invest too much into units, there's too many run-bys for you to deal with. Your APM is taxed out of your mind. And I feel like what happened here was Threxy just didn't find that balance, and it ended up with too many units able to run by all of his defenses, what little defenses there were. And then whenever he tried to set up defenses, they were sniped by the units that had already been produced from the metal that was reclaimed from the previous run-bys. It just kept his lanes open, and I think that aggression is kind of leading to the situation we're in right now. That being said, there's still an opening here. There's still a position that Threxy can come back into this game with if he manages to get some resbots out and eats up all this metal. He needs to greedily eat up as much metal as possible, send it back to his lab. He needs to start pumping out units in mass. We're talking mass fabrication here, because otherwise it's just a numbers game, and eventually he's going to start falling. He doesn't know how to deal with these shuriken either. He starts building a light anti-air tower, which is a good idea. That is the proper way to deal with that, I think, in this situation. But maybe a missile truck or two included in this composition would be quite nice. Medium tank engagement up north, very tricky. Blue player taking the better fight right there, and that's going to be at least one brute for the red player going down, maybe even two. Radar tower in a little bit of trouble here. We'll survive. All right, that's nice. Oh, never mind. I take it back. Yeah, those shuriken, man, they're getting an efficient trade right there. That's a really, really powerful trade. The fighter coverage, of course, preventing any counter aggression here, making it really difficult to get counter fighters up and running. Looks like that's not really what's on Threxy's mind right now. He's not worried about getting airplay involved in this. He just wants to keep producing units and keep scaling the economy. As long as he keeps rebuilding, it should be fine. But what I would really love to see is maybe some constructors added to the pockets of these other constructors, have them guard and assist. And that way what happens is you basically end up in a situation where you are scaling the build power of your growing sides, and you can start to put up those twin guards and such. Really think twin guards would make it for a suitable defense right here. I think, well, light laser towers here for pro Daywalker, but twin guards are certainly just an upgraded version, so no reason to go for them. They're a little bit more expensive, but also twice the firepower, so, you know, worth.
I think at this point, because of the raiding forces are just usually groups of medium tanks, twin guards won't be enough. They take so much damage by the time all the tanks get into range. Maybe the flamethrower turrets, the pop-up defense, Dragon's
Maws, yeah.
There's
cool
2K
turret.
reclaim right above Threxy's base. Although all of his build power is dying right now. No,
He manages to save it.
Medium
That was a good save right there. That could have been a drastic
body
issue.
blocking with the brute to prevent the other brute from shooting at it.
Wind. Take a look at that wind speed right now. That is crippling, to say the least.
Yeah.
Daywalker trying to remedy that problem with a lot of T1 solar panels. It's a band-aid on a really deep wound. But also going into a T2 lab, so at the very least he's spending his resources on some sort of victory condition here, looking to get that tech advantage and eventually fold his opponent over here. Threxy not willing to relent though.
Threxy needs to get his expansion behind his base, that con moving, sitting there idle.
That
really
is true.
gonna cost him. It could be reclaiming, or it could be building wind, it could be building anything.
Yeah, idle build power will be the death of many commanders here. Medium tanks shutting down some of these twin lasers in the middle. Look how tanky they are. They really do stall that army for quite a while. The shurikens coming in, very nicely done. Going to paralyze that army. Not really getting a trade per se, but effectively turning them back, and it's going to buy more time, more reaction time for Daywalker.
I think if Threxy loses this match and thus the rest of the this best of 3, I think his big takeaway is really investing in his energy more, and also really there's so many reclaim fields he has access to that his opponent does not, that he's not taking advantage of.
Decides to go into T2 here. He is leaking metal, leaking energy. He's stopped producing. His builder is having a moment here.
Oh, the pain.
Oh no.
Everybody knows this pain.
Precious minutes are wasted away here. Then you're too far, so you try and go back. Then you
this is... Oh, no!
You finally did. Yes, let's go! Oh
so
my goodness,
painful.
that sucks. That really sucks.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile,
commander exposed if Daywalker can find him.
that's true. Yeah, that commander is without reinforcements or tower defense or anything. Daywalker is already producing out of that T2 lab as well, so a couple of Tigers, I mean, they're pretty tough. They could easily take down a commander if they kite around with that, out of that V-gun range.
I really, especially Tigers in low numbers against a bunch of medium tanks, not great. Banisher with your medium tank support, pretty good.
That's true. Yeah, those medium tanks benefit greatly from having that any kind of artillery, truly. But the Banisher is so powerful for its
the direct
heat-seeking
missile tracking.
Yeah,
it's
nice aggression
so
up
brutal.
north. Medium tanks being used to clear away those exploiters.
Especially since medium tanks are smaller and they clump so much more, they take massive AOE damage.
Yeah, that's true.
The Banisher being basically the Janus on crack.
Yeah, it's a long-ranged, high-powered Janus, which is saying something of the already long-ranged and high-powered Janus. Shurikens here, again, annoying. So annoying for Threxy. I am appalled at the fact that he hasn't included yet any anti-air into his composition. I would be going mad if these Shurikens had continued to
his commander
harass
is
me.
massively exposed. This could
It
be...
really is.
I don't think Daywalker notices he's out of position. Yes,
What is Daywalker
I agree.
saying?
Oh, so this game seems very over. He's late on the T2 transition. Daywalker is probably into his T2 mexes already. No, he never even bothered with T2 mexes. He said, "I have enough."
He figures 65 metal a second might just be enough to get him into the win here.
I would agree. Many players, especially in team games, over eco.
Yeah, I agree. It's hard. It's a hard balance. It's one of those things that you really can only learn with experience, is when to cut out of economy and start actually producing units. It's where a lot of eco players get really caught up. I mean, I see this all the time.
When degreed or when not degreed.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like the thinking man, to greed or not to greed.
That is what bar players ponder on their off days, right? When you're at work, when you're on the john, when you're sitting around. To greed or not to greed. This is what maketh man.
Osu pointing out that Daywalker not spending his metal.
Really?
Now he is. He's,
oh, there we go.
He's oh, it looks like the team incomes are not
Yeah, no, up on the right hand side. The bottom right hand side seems to be accurate, at least for my HUD. Maybe you have a little bit of a visual glitch or something.
Yeah, the upper HUD is not right, it looks like.
I think that one's just a comparison of where the teams are relatively. So it shows you like
relative to one another. Yeah, no, that's fair.
Anti-air bots are finally produced, the Trashers. What a hilarious little bot. I love those guys.
So goofy looking.
They're perfect for this job exactly, of shutting down all these shuriken. Little bit of AoE on their missile, just enough to shoot down any shuriken that are stacked up on top of each other. At this point, Threxy does have Tigers of his own, though, so at the very least, he can start to sort of posture backwards here, but the Banisher missiles starting to fire, shredding off several percent per rocket with that Banisher missile. That is a heavy hitter right there. It's exactly what you were talking about. Those Banishers hit the field, and it's really difficult to get aggressive because, well, what are you going to do when your units just start evaporating into thin air from long-ranged heavy rocket fire?
Yeah, with just missing radar. If he does not have radar, they will not track, I don't believe.
Ah,
but he is bringing him mobile radar are coming up.
That's true. We also have the rovers here for line of sight tracking, which is also very powerful.
Yeah, line of sight notably better than radar could ever be.
Yep. Except for when you're tracking snipers.
Yeah.
I'd love to see some T2 Armada bots, but I just don't think they're viable in these big 1v1 matches.
Sniper spam is so powerful, but so expensive. Too expensive.
It's too expensive to get into. At that point, if you have the economy to get into a T2 sniper, you've already won the game.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, I would quantify that as a win more move.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, those Banishers getting immense work.
These shurikens from Daywalker just preventing any amount of run-by potential. Even the AA bots on the north side getting...
I think a Banisher right there just accidentally friendly fired some shurikens. Don't know if I've ever seen that before. That projectile is a real thing simulated in the world, so I guess if that shuriken just happened to get in the way, that is a rare chance.
They're so close to the target, the AoE is enough to kill a shuriken.
Oh yeah, I guess so. They are measly little critters. 80-ish health.
It's a wet paper towel with a laser and wings.
It's got 2 kitchen knives strapped on the side of it too. Don't forget about those.
Yeah. Tied down a bunch of house flies and glued them to the paper towel.
Yeah, there you go. It's one of those glue traps here. Rovers are actually leaking through. There's not enough to kill these light units that are just kind of idly rampaging by. And yeah, the economy for Threxy is now evaporating as some medium tanks have pushed through the northern section. They're going to find no resistance at all as they sweep through.
The farm I talked about earlier finally being built by Threxy. No way to stop this.
Yeah, no defenses. That's going to be the medium tanks getting a huge trade over there. There's also medium tanks rolling from down south.
Threxy's going, I think, for an all-in bombing. He's building fighters. He's going to get the air. I think that's his only choices.
Could be his only move. His commander's in a lot of trouble.
Daywalker.
That's a lot of Tiger tanks.
Already, yep. He's going over Daywalker's base.
Jesus, Banisher stream. Yeah, those Banishers are tough. They burst down whatever you fly over them. Bombers and fighters included, by the way. They do hit air, as you pointed out earlier. They're a kind of one answer to many different problems. Looks like this is the end of Threxy. He's taunting his opponent. Says good luck versus Goopy. Decides to quit out of the match. There's the GGWP.
Oh.
Almost missed it there.
Nothing but the best of manners.
Yeah, that is
our skilled players.
That is a good luck to you, my good sir. Wearing his monocle on top of that.
The 1v1 community or 1v1ing takes so much more stress on your body, but noticeably less flaming than team games.
Yeah, it's a well, I have a theory about this. I have a theory about what happens, and it's I call it APM overflow. And it's when you're playing in these games and you're so hyper fixated on whatever you're doing, and then your entire base gets destroyed. Your brain is still producing several hundred APM per second, and so it has to go somewhere. And the only available option is to type in chat as quickly as possible. Now, whether you're someone like you're someone like here where we see the GLHF GG, or whether you're like you probably should have played a little better. That's up to you, but that's my working theory as of right now.
Well, unfortunately, no man is infallible, and sometimes can succumb to the desire to flame.
Yep, it happens.
I'm not perfect myself.
Yep, no, me neither. me neither. Absolutely. Let's see here. Who is going to be going up next? That was Threx versus Daywalker, and that's going to be Daywalker moving on up against Goopy in a 2-0 fashion. Goopster and the Daywalker are going to be playing for a spot against X Factor Live, or did Chisato and Gamer21 finish up their match?
I think Gamer21 said he had the drop, so Chisato.
He's just moving on. Okay.
Yeah. Report. Let me see. Gamer21 DQ. It's too late. Submit report. Trying to do too much at once, and now I must go and punish my toilet. I leave the commentating to you, sir.
All right, will do. See you in a later time. Let's see here. So we got to find ourselves the right match. Who's going to be going up next? So next match is going to be Goopy versus Daywalker. Ragna and ZLO are done. So this winners final is done. Ragna is just waiting on the final player from over here. Oh, I see. So Tag ZLO was now moved into this. So the winner here is playing against Tag ZLO. And whoever wins that gets to play Ragna in the grand finals here. So it's going to be Goopy versus Daywalker at Goopy, where your game goes, so I can join. Did that work? At Goopy. There we go. Exact same thing, but for some reason, one works and one doesn't. Not sure exactly what's going on there, but it is what it is. There's the Goopster. We are almost starting. What server? My microphone keeps falling down. Need to really crank that thing down. There we go. Let's see where Goopster is. Goopy says he's almost starting. Goopy should be up against... Oh, Daywalker. Wait, are they already in the... Oh, they're... My bad. All right, Goopy and Daywalker are going to be playing against each other. I am a little bit slow. Yeah, apparently they were already in the lobby together, and I was just lagging behind here, having a little bit of brain lag. Been doing this from pretty much dusk till dawn today, so this is gonna be an interesting one. Wonder what we're gonna get up to after this. Day here. Is Day here? That's a good question. I do not know. He was here just a moment ago. Might be taking a short break. Drexy says, looks like I'm doing 1 a.m. tourney. Yeah, there's another tournament coming up, 1 a.m. PDT, if you're watching this. It'll be, in other words, in about, let me do the math here, 9 hours? No, 10 hours? Yes. Back had to go toilet, bar Paradise Lost. Oh, band Paradise Lost, that's what it is. All right, what's going to be next? Let me pull up for you guys real quick. This thingy. This is the current bracket. So Goopy and Daywalker are going to be fighting here, and then the winner of that will be going up against Chisato, and the winner of that will be going up against Tag ZLO. The winner of that will be going up against Ragna in the very final grand finals. This is the ban list right here, and let me go back into game so we can take a look at this. So Paradise, Heartbreak, and Cold Place. Ban the Cold Place. Cold Place is going to be banned, so that's Paradise Lost is out. What was that? That's so Paradise is lost, Heartbreak is lost, and the Cold Place is lost, leaving us with one more ban is Isidus. So it's going to be Comet Catcher, Red Comet, and Saratega. All of the desert maps going to be playing together. That's a very flat and open battlefield. So I'm sure these players are looking forward to playing with some of their vehicles. Yep, I believe it's Goopster's map pick. Could be wrong about that. I'm not entirely sure.
Alrighty, I'm back.
You're all back.
What are you not entirely sure about, my sir?
Not sure exactly whose map pick it should be, but it looks like they've got it figured out.
So it goes seed based off of it's based off of their player rating. It goes map ban for seed 1, map ban for seed 2, map ban for seed 1, map ban for seed 2, map pick for seed 1, map pick for seed 2, then remaining map.
Okay, that makes sense. We are down to Comet Catcher, Red Comet, and Saratega for this best of 3. Should be a very flat and open battlefield. Neither player interested in playing Navy, or at least, well, yeah, because both of them banned a naval map, which is pretty funny.
Yeah. Both of them raising their eyebrow saying, Harain? Question mark?
Must be some real bot enjoyers. Wonder if that's what we're going to see, though.
I'm listening to the soundtrack for Homeworlds of Deserts of Karak, which is very apt for this map.
That is
I don't know
indeed,
if you played that game.
I played it just recently, yeah, because it was free on Epic Games, so I picked it up. I was.
Oh yeah, dude, I played it when it came out. So I didn't really like it to begin with, but it grew on me as I played the campaign.
I'll be honest. Once I've gotten used to the Beyond All Reason control scheme and movement scheme, going to that is like, it's so tough.
Yeah, there's
it's so
the drag click needs to be in every RTS.
It really does. That's so nice. Yeah, that was I was like, man, this is such a cool game, but I just can't I can't make myself play this when I know that I could go play Beyond All Reason and my units will be microed so much more intuitively.
Cleanly, yeah. It's what? It came out in 2015. Basically, the developers dropped development for it right after. There was a competitive 1v1 scene for the game for a long time.
Really? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. What the death knell for the game is because it's built in Unity. There's no map editor in that game. To map edit in that game, you need to download Unity, and the amount of because you've played the game, the maps may not be the highest detail and texture work, but the amount of it feels very real, because the terrain is modeled and stuff like that, because of the way.
Yeah, you get a sense that there's a lot of depth to the map. It's very.
Yeah,
I agree.
So there was no way to edit the map pool. So what happened? There was a mod that brought a bunch of the single player maps into the mod.
Well, that's cool.
Day is in fact OP, Threxy. I would agree.
OP wind here, as the wind speed apparently is quite high. You can see it lingering around at 19. Very, very nice. Goopy gonna get a grunt out, then a resbot. Walker going for constructor, then a resbot, and then probably a grunt afterwards, I'm gonna guess. Yeah, it looks like it. 100 grunts queued up in his lab. We'll have to see if he hits that number. Somehow I'm skeptical.
Players playing as core.
That's true. Both Cortex, both going to be pumping out those grunts in vast numbers. I wonder who's going to make that vehicle transition first. It's you have to go bots just so that you can get that reclaim out as soon as possible. But right now, Goopy is certainly in the lead as far as getting that resbot out and eating up a whole bunch of metal. That big cluster of metal right in the middle of the map, 386 metal. Doesn't seem like a lot, but that's an extra, what, I don't know, 5 grunts or so? More than that?
Daywalker built a single solar, said, I don't have energy problems now, but I never want to have them.
Trying to future-proof himself. I mean, I can't critique him for that. That's definitely well worth it. He did also send his resbot north, where he knew it was less likely to be contested, and I don't mind that whatsoever. That's actually not a bad play, especially if you can get the metal up on the northern side. That would rightly be considered to be Goopy's. I think that could eventually be efficient. No radar detection on those bots either, so it's not like a radar up there would help you find out that your metal has been stolen. It will just be ripped out from under your nose like an obtruse hair.
I think both these players not utilizing the benefit of sending their a con straight out into building a radar on the center plateau.
That's a good point.
Gives you so much vision. The player has to go uphill to kill it. You're likely to not go uphill to kill it.
Not to mention the geothermal you could build up there as well. Starting up a geothermal with a single constructor, that's not a very huge tax on your economy. Certainly not enough to cripple it or anything.
Yeah, I usually build a geo with 2, especially if I go bot opening. On most lane maps. A lot of people get trapped into building tanks first. I think bot opening even though tanks are good, you just comm walk and build a forward lab.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good idea. Two constructors is, I feel like two bot lab constructors are definitely, it's definitely a sweet spot as far as build power goes, because it allows you to build a lot of stuff relatively quickly, but also not so quick that you're draining your entire economy into it. I think it's a critical balance to hit.
Indeed.
Grunt aggression down south. Good to see. It's kind of determines who's going to win the game, all down to the early game with how much damage you can do. I mean, it's like you said, this is a numbers game, and the more metal you pull in per second over the course of the game, the more of an advantage you're going to have. I feel like this actually goes back to free-for-all. I don't know how much free-for-all you play, but
I do not.
It's I've dabbled, and what I have learned about free-for-all, it's all about gauging exactly how much territory you can control with the units that you have, without overextending yourself and leaving any of your flanks exposed. And while this is much less political than free-for-all, it is still a viable comparison, because you're really trying to make sure that all of your flanks are covered with the necessary amount of units, but not necessarily all of your units, right? You don't want all your eggs in one basket. For instance, nice little counterattack through the middle of the map because all of his units were not in the same spot. Does mean that Daywalker's going to have to defend with slightly less units, but reinforcements will be more than happy to deal with that, as the grunts on the offense are probably going to catch this Resbot that's moving across, if not sneak into the back line here.
As I was talking about this radar on the center ridge, or
oh wow,
on their geo ridge, Goopy has set himself up. It was great vision. Gives him amazing vision. Doesn't give him the edges, but it is so good up there.
Yeah, he completely sees this run coming by on the southern side. Otherwise, he would not have noticed that. That is actually a really, really good radar. I had no idea it was that effective. That is extremely
so high it sees over even the accompanying hills near it. Absolutely worth the placement.
That is great. Yeah, Goopy is now going to be able to react to that very swiftly, moving more than enough grunts down there to handle that aggression. Showing Daywalker that he's not afraid to get his hands dirty, get his grunts dirty.
He needs to ball them up more. He's trading inefficiently against this lower number purely because of spacing.
Yeah, that's true. Using their Imperial flashlights on each other, running backwards.
Yeah. Playing laser tag of death.
Yeah, okay. We are microing them well enough.
Goopy said, no tanks, more bots. Forward bot lab.
I guess so, yeah. He's really not interested in anything else here. I'm kind of curious to see it, actually.
He's gonna thug push. Yes, he is gonna thug push. That makes sense.
Interesting. That could trade really nicely.
He's gonna use his mountain as thug, so he can walk his thugs up. They're gonna get a range advantage because of the terrain.
That'll be pretty
And he's
nice.
also gonna be able to kite tanks into it. Which,
yeah, there's no way those tanks are going to be able to hit him. They're just going to be way too low down. I mean, maybe they'll be able to fire at the fringe edges, but positioning all of his units up there, they're going to have such a nice advantage sitting on the high ground and firing downwards. It's not going to be much of a competition for those thugs. The thugs are quite a bit more expensive, so it's going to take him a second to mount a decent enough force. This is really a critical timing that Daywalker needs to find out about here. Does he have the vision? He does not. Radar is coming up, though. Radar comes up. Oh wow, it's like
having energy problems preventing him from having the initiative on this thug push.
Ah, I see. Radar does come up and detects that there's a big cluster of something or another over here. That was a decent trade right there. Not great, but decent. Yeah, those as those grunts get more and more grouped up, the thugs are going to trade even more and more better against
Once he sees these thugs, he has to probably suspect a forward lab.
Yeah, I think they're way too fast on the front to for anything else here. Question is, will he find it or will he let it slip?
I don't think he is in a position to fight it, so he's deciding to use his newly built tanks to counterattack, forcing all these grunts to try to react.
Nice little grunt run by on the southern side as well. Keeping the aggression high. Always taxing your opponent's APM. Got to make sure that they're not solely focused on one area here. Really love the light laser tower screen that we're setting up in the northern section here by Daywalker. That's going to help prevent any run-bys from that section. Now if we could just do the same thing down south here. Build incremental defenses. I think that's my word of warning here, is build incremental defenses across these lines. And then eventually, once you're ready, you step forward and then you can retreat backwards with your constructors if you get pressured on that side. I think it helps you maintain stability here.
Yes, I agree, but I think he could be saving metal if he just built like a mine layer or used this con to build.
True.
The con would build him faster if he just dragon teethed it up.
That's true. Yeah, that's
Right
a much
there,
cheaper way
and
to prevent run-bys.
at this little hill, maybe put a turret on this hill.
Look how good work those light laser towers did, though, melting down so many of those grunts, and that's just free metal just sitting on his doorstep now. It's not a ton, but it's free, and it's right for the
thugs are
picking.
pushing though.
Oh yeah, they are. That's a lot of thugs. That is a dangerous amount of thugs.
Walker decided that he wanted radar on the central hill, but the thugs said no. It's too late to claim this hill.
Yeah,
it's
they did.
Thugs' land now.
He's happy to take the high ground. He's well instructed by Obi-Wan. He knows exactly what he's doing here.
And there's no surround bonus by these incisors.
Also taking a little bit of AoE too.
He even claims his con up on the hill. He can now build a radar up here.
That's really nice.
Disgusting.
What is this aggression? Oh, there is some laser tanks that broke through the defenses. Wow, where did those go through? Those must have sneaked. Oh, they snuck through from the northern side. Okay. Laser tanks in the back of Goopy's base. This is the first counter aggression I think that's really managed to do anything here. It's kind of been on the back foot.
Throwing the tanks away against his light laser tower. Unfortunate. Really, I think Daywalker's way to get into this game is hitting his opponent's energy field. These wins are his only way of producing out of these two bot factories. He's stalling. Goopy already stalling on energy, terribly in the red for the energy.
That's true. Yeah. Those wind turbines are actually fairly exposed. There's not really any defenses in the row or I guess the line leading up to that, so they certainly could get a little bit of aggression. But the problem is he has to find the path for it. I think probably down in this direction is probably going to be his best route. Alternatively, he could try and push in from the northern section, but he's going to have to fight for through some laser towers over there, so that's going to be a little bit harder. I think north is kind of his preferred attack. He seemed to get a little bit of success over there at one point.
Here comes the radar tower. Oh, that's so unfortunate for Daywalker.
Daywalker is now going to be under perfect scrutiny here from Goopy, who just knows exactly what he's up to. Let's just switch to the Goopy cam.
Oh my lord! Look at the
it's so good.
The Daywalker vision. He could see his whole base.
That is immense.
That's disgusting.
That's really, really nice. This thug push has been immensely successful here. There's a couple of resbots that are idle. I don't see why they wouldn't be picking up all these units on the floor over here.
I think some agitators might be a good mix-in at this point.
I agree.
Range.
Yeah, that range might allow you to start tickling them.
The AoE from the rockets really start to do damage to these clumped up units. These thugs are going to get overrun because they've pushed too far down their mountain. He gave up the high ground and he's going to pay for it deeply.
He's going to regret it.
Yes.
That's a massive swing right now. Most of the army is still alive here for Pro Daywalker, but all of the thugs from Goopy, at least most of the thugs from Goopy, have gone down. We need resbots on this immediately. Constructors are all we've got, though, and so eating up all that metal wreckage, 2.2 thousand, 2.4 thousand more and more here. The reinforcing units, though.
It's sending them off the hill, so this is now, and what? That's 8 Grave Walkers resing the army as it fights.
That's true. Sending it all back towards Daywalker, who is now in a little bit of trouble. He is surrounded by the grunts and the thugs and everybody pushing him on all sides. That's going to be a sniper pick, rather. He gets the kick. A kick in the pants, that's for sure. Down goes the Daywalker. Goopy securing a point on the board here. That is a decisive victory right there for Goopy. Making it look easy, despite, I'm sure, it not being so. It's a stressful battle. Red Comet going to be match number 2. A different map, but despite that, looking fairly similar here. This one's on Mars as opposed to in the Saratoga Desert. No scorpions or spiders or anything to deal with here.
Yeah, just aliens. Just aliens, if you will.
Alien spiders and alien scorpions. Wouldn't that be horrifying?
Well, we got to get off this rock first to discover anything.
Right?
If we even manage to get there, considering our not to get political, but the environment that we live in these days.
How unfortunate would it be if we finally start colonizing a different planet, say Mars, and we realize there is actually evidence of some sort of life form on Mars, and it turns out the life form on Mars is like mosquitoes or like crocodiles or cockroaches or something. Like it's just some pest, and it's like, oh no. This is
We
terrible.
take the pest with us, and they mutate on the planet.
Oh yeah, I think there was a Japanese movie about that or something.
There's a manga and a show. It's basically like super cockroaches.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Very odd.
I think it's the show. It's called Transformers or something. I can't remember.
More than meets the eyes, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're like cockroaches that mutated into cockroach people, and it's so strange.
Anyways, Pro Daywalker, Cortex as well as Goopy, both of them. Oh wait, no. Sorry, Goopy has transitioned into Armada, is instead going to be playing with the Armada faction here. Cool to see we are going to finally have an Armada versus Cortex matchup. It's been a while, right? We started with Armada versus Cortex earlier on in the day, but now we're going to be going back into it after a couple of Cortex versus Cortex games. Wonder what the incentive was. Maybe thinking about those blitzes fondly. Maybe imagining the Janus connections that he could get with some of those incisors and salivating at the teeth, thinking about those juicy, high-impact, heavy rockets launching in twin barrels out of that beautiful Janus payload silo. Mwah, magnifique. Either way, I'm excited to see what Goopy has in stock for us. Daywalker going for a bot lab.
I can move the slider, guys. I'm sorry. Or the music overlay. I apologize. I'm gonna move it over the mini map. I'm sorry if it covers the mini map. I'll put it in the bottom. I guess.
It is what it is. You can cover the player names. That's usually not super important.
Yeah.
At least not in 1v1s. In 8 versus 8, it's kind of important to know who's who. I feel like 1 versus 1s, it's a little less so. Alright, solar start, of course, because there is no wind power on this one. Despite looking the same, no wind power on this map. Easy to get confused. I've done it. I'm sure other people have done it. It's, you start building wind turbines, and then you hear that lovely voice of Allison. Wind power is not good on this map. Ah, shit.
I do be like
that.
that.
Transition. Daywalker already with 5 solar panels down. For anybody wondering, this is 750 metal of solar panels, by the way, producing 100 energy per second. Sheesh. Not ideal.
All right, I moved it, chat. I hope that's better for you. Although I could probably move it to the bottom left. Yeah, that's probably better. I apologize.
Not gonna get the kill here. Little rover was sent. Red rover was sent on over, and Pro Daywalker did manage to snipe it down before it killed the metal extractor. It's little moves like that, saving the metal extractor, killing the rover, keeping a hold of your facilities. That's really what differentiates the players that are going to survive the weeding out of units and players in the grand scheme of this tournament, and the ones that are not going to make it. You really got to have that aptitude for scanning the entire field and recognizing where your forces are needed most and where they're needed least. Sending a concentration of grunts to kill all these rovers would be quite nice. That would deny a lot of scouting here for Goopy. Wouldn't mind seeing a couple of laser turrets accompanying whatever this constructor builds over here. Construction vehicles, I feel like you can get away with sending one at a time, but you definitely need to make sure they're building their own static defense. Otherwise, they're just going to get overrun by a fairly insignificant amount of units. Rover's going to be flashed down relatively quickly here. Alongside the mexes, that's quite a nice, well, one of the mexes anyways, that's quite a nice pick. He was thinking about those blitzes. I knew it. Oh, Constructor gonna get killed here. Yep, Constructor will go down. That is a bummer. Blitz is taking a decent trade against some of those grunts right there, but all said and done, I think those metal extractors, and especially that Constructor going down, definitely very, very dangerous. Yeah, we're trying to put the light laser tower together, but not quite in time here. Unfortunate to see. Goopster on the back foot for now. Daywalker pushed pretty far forward here with his commander, trying to set up a little bit of a a solar panel wall, I guess. Very interesting. Can't wait to see what's up with that.
I mean, it stops things from being shot, I guess, and
sure,
it disrupts the pathing.
Why not? Plus, it gives you a little energy, so that's always a bonus.
Oh yes. They're, I mean, even if they die, their wreck will stay, and blitzes can't shoot through them. Only medium tanks will probably be able to shoot through them.
It's true. The Grunt actually seems to do pretty good against the Blitz, I have to say. If it's kited properly, if you take the right engagement, I feel like the Grunt can do a decent job against the Blitz. You're still going to need more of them, and I feel like the concave is really what determines it. But I feel like you can definitely micro properly against Blitzes with a bunch of Grunts.
It's so micro intensive, though.
It is, yeah. You have to make sure you keep it at the
what
right
it takes
distance.
is it's micro intensive, and you can't over micro because going back and forth means they turn around and they lose DPS, and you'll snowball if you try to go back and forth too much. I do that too much with my tanks sometimes. The turn rate of the turret is important to take,
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, the turret has to flip itself around. Goopy's commander is a little exposed right there. One of those grunts could have got a nice little surround. I don't know. Does 15 grunts kill a commander? Maybe.
If you draw a circle, really like drawing a line, like a really extended line, and then drawing circle and constantly changing the circle, drawing a circle, it'll make them shift around. I think that's the best way to micro when you're trying to surround and kill.
Very APM intensive. And the grunts are in position here to sort of deflect this blitz push here. I like that. The blitzes find their angle though. Oh, this is going to be a really good push for the blitzes now. Suddenly the blitzes are coming in from the right angle. They're back into that field of fire though. All said and done, I think this is probably a positive trade for the blitzes. Yeah, a lot of those grunts go down.
Absolutely.
Nicely
blitzes
done.
just trade so much more efficient. So once they're shooting, they have the HP and the DPS to really out trade grunts. To the chagrin of every core player on Earth.
It's about, well, I'm waiting for my metal vision to update here, but about 600 or 700 metal lying on the floor there. Closer to 600, I would say. That's nothing to turn your nose up, especially not at this part in the game. There is a forward vehicle app for Daywalker. Interesting. Going to be going for at least a couple pounders. Yep. Yeah, pounders are pretty tough. They're an easy counter to a lot of blitzes just because of that impulse that slows them down, and it makes it way easier to micro your grunts against them.
It's so funny to watch a pounder launch a grunt or a peewee.
Yeah,
like
it sure
5
is.
million meters.
Yeah, they fly away
because
in the
of
air.
the impulse.
A unit that is not typically known for its aerial capabilities suddenly flying into the air.
Janice is coming up for Goopy to counter the pounders.
Don't mind that
Very
whatsoever.
good counter. He can't determine whether or not he wants build power.
Goopy taking a lot of fire right now. He doesn't have enough energy for D-guns. 10, 5,
GG.
1, GG. Goopy is down.
Wow.
Daywalker taking an excellent snipe right there. Goopy's commander just a little bit unprotected.
That's 1-1 now.
That is 1-1. Wow, what a sudden and brutal end to that match. Wow, that was powerful right there. Those grunts showing what they can do. Caught him right when there was no energy for a D-gun, so he couldn't protect himself. The units were out of position because they were worried about the pounders that were coming in. Janus production was underway, so he didn't have that constant stream of units. That was just a perfect storm right there. What a beautiful game. Let's move on to match number 3. I am. Oh, all right. I already missed it. They're starting up the match already.
Yeah, they
falling
said
behind.
full send.
They do not care about the casters. They're locking heads right now. They're button horns.
Wow, I did not see that coming.
No, what is it?
Live lost 0-2 to Tristano.
Oh wait, what'd you say?
Tristano beat X Factor Live 2-0.
Wow. All right. Talk about an upset. Chisato really bringing his A game here. Wonder what maps they played. Do you have that information available by chance?
I do not. I just see that it's uplit. I don't know if X Factor just went AFK and Tristano was given the win. That could have been.
Wow.
Let me check the Discord. But if it was,
that's a crazy upset right there. That's really impressive. Well done, Chisato.
Yeah, Trisato. I keep saying it wrong.
I don't know if I'm saying it right either. I just pick my thing and I just stick to it because.
So both whoever wins here in Trisato qualify today.
Oh wow! So this is really everything on the stakes. This is the winner of this one is locked into the tournament. The next one's going to have to either compete at 1 a.m. today, or tomorrow, 1 a.m. tomorrow.
Tomorrow, it depends on when you go to bed.
Right? Yeah, I'm a 1 a.m. is kind of a today kind of a person, but you know, tastes vary.
Back when I used to work third shift, it was Yeah,
That's a
people who work third shift, at least here in the United States, really aren't considered human beings if you think about it. They're just
no, there's something
punished in
else.
every.
They're made of
Yeah,
tougher steel than the rest. That's for sure.
I- I'll never do it again, ever
I
again.
don't blame you. That's a tough schedule to pull.
I used to walk home from. I used to work at a grocery store, working third shift, and I'd walk home with the sun on my back and just roasting.
Ugh.
In the summer, it sucked. I was
Yeah.
living in my brother's attic, his finished attic. Not a good time.
That's a that's a
Those
rough
character.
one. Made it through. Made it through the tough times. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Goopy here, starting with Armada. Going to be going into those Armada vehicles. Daywalker, Cortex vehicles.
What are your thoughts after watching today with with the changes to Cortex's incisor? What do you feel? Do you think Blitz is still worth over incisor, or do you think it's closer?
I think I would still rather have blitzes. I think incisors are cool, and I think they are good. I think incisors are better against units. I think blitzes are better against blitzes are more mobile, so I think they're better against like structures. They're not better against structures. They're better at getting to structures, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And I think I'd rather have the mobility over the direct strength. That being said,
Also,
I'm glad that the incisors were tuned because they desperately needed it.
Yeah. Core vehicles was struggling and 1v1. I think what really is the selling point on staying, if I have to choose a map where I'm playing vehicles, is two things. I value the Janus over the Pounder any day, no matter what. Even
Yeah.
though the Pounder completely crushes bots.
The Janus
Usually on
crushes
maps where
everything.
there's- Yeah, Janus and correct numbers, like 15 Janus, what are you going to do about that? What? Like,
Yeah, there's
wait
no-
for all the,
there's
one
no
Janus
composition
is gonna
that
be
works.
Off cooldown. Yeah. One Janus is going to be off cooldown.
And
and
even
then-
if somehow you do manage to drain them all, you can spiral them so that there's enough health that they can just keep, like, they could survive till their next cooldown is off. And I mean,
Yeah.
there's not a lot that can survive 15 hits from a Janus. Like even T3 units are going to start hurting after that many hits from a Janus.
Yep.
I think a Marauder probably goes down in about 8. I want to guess 8 or 9. Razorback's probably quite a bit more.
Yeah. And the other thing is blitzes take less micro to get effect out of.
True.
And what I mean by that is, while the incisor does shoot over each other now more, but they don't perfectly shoot over. So you have to make sure they have the correct spacing.
Yes. Yeah, you do.
So,
You still have
but
to have
with
them
blitz,
lined
you
up.
can literally just make a ball. You don't even need to shift click, or like line click them and make sure they have the correct
Yeah.
spacing. You just make a ball and punch it into things.
It does
So,
help. It does
more
help
shooting.
certainly because it mitigates that AOE, or well, if there's pounders or anything like that. But yeah, it's definitely less micro intensive. Certainly a better option, I would say. I think the other effect is that Januses are mobile while they're doing damage, where the pounders are very, very slow. So pounders like stay in place and do damage. It's kind of they're almost like a portable fortification.
Yeah, like a mobile turret.
Yeah,
to think
exactly.
about.
And then
Very good mobile turret, but
it
not
makes
a-
sense in relation to like Cortex's kind of ideology, but it is really difficult to justify that in a
Network.
1 versus 1 where like you really don't want to invest in static defense as much as possible. Like you want to keep constantly applying pressure all over the map.
I wonder if building pounders and 1s and 2s instead of building laser towers and putting them on patrol command is more beneficial. That's
It's probably
like something you'd
viable.
have to laugh about.
It's
'Cause-
something I'd want to try, but I could see it being viable, especially just because of the impulse. Like 2 pounders is going to give you way more time to react to something than a light laser tower or like I don't know, whatever the equivalent in metal in light laser towers to 2 pounders would be, just because they're going to slow down any units that are coming your way. That's definitely one of their abilities. Now the Janus is going to do the same thing, of course, but it can't fire nearly as quickly as the pounder can. I think the Janus does a better job of defeating those medium tanks though, and I think that's really where where it shines the most,
Yes.
because it can move with a swiftness comparable to the medium tanks, whereas the pounder is just helpless if the medium tanks jump on top of it. You're kind of, as a Cortex commander, you're sort of forced into a fight that you might not want to fight if you're playing with pounders, because if the enemy army decides to jump on your army, then you don't have any other option except to put your units in front of your pounders. Whereas as a Cortex or as a Armada commander, you can pull your Janisses back, and they're quick enough to keep up with your medium tanks, and also they can keep firing while they're moving. I don't know. I think I like the Janus a whole lot more to give it up. Raj Ratan says, amazing work, man. I'm from India, and I don't know any Indian players on this game, but glad to see you make content on this. Yeah, you're definitely not alone.
There is one player who's decent. His name's Choice, but he plays only team games, from my understanding.
Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, you'll find a lot of that. There's a lot of players that specifically play the team, the 8 versus 8, the 4 versus 4. I think those are like probably the most common. 3 versus 3 maybe. Yeah, but you're not alone, Raj. And in case you're interested in getting into the game, I would highly encourage it. Probably the best modern RTS that I've played, and played in recent time anyway. Actually, I would say it's probably my favorite.
I think we're really in a renaissance of RTS.
I do too. I think Bar is the renaissance in RTS. I think the ability to right click.
There's Frost Giants game that's coming.
That's true. Yeah. What is it called? Gosh, I keep seeing updates on Loco TV. And Giant Grant Games, he covers that every once in a while too.
Yeah, and
those
then
are like my idols.
Another game that's
Stormgate,
like really
right.
far along. Yeah, Stormgate, and then there's another game where
I don't remember off the top of my head.
I'm super excited for next year, for Homeworld 3. I don't even care if I really don't care about the PvP aspect of Homeworld. Homeworld is one of the best single-player RTSs. My favorite series of games.
I thought it was a pretty cool story. I went and played the. Yes. There was the whole Homeworld series was free on Epic Games. I have been told to not shell out for Epic Games, but I cannot deny that I've gotten some absolute budget bangers out of Epic Games Store.
Yeah.
It's it's a double-edged sword. Like, for instance, Subnautica, never would have gotten to experience the beauty that is Subnautica if it wasn't for Epic Games. And them giving me Subnautica 1 for free convinced me to buy Subnautica 2 for full price.
The only thing I really have bad to say about Epic Games is the forced exclusivity on their platform at times. That's the only thing I think they give a better payout to their developers compared to Steam, but Steam is such a powerhouse in the industry, it's hard to fight against it.
Yeah, you have the scale to make up the difference.
But Epic's launcher is like, Steam is a buggy piece of shit sometimes. Like,
oh really? I've actually had the opposite experience. I have a lot of problems with the Epic Games launcher, and that Steam has literally never failed.
However, Epic's is worse, which is saying something.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with Epic. I will say that their downloading infographic is very, very informative. It tells you like exactly what bytes you've downloaded.
Massive run through with incisors on the south side to Goopy's base.
Yeah, you're right.
We Goopy having a better positioning on the map.
Yeah, I agree. These incisors could get a lot of work done here. Oh, little self-destruct micro.
By damage with Blitz in the south as well. Another game of trading of blow for blow. No parry.
That's I mean, that's a perfect description here. Medium tanks trying to take down those light laser turrets, realizing that's not exactly where their attention needs to be focused. I love these blitzes running by. They can melt away these metal extractors so quickly here. Peeling them off one by one to do some
That would be great, actually. Destroying the vision and allowing for further run-bys. Let's see if these blitzes will get it. Maybe. Oh, yeah, he gets it on the run-by.
That is quite nice. Incisors, meanwhile, have snuck all the way around the backside, completely surrounding the red player and cutting off all of that metal over there. There is a lone resbot. Well, there's actually a couple of resbots that are all going to be tasked with...
Goopy gets both radars from Daywalker. He's building a new one with his commander, but all his vision is very, very limited right now. Any run-by on the south will go completely unnoticed except for when it runs into this rascal. I think if Goopy can get another force down to the south side of Comet Catcher here, he could get some serious run-by damage done. He just needs to get units down there.
This forward bot lab has been really instrumental here. These resbots are absolutely critical. They're keeping all these units alive and they're patching them back up.
He needs his res bots over here to get to these 2 cons and get his expansion going again.
That's a good point. Yeah, getting all these metal extractors has really put a hold on Goopy's economy. You can see it's like a massive chunk of the map is now out of Goopy's control. Some sort of weird potato bean thing I've just drawn. But yeah, that's a huge hit to the economy. Medium tanks rolling through. That is quite dangerous. They're actually relatively close to the commander. Probably not enough to break through. Blitz is getting a surround here, doing their very best. It's not a lot, but one by one they will whittle down those tanks. Daywalker's commander feeling a little threatened here, using his D-gun. A little bit of friendly fire there, unfortunately.
I think it hurts to get your units D-gunned, but it's the better of situations.
Yeah.
Like, you know they're not going to reclaim or res them.
Yeah, that's true. It does immediately remove that threat. Rover snuck down south where you were pointing out earlier. They're going to start whittling away economy over here.
Yeah, see?
Rascal's pulled to deal with that, but already the metal extractor's been sniped.
Goopy saying that he sniped the radar coverage so he could get away with it. Now,
Oh, okay, there we go. They're going to be microed a little better now. Going to try and kill this constructor. Oh, I think they're going to get it.
He's going to get it.
Nicely. Oh, so close. Wow. That was a close call right there, but that is actually a really huge snipe. That's going to mean that the southern expansion is going to slow down quite a bit. Okay, Daywalker does have another constructor he can pull, but he's going to be focused on building some static
needs
defense.
to get. I think he'd be better off with a forward tank lab along next side. He could reclaim his tank lab at the back and build purely eco back here.
That's true.
His forward.
Force is moving up north. Uh-oh. Blitz is swarming in. Janices would be super powerful. Yeah, I agree.
Purely on medium tank spam. He wants the tankiness of the medium tanks.
You snipe that metal extractor? 0%. Oh, he will go back for it. Thank goodness. Blitz is up north. Managed to snipe his metal extractors.
I wonder if he's gonna find this con in the radar in the top.
Yeah, that is a cheeky little builder over there. Maybe go for like a cheeky radar jammer and start building a little eco center up there where your enemy might not expect it. That could be interesting.
I think on a map where we're solar, that's way too big of a drain on your energy.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Speaking of drain on energy, this raid is coming in. He's not going for the base. He could totally go for this base.
Oh yeah, he could get the kill right here. Uh-oh.
You can turn on, like, the problem with T1 solars over T2 solars is they turn off when they're shot.
Yeah,
which
that's
is
true.
So painful. Especially with the blitz and the rate of fire, you can just pepper each one of them.
Daywalker's commander in a little bit of trouble here. He's pretty far forward on the front line. I mean, he has his tanks for support, but if those tanks dive and they focus the commander, I mean, are the enemy forces going to be able to shut down those tanks before they do critical damage? I'm not super convinced. That's a lot of blitzes down, or a lot of pawns rather, down south here. Getting my bots
I'm
and
looking at it. 22 pawns, any resed 10 incisors. I would just take that straight south and go into the base. Like, they're not going to fight well against these medium tanks anyway.
He also knows that he opened up the lines up north too, so I'd love to see some aggression, even if it's just like a couple of blitzes or some pawns or something.
He's using these pawns and these incisors to screen for his medium tanks that are coming up from the rear, but honestly, I think it's the wrong call. Much better used as a run-by force. He's taking them north. I think he wants to run by north since he punched through out there.
Yeah, I think he was thinking about it. He's a little indecisive. It seems like that's what we're feeling right now. This constructor is doing a great job down south here, claiming all these metal extractors. That is nice.
It looks like he did res those 2 constructors I was talking about, and he's expanding. Rascal is coming in for some damage. Don't think they're gonna get. They might get some mexes, but they're not gonna get these cons.
Con is protected by a light laser tower. That's quite nice. Is this a change in battle? There are the res bots, and there's enough of them now that they can really patch together these tanks pretty quickly, dragging and building huge rows of solar panels.
I think Goopy's throwing too much. He's not going to be able to protect the res bots long enough.
Yeah,
for them
that's
to
true.
Do their necromancer work, if you will.
Maybe he should have just eaten up all those corpses. I mean.
No, I don't think that's the play either. I think it's just not enough build power on the front line, and his tank lab is too far away from the action. It takes too long to get down there. Lots of idle cons as well. Right now,
Daywalker with 2,300-ish metal in his bank account. We need to see way more build power, or we need to see a T2 lab start up.
Yeah, he's starting to overflow.
Uh-oh.
could go into T2. I think just tanks at this point.
At least a metal
he's building a
storage.
forward tank lab, forward lab.
He does have some solars planned here. That's quite nice. At the
Needs
very least,
T2
start that.
solars at this point. Can start
agree.
reclaiming these T1s.
He doesn't even have to reclaim.
Overflowing energy. You're overflowing the energy. Well, once you start building the T2s, you can start turning your T1s into T2s.
Yeah.
That's the play.
You definitely should. That's probably the most efficient way of doing that. In fact, that's definitively.
Daywalker could end this game if he just stepped forward.
Yeah, this looked like a huge lead for Goopy. Now I will say there's not a lot of defense on these metal extractors. So while the map control is for Daywalker, there's not a lot of laser towers or anything. Very light units are going to be able to sweep through there.
I think this is the correct play from Goopy. He needs to use he's moving his res bots with his strike force in the south. He just needs to hold in center. Should reclaim this factory with his res turret and build another tank factory in the back, I think. These bots have limited usage at this point.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. They're just going to get jumped on by this medium tank horde. There they go. He has no Januses. Where are the Januses
He's reclaiming. Is he going to get in time? Nope. The turret was
he does not. Well, he can still pull res bots to reclaim all that, but only if they get in the fight soon enough, or will get behind this
tank
fight.
lab coming from Goopy as well, as I suggested.
I don't know. I like it, but it's he needs Januses on the field to shut down all of these swarms of units here. I think that's the only efficient enough answer here. He does start out the Janus.
Building forward Janus production and probably keeping his medium tanks coming from the rear. Yep.
Nice little run by down south here.
This game is going to go to Daywalker, I think. Yeah.
He's definitely got the force right now. The force is with him. And I think, these medium tanks, they're so healthy. They really could just go anywhere. They could, unless they trade horrendously here.
Commander too, so he could have gotten a commander snipe, but he's just gonna kill the.
Goopy refusing to push these units into the base here of Pro Daywalker. I really don't understand why.
That's his play. He needs to snipe the commander, but there's so many pounders here. It's gonna be so hard. Pounders may not have the range or the alpha damage, but they have the DPS and they have the HP pool to trade efficiently once they get into range.
There go the Januses though, blasting apart whatever they can.
It's gonna be a snipe game. Can Goopy get the snipe?
He's actually rezzing the forward bot lab. That's interesting. All right, this tank force has now completely hit the back line. That is Goopy's entire production center about to melt away.
That's GG.
That's he needs to do something and quick. Januses could be the solution here. They could be the ultimate solution, the final solution.
Let's not get into that joke. I think that's
Daywalker is going to try and protect all this with his medium tanks, but there's just nothing that Goopy can do at this point. Yeah, he's moving his commander forward.
Goopy is even. Oh, he's looking for a trade. He wants to trade his commander to get a game 4. Not gonna happen.
Nope, not gonna happen.
Daywalker said, I see the writing on the wall. I just need to live.
Sees the victory. He manages to hold it with the tanks. That was a close one right there in the middle. That actually bounced back and forth really, really quickly. That's that could have been really, really bad, but it actually turned out to work out very well for Daywalker. I was a little worried those res bots were actually going to be able to swing that game. There was just so many of them.
So many games I've lost to res bots just rezzing and I can't get to them.
Can't get to them, and they just keep an undead force pushing into you, and it's your own units turning against you effectively. If
we do get skins in this game, there definitely needs to be a necromancer skin for these units.
Yeah, put a little dark black hood on those guys, and they're doing little green spells or something. That'd be great.
Yeah.
All right, so that means that Daywalker is going to be moving on. Yes.
Yes, Daywalker wins 2-1 versus Goopy. Let me report this. So, Goopy won game 1, right? And then, Daywalker game 1. Oh, that's right. It doesn't matter. I don't have to enter it in. 1, 2, submit result. Okay, so it's Trisato versus Daywalker for the final 2. Well, actually, they qualify. They don't have to play now, but they could play if they so desire.
But they have to play to play against ZLO, and ZLO has to play.
Well, they're the
winner of
top
that.
4 players, so the top 4 players qualify.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah. You just mean for qualifiers.
Yeah,
that's
so
true.
this just qualifies you, and as it stands, brackets are going to be determined once all 4 qualifiers are ended. It's still up in the air if it's going to happen this way, but Barcast and I plan to take a page from the ASL. If I don't know if anybody here watches StarCraft Brood War anymore, but the ASL, the pros, the top seed pros, have a chance to move players into other brackets. To mess up there's a little bit of drama and it's fun. If we can stream it, I'd like to get all 16 top, all of them who qualify on the stream and get all the banter going. That's the goal, but could be
That could be pretty cool.
Yeah, it would be pretty cool, I think.
Daywalker says, "Is it okay if I don't play for seeding? It's 140. I suppose he could forfeit, and that would just send Chisato into a match against ZLO.
I don't know if ZLO's around either. He's from Russia, so ostensibly it's hella early in the morning. So,
I see.
I'm okay with allowing people to get some rest because there's another,
there'll be a whole nother tournament in just a little while here.
Yeah,
coming up just tomorrow. We will see how that goes. Yeah. Hopefully there's some more support.
Yes, Daywalker, you qualified. Yes.
Okay, you got to him. Nice. Nicely done right there. Okay, yes, that's great. So then if ZLO isn't here, if Chisato isn't here, then I guess Ragna is our grand final winner. Correct? Am I correct about that? Or unless Daywalker wants to play him, I guess. No. Daywalker is the one who's saying he's
Chisato, which is
that Yudi?
Who is he on? I think it's Yudi.
I think it's Yudi.
Yudi.
We're like totally name dropping these guys. They're gonna be pros. They're gonna be famous by the end of the night. Oh, my buddy's back from his trip to China. I'll have to go
nice.
Talk to him.
Well, if you want to jump out and do that, thank you for casting or allowing me to cast with you.
No worries.
I don't cast very often. I hope I wasn't too much of a bother. Some of my chat was saying I was talking over you at a couple of times. I apologize.
That's just how it goes. I try to I've tried to work on it before, and it's just a conversation. So don't worry about it. Don't sweat it at all. I was super happy to have a friend here. It's way easier to commentate.
Casting alone, especially with a delay, painful.
It is, yeah. It's hard
to a wall.
Hard to interact with chat. For instance, Gamu, who says Homeworld is awesome, heart, and
it is awesome.
Roger Khan, who says Steam is greater than Epic. It seems like the chat actually almost unanimously agrees that Steam is better than Epic. So I guess the votes are in.
If you give me 2 seconds, or if you're signing off for the night, I need to go use the restroom.
Yeah, no worries. I'm gonna stick around to see. No, you are good, mate. Okay, so is ZLO here? Is ZLO here or Chisato? It's between Chisato and ZLO right now, guys. So if I don't know what Chisato is up to. I don't have an update on him. I know ZLO might be gone for right now. If neither show up, then we are officially crowning Ragna the winner of the first Pro League 1v1 qualifier. We will see if there's one more match here. We're just waiting on an update. A lot of these players are playing from all over the world. There will be a European tournament, or at least a European time zone tournament that's going to be happening in, let me do the math here. If it's about 5 p.m. my time, that'll be in 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. 8 hours from now will be the second tournament. I'm going to try and stay up and cast that as well. It will be.
You might want to take a nap, my man.
I might I might lay down for a little bit.
2-hour nap or whatever.
OP day, gets qualified and sleeps. Yeah, that's couldn't be more correct.
Let me hit Barcast up and see if we want to do further seeding, or if he wants to just call it there, give the players a chance to go to bed.
Yeah, if not, I mean,
Well,
we can essentially seed off of what we have already, with Ragna being top, and then ZLO next, and then I think it would be, well, I guess Daywalker won more games. Oh no, they both. Chisato won 2-0, whereas Daywalker won 2-1. So if you want to do it that way, or you could just do it off of true skill, and say that it's determined between those two, I suppose. Or you could go all the way back to their first seeding and determine that way. I don't know. There's a couple options there, but we've effectively got a seed already.
I think Barcast, from the conversations that he and I, along with the other team. No, ASL does not mean American Sign Language. It means a freak Star League. But yes, that's a common misconception.
ASL is great too, but that's the wrong ASL. There's ASL and there's ASL.
Yeah. Yes.
Maybe there's an ASL translator for the ASL. That could be a thing. You never know.
No.
What a fun job. Translating StarCraft builds into sign language. It seems difficult, actually.
Yeah. But yeah, it's been a fun day. It was nice having you on.
Alrighty.
I hope I see you in a couple of hours and you and I can trudge through that. I'll also talk to the admin team about adding you to the admin team.
Sure, sounds good.
So you can assist.
Yeah, I'll try my best, I suppose. Guess that's what we're all doing here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a real treat. I guess that's gonna be it then. Ragna, our official grand finalist and winner. But it's gonna be our final four moving on here, just to update everyone finally, or concretely. It's gonna be Ragna and ZLO. Oh, there's Yudi. Do you want to play? You don't have to. You don't. Oh, okay. Well, if Yudi's ready, then yeah, we do have one more match on our hands, I do believe.
Is Ragna here though?
Where? Yeah, that's true. Is Ragna here?
Ragna says it's quite late. Yudi just wants to Trisato just wants to get the practice in against Ragna now.
Ragna, you willing to play one more?
I'm not 100% if this is for standing.
It's I mean, I guess it's technically for seeding, but really it's just so we can have a crowned grand finalist. All right, I guess we've got a match on our hands. Ragna versus Yudi, otherwise known as Chisato. This will be a grand final game. Okay, let's see. Let's get a lobby. Oh, I have to turn this off real quick. There we go. And then let me join here. Let me boss. TNT, there we go. Rename Ragna versus Chisato.
I'll get back to you when the rest of the admin team gets back to me, but my vote is absolutely I'd like to have another person on hand with this admin stuff.
Sweet.
If
Sounds
you could
good.
just, if we do decide on adding you to the admin team, I just request that you read the entire PDF.
The rule book.
Google Doc. Just get.
Don't worry, I'll be one of the 3 people who read it.
Pain. It's. We spent like 5 days going back and forth, and
yeah.
God, I don't know their in-game name, but on Discord, Dell got done with. He's a professional pianist at a concert. He got done with a concert and stayed up all night.
Wow.
Working on the PDF. So
that's impressive.
Yeah. Although I think some miscommunication happened through editing. You know, when you have 4 or 5 editors or whatnot, signals get crossed, lines get, you know. But
Yeah,
it's okay.
no, I
No
know. I've worked on plenty of group projects. I know exactly how that goes.
agony. So something that was there is not there, and the wording gets lost, and then yeah.
Yep. I'm gonna let these
Where's
guys
this
know that I've
game
set up this
for you?
server for them. Got a server with your names on it.
Is it Trisato versus Ragna?
Yep. Grand finals.
Is it an invite? Looking for an invite or a password?
I don't have it set up yet. I was gonna wait until they get in.
Oh, okay.
Ragna at Chisato. Oh wait, no.
I could just click on you in game and join on you, right?
Yes, that works too.
Oh, I accepted the friend request, but it hasn't updated in game.
On PW for now. Oh, unless there is a password?
I don't see. Yeah, I think it might be locked or a password.
Okay, let me get that password to you guys. 1 second.
I'm looking for it. I don't even see the game.
Let me send you the password. It was the lobby we were just in. I just repurposed it.
Oh, I left for no reason.
There you go. Yep. All right. I just passworded it. Let me message these guys. Password, and let's see. This is my practice. Message.
Make sure you turn boss off before you spectate.
Oh, good point.
Otherwise, the lobby's fucked.
And I'm not fighting Ragna. No way.
Not even in my dreams would I fight Ragna.
Nope, not at all. All right, Ragna's in here. Yudi should be joining up soon.
I'm looking for the game. Oh, there it is. It's Ragna first. I was like looking in the seas. I was like, where is it?
Oh, yeah. All right, there's you, and we're just waiting on Yudi. I sent him the password.
Trisato.
Chisato, yeah.
The big toe.
Let's see here. Sent you. Oh, message back. Strange, I can't join. That's weird. Odd. I think he's gonna restart his game real quick.
Fair.
One of the beautiful joys of a beta game. You get to be a bug tester.
Yeah, we're alpha testers. Smile.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's how progress is made on the backs of many bugged matches.
Text.
Yeah, he's restarting. Okay, shouldn't be too long then. At Brightworks Gaming, we having a viewer match after the tournament. Which chat is he reading? Well, all of them, unfortunately. I am reading between like 4 different chats, both in-game, out-of-game, Discord, and you guys.
Lots
you
of balancing.
folks.
Yeah,
it's a lot of it's a juggling act.
I also have the admin chat I have to read.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, throw that one on top, sure.
And people personally messaging me and having to scroll to the top to the DMs. Okay, let me take a look at the bracket, make sure everything's good to go.
He says he can't join. Let me see if I... Hold on, let me try something real quick.
Give him the password again.
Oh, it's not allowed for preset tourney. Interesting. Hold on, let me try changing it to preset team, and then we'll turn it back to tourney, because that might have been the problem here.
Yeah, Ragna needs to vote yes, though.
Ring Ragna real quick. Going to try to fix, otherwise rehost. Ragna AFK. Yeah, working on it.
Oh, he's back.
There we go. Yeah, let's have. All right, go ahead and give it a try. Go ahead and try again. Okay, rehosting. Let me see in here, rehosting. Sorry. Rehost. What? I'm the only one. Oh, I guess you guys have to vote for it too?
Yeah, let me just join. And
That was weird, but okay. Whatever it
Uh,
takes. Is it going to keep the password?
where did the battle go? I'm not in the lobby now.
Yeah. Rehosted, so it's gonna shut down the lobby and reopen it again.
Okay.
EU2 is offline. Should come back on. Oh, didn't mean to join that. Whoops. Is it gonna come up as a locked game immediately?
I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Nobody knows.
Weird. All right, why don't I just host a new one? EU
Yeah.
region. Does that sound good? I think that's right.
Yeah, I think they're both in EU, so
Okay.
that's probably best.
Let's just do rename RH Ragna versus Chisato Grand Finals. Oh, I got a boss first. Dang it. There we go. All right, rename. I've got a lot of practice from this from doing my live streams.
All right, I'm in.
Password is going to be the same. And all right. Let me tell them in the Pro League chat. This is for seeding, I do believe, right?
As stated, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. I mean, who does it if we work through this here, if Daywalker and ZLO left, and I guess that means that this is for the grand finals. So it will be the seeding. It will be first or second place, whoever wins this, basically. No, sorry, it'll be first and... If Ragna loses this, does he become second place, or does he become...
Yeah, he becomes second place. This is for first and second.
So this is for... Okay, so yeah, so this is from first and second, which will determine seeding, apparently.
I'm not 100%. Well, because like stated before, the bracket for the round of 16 is going to be randomly drawn, and the number one. Oh wait, yeah, we have to get it. Yeah, this is for seeding. Yes, it is for seeding. Never mind. The number one from each bracket is going to be in their own bracket, and then they're going to get a chance to move people around. So yes, this is necessary.
What's the... Oh. That's not how you spell tourney. Okay. This lobby should be set up. Got a new lobby up and running. Hopefully it works.
Yep. Deboss mode yourself, and then go into
Oh yeah.
spectator and let Chisato get in here.
There we go. All right. Is he here?
X Factor's typing.
Wait, who the hell is that?
He was in the qualifier. I think he dropped. Oh, okay. He's going to sleep.
No, I
Oh
mean
no,
Scuffed
X
Zen.
Factor lost. Yeah. Scuffed can't watch.
Yep. There he is. Wait, hold on. Scuffed. Sorry, this is supposed to be private. Gotta get Scuffed out of here first. There he goes. All right. So they only ban 2 maps, right?
Yeah.
So only yeah, okay. So let's see. Ragna bans first map or Chisato bans first map?
If you wanna play a BO3, then that is fine.
Yeah, that sounds fine. Both of these guys are super tired. I imagine they want to get this over with.
Yeah, I'll flex some rules. I'll take some heat. I'll take the heat. I'm making the decision here.
You're the only admin online, so
Yeah, if Barcast wants to
is.
eat blow my ass out for like
That's
changing rules on the fly, then
anyway,
I'll
yeah.
take that heat.
Yeah, fair enough.
Or maybe I shouldn't say it like that, but whatever.
Yeah, phrasing. But anyways, best of 5, so I can make my good friend suffer more. Well, okay. Poor Ragna. That's Chisato's plan for winning these matches. Is he's gonna go. Yes. He's gonna make Ragna stay up extra late until he's tired. So do we only ban 1? I believe that's right.
Yes. Only 1 ban for BO5.
Each choose. Who chooses first? Is it Ragna?
Same order. So yes. Yeah, it's based off of. Yep.
Let's facilitate this. So it's basically just instead of ban, it's just ban, pick, final.
Yeah, there's 5 picks.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Ragna's processing. Processing. Loading. Ragna is loading.
Ragna.exe has stopped responding. Would you like to close? Or wait for it? Ragna, in fact, is OP. I hope my mic for you is okay in volume, but I'm sure you can adjust it on Discord.
Yeah, I've tuned you. You should be good. Chat was quick to get feedback properly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm quite loud.
All good indeed. It was I've been forced to become familiar with all of this, and it's good for me. It means that I'm familiar with my setup. Rag bans Isidus. All right. Chisato. Pick ban. Okay. All right.
Oh, he bans Paradise immediately. Damn. Said no.
Rag says, of course you do.
Ragnar was like, shit.
That's pretty funny.
He never even played it. Fair enough.
All right. Chat, I'm going to flash you real quick with the map list here. So Paradise Lost has been banned and Istis Crack has been banned. So currently in the map list, Comet Catcher, Red Comet, the Cold Place, Saratega, and Heartbreak Hill. Looks like...
Okay, first map is Comet Catcher.
Comet Catcher.
Wants to get the big maps out of the way.
Yeah, it's a classic. Old reliable. And we are ready to get underway here. I'm going to move this off the screen and start up here. Ready to connect. This should be a good match. So this is the grand finals match. I'm glad we could do this. It was a little bit of a wet letdown to just not have a grand finals, but I mean.
Oh, you can see the password? What? Oh well, whatever. OP.
Huh? Oh.
It's because
because I
you set
flashed
the
it on
password
stream.
in the chat. In chat.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
when it was set. Oh well. OP. In fact, OP.
Hmm.
Totally professional.
Our security is top notch.
Oh,
They
that's
call
okay.
us
We'll
the
just
Fort
kick you
Knox
out.
of setting up Beyond All Reason servers. It's fine. The password is not to, like, be the most secure thing in the world. It's just so that there's some barrier from
Assembling.
random people that just got out of a game to join the match. It's
Yeah.
it's not the end of the world. I'm sure you guys are cool. I'm sure everybody's cool. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it's not like Ragna's an actual admin of the game, so if you troll, he just can't moderate you.
Yeah, exactly.
For getting in the way of a tournament.
Ragna opening up with a GLHF and Chisato countering immediately with a U2. Very, very.
Ragna drawing a
opener.
heart.
A heart for the viewers. Ragna's heart goes out to you, the lovely folks at home, who make all the efforts like this possible, thanks to viewers like you. Thank you. Ragna, building 2 metal extractors into 2 solar panels. Very standard start. Chisato as an Armada commander. Interesting. Ragna as Cortex. Ragna drawing heart. OP. I like the solar panels. Their positioning here. I think that's quite nice. It's going to force those early harassment units to kind of take a more risky route to attack there.
Putting the higher HP eco building in front, I think he's gonna fit a LLT right here is what I'd imagine, and he's gonna build solar here and a solar here.
That's a good
and
idea.
That way he can comm walk.
There's a reason he made it so high. That's for his wonderful strategies, and one of which, of course, being that super compact base design. I'm excited to see it. Going for a constructor right off the bat. There's no metal to reclaim on this map, so you don't have to worry about resbots or constructors or anything like that to go eat metal right away. But of course, claiming metal extractors is how you're going to grow your economy, and everybody wants a growing economy. Who doesn't love a growing economy? First scout is out for Ragna.
Ragna not building the LLT or the other solars, but they may come later.
Could come later. That's
I don't know about building a solar there. It's going to block pathing.
That's that's a little. I mean, the rovers won't mind, but once the tanks start rolling out, that's going to be a little bit of a problem. Potentially.
Sato building a little bit of a wall for pathing in his base. It is arm versus core. I like it. I like it a lot.
Rovers meeting with their counterparts here, the Rascal. Cute little
even if
harassment
statistically speaking, the Rover is better than the Rascal. For whatever reason, I find that the Rascal tracks enemies better.
Huh. Yeah, I guess I agree with you. I feel like the Rascal does tend to engage a little bit better. Oddly enough.
Oh, this is an EU. Yeah, Trisato is in. We should have probably put this in NA. Trisato is Brazilian.
So okay. Yeah, if it's too bad of a lag, an NA server, yeah, it's gonna be up to these guys to cast the vote. Really up to Chisato here. I'm not sure. He's just gonna have a little bit of an unstable connection. Hopefully it clears up here. Maybe we could switch in between games, finish this game out, and then move over to a different server. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there's any rule book for that. At least yet. How do we know the competitors aren't stream sniping? That's a great question. The solution, at least as far as I can provide, is that there's a 5-minute delay between what you're seeing and what I'm seeing. So there's a little bit of a buffer between all that.
I think there was a little miscommunication with. I think the other stream professor only had a 3-minute delay, but I wasn't gonna make him restart. That's whatever.
I mean, okay, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Either way, you're gonna be behind enough. It's a little bit of a system requirement, actually. You have to have some good memory. I realized.
I'm playing on quite a nice computer these days.
Nice.
So
well, that's good.
That's why I offered to stream, because from my knowledge, Barcast While he is a very good player, he plays on I think he plays on a laptop.
Oh wow.
And that's
that's
his
impressive,
computer
actually.
struggles. It struggles on the bigger games, and
I can imagine.
probably
streaming and playing at the same time.
Yeah,
gonna be tricky.
Some of his streams I've seen kind of struggle with probably his encoder is wanting to kill itself because his CPU probably can't keep it up.
Yeah. That's why 1v1s work so well, though. Typically, you don't have those massive T3 armies with T1 floods going in every which direction. So at the very least, a computer can, like, virtually any computer can keep up with that. Although, that being said, even some of the 1v1s can get a little out of control. One of the reasons why this game is so epic, of course, but also a little bit of a hardware limitation.
Yeah.
Ragna going for plenty of constructors, making sure to put down those light laser towers wherever needed, and setting
when
incisors.
Barcast becomes the major streamer for 1v1s and tournament provider, we'll get a GoFundMe for him to get a better computer.
Yeah, there we go. Bump him up to some like super ultra NASA computer or something that can handle all.
To stream, if he wanted to commentate without having hardware issues, I was gonna stream and he could commentate because
we're just dudes hanging out. Two dudes chilling in a lobby 5 feet away because they love bar.
Boys being dudes, you know?
Just guys being dudes.
Yeah.
As far as the game goes here, bit of a slower start. Both of these players, it kind of feels like they're kind of tiptoeing, right? Seems like they're not really keen to get aggressive. Too aggressive,
really trying to avoid taking damage. This is definitely the opposite of some of the games we were watching where it was just blow for blow. This is definitely feels like fencing.
Yeah, fencing. That's a great word for it. Oh, little self-destruct micro there on that metal extractor. That's quite nice. Going to kill that rascal that was harassing it down. Sacrifice the metal extractor for the good of the base. It's very
these incisors are starting to get some real damage here on the north side of Chisada's expansion. Gonna get this expanding con and pull out without losing any of those tanks.
That is
except
nice.
for the initial attack on that LLT. That is extremely efficient.
Even that was just one incisor going down. That was a damn good trade right there. I didn't even realize how effective that was.
Incisor, one rascal.
That's a trade you take any day.
Ragna showing us why he is big scary. OP.
Yeah, very, very much so. I mean, his unit control is impressive, but also just his macro strategy control. You can see like locking down parts of this map with the laser turrets, just so precise in his placement there, making sure to put laser turrets wherever he can spare them. That being said, Chisada doing a great job of getting little rascals in between the cracks in the armor, right? Making sure to constantly be applying pressure. He even found an exposed metal extractor up north. I mean, 1 in a million that he found a metal extractor up there, but he did, and that's exactly the kind of moves we're going to need.
Ragna has decided to not even attempt to expand south. He says it's too much ground to cover. I'll stay to the northern quadrant and center.
I mean, and that's fair, right? At some point you have to realize exactly what your potential is and how far you can reach, and far be it from me to limit Ragna on exactly how much APM he can hit, but knowing where you can dedicate forces to, especially with a massive counterattack in the backline like this, yeah, that's going to be I mean, that's just tactical, right? And these incisors are doing so much work here. Wow, they've taken out the build power.
I would really like to see out of Ragna to build a mine layer and just go down and build a wall. If he's going to decide to just say screw it to the south for now.
He gets the bot lab here, or the vehicle lab from Chisato. That's dangerous.
That might be a GG.
That could be a GG right there.
Lab. He's building a forward lab. If he loses all the build power in base, then it is certainly he's just gonna suck it up, I think. Chisato says, well.
The lag is unplayable. All right, we can rehost to another server, an NA server, if that would be a bit better here. Oh, he said no, can't be fixed. Yeah, we'll see about going to an NA server after this match here, so we can continue the games with a relatively consistent ping here. That is a bit unfortunate. All right, let's continue the slaughter. 3, 2, 1, go. I know Ragna's impatient to get out of here. He's really pushing to win this series as quickly as possible, and it shows in his gameplay too. I mean, you can see those incisors were so eager to kill that bot lab, that vehicle lab rather. Love the self-destruct micro from these metal extractors. So difficult to get that timing right, but if you do, you are rewarded with a nice little explosion that can certainly shut down some tanks. What were you saying? Whoa. My game just froze right there.
This is actually an interesting development in Ragna's play. Over the last couple of months, I've been from the games I've seen of Ragna. Ragna really did lots of comm walking in the center and then building walls at LLTs. Hello?
Oh, there we go. I'm sorry, my game is like freezing up here or something.
Oh, well,
that's a bit weird. Not sure exactly what happened there. Maybe I lost connection to the servers. Yeah, my game is actually having...
Is Steam downloading things? Check Steam. Steam is always the culprit.
That's true. Hold on, let me investigate. No, Steam is disabled.
Yeah, Tristato just dropped right there. So that's we're rehosting an NA. Let me host NA US password private host.
Weird. What a bummer. Yeah, sorry folks, technical difficulties. That's been that's kind of been the theme of this whole shenanigans. We're all constantly working on it, trying to make sure that everything is okay. Uh-oh. OBS Studio reconnection successful. Oh, there we go. I think my internet went out.
You're having internet. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm having some sort of internet issue. Interesting.
So it's
YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Yep, that tracks.
Could be YouTube's servers.
No, I'm pretty sure it's mine. I tend to have...
What's the command for a tournament?
Preset tourney. Tourney.
Okay. Is it capitalized anywhere in that?
No. Hopefully we are resolving here. Yeah, YouTube's flashing me a whole bunch of warnings. Warning.
Is it $sign or exclamation point?
Exclamation point.
Is that space tourney?
Yes.
There we go. All right, so here is the invite. This is to you. This is to Yudi. And Ragna. Rag and tag.
Grab that real quick. Okay.
The lobby name is Toasted Waffles Private Battle.
Ragna joined my game. Whoops. No, not this one. Toasted Waffle Private Battle. Hee. I'm gonna leave that so it's no longer no longer confusing. Toasted Waffle Private Battle. Here we are.
And I'm gonna boss myself, deboss myself, and I'm gonna spectate.
That's unfortunate about that server issue right there. Wonder what the problem was. There's Ragna. Just waiting on Chisato now.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be too long. Okay, so is that
passworded lobbies? Weird. It says.
Yeah. Is he sure he's joining the right one? Kodiak says, I've seen a man read out the entirety of his girlfriend's credit card info on stream. So a server password seems low-key. Wow. Well, that's a yikes. I mean, you gotta be pretty daft to do that. That would be that'd be pretty embarrassing to do that. I would be
Oh,
embarrassed.
he got in. He found his way in.
Okay, there we go. Glad to see it. Go ahead and join on in, Chisato.
Get on in there into the Thunderdome.
Ring. Ring, ring. All right, map number 2. Unless you guys want to run it back. Nope, they're going on to map 2. All right.
A cold place. Honestly, I was not too. I didn't know about this map, but I definitely agree with it being a good map for 1v1.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it too.
The only thing I could wish for is if the water was more influential on the game.
Yeah, there was only really that one game, well, at least I saw today, that featured those stealth tanks, or those amphib tanks, I mean, we were casting together where they actually came into play here. I don't know if that's been a prominent theme throughout the entirety of the tournament, but certainly I feel like that should be more impactful than it actually was. They're super, super powerful, especially those T2 tanks. I mean, it's a miracle if you get up to T2 in a 1v1, but if you manage to get those alligators out, I mean, they're downright
kind of treat, honestly, to see a T2 game. I think there was only 2 other T2 games that we saw. We saw a game where I was casting a game where someone tried to go T2 and they immediately died.
Yeah. There's been, I feel like there's been a few of those. There's I can't remember exactly how many. I want to say like 3, but honestly, I have no idea. I don't know. It is a treat whenever you get to see it though, because then
what I do
T2
really like
so
about Bar and Total Annihilation and these streaming economy type games over games such as like StarCraft is build orders are immensely flexible based off of the state of the game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I feel like games like this are more it's less about micro's important and everything and making sure your units are moving and shooting, but it's really decision making.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's part of like the key focus of this game, similar to the idea of defensive structures always being breakable, or defensive positions always being breakable. It's also like, yeah, macro strategy is supposed to be way more important than the individual unit micro. As opposed to, for instance, StarCraft, where, yeah, like your individual units, I mean, you only have 200 supplies, so your individual units are very, very important. It's not to say that individual units in this game can't be important, case in point, the Gunslinger, but it's certainly less emphasized.
Yeah, and I think it bleeds through in how units function. Like, there's only very few units with activated abilities.
Yeah, oh yeah, as far as, yeah, I guess like the Hound has like its toggleable fire state, the Tremor with its inaccurate mode or even more inaccurate mode. That was one of the funniest changes in my opinion. Metal Extractor's coming up here. He's going for a Mex Light Laser Tower. Don't mind that whatsoever. We don't see that cool strategy of starting up in this northern section here. Kind of a bummer, because I really did like that strategy. It seemed like it actually worked out really nicely. It also gives you access to all these 2.4s really quickly on. Excuse me. Those are effectively your starting Metal Extractors. I guess these are
mirror match and mirror opening. This is going to be really interesting to see how they navigate into the mid game.
That's true.
Handle this opener. Rag staying in the base as build power with his commanders. Same with Trisato, mirrored in that sense. Trisato deciding that he wants to move out on the map rather than be defensive with his grunts, which is going to line up well for Ragna being a more defensive posture, but maybe depending on the positioning, because Ragna still could choose to move out at a certain point. He may be waiting for Rascals or Rovers, but he may not wait for the T1 bots to move across the entire map.
Sort of an anti-timing almost.
Yeah,
he's expecting the early scouts, but not the early late scouts.
yeah. The slower.
Yeah, exactly. I completely agree. Yeah, it seems like he's expanding his infrastructure in that direction. He's going to put a light laser tower up. Ragna has been really, really solid about that. In fact, in the last game, we saw that as well. Putting the light laser towers exactly where they're needed between all those metal extractors. It's gonna allow him to anchor down specific points of the map and it gives you fallback opportunities. If you're losing a fight, you can fall back to static defense and get some of that very efficient but very, well, static defensive structure engaged in whatever combat you're fighting. If not winning you the fight, at the very least slowing it down. This is nice. Using the terrain, the bots to navigate the terrain by Chisato on the southwestern side. Going to be moving a grunt over the mountains.
The
and through the hills.
additional benefit if you scroll your camera down is because of the hills. Not only are they hills, but there's lots of crevices to hide in. Radar coverage will only see these for a split time. However,
true.
given that Ragna has saw this blips on very, very shortly and is moving to engage this one grunt.
So like a single flash of it. What a talented player to keep your eye on the minimap so thoroughly that you actually managed to scout that. I know I certainly would have missed that grunt running through into my backline here. Very nicely done.
His eye is on the minimap or he was zoomed out just in time. However, this grunt is going to get on the north side. He's going to get the con.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's those grunts you were talking about earlier. They moved in just at the wrong time here, and they do manage to catch that constructor. There is still 2 over there that are building up the metal extractor force, but it is going to be a little bit of a gap in the defenses.
Chisato sees that his grunt is not being used. He's now microing down into here. He's going to just pass the turret. He's going to possibly get this wind. Oh, no, he's in the range.
Well, he still gets the mechs, though. Oh, and he escapes.
He's out of range.
Wow.
Oh,
that's a hero right there. Ugh. He does go down.
1 extra wind, but it's still something.
It's better than nothing, certainly. And, I mean, for the cost of a grunt, I'm sure he's happy to kill a metal extractor regardless.
I'm going to go ahead and zoom out here, and I need to eat something. I'm going to go grab a snack.
All right, sounds good. Chisato already ready to scale up his build power here. I wonder what the eco is like. About 300,
hold on,
400
before I go,
energy.
I don't know how to do this. I can click on your name, right, and get player view, right? Like, how do I do this? Oh, there it is. All right, you got the camera.
Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Rightworks. Yeah, so as far as build power goes, Chisato is taking the lead here by getting this construction turret up. He is going to go for the geothermal. That's something we've seen people neglect here on this map. Just going instead for that wind power, which is phenomenal, by the way. 25 wind power is super, super high. The geothermal is going to be more efficient metal-wise. Actually, that might not even be true, actually. With 25 wind power and 10 as the very lowest, that geothermal might not even be more efficient or drastically more efficient than wind turbines. Somebody can run the numbers, I'm sure. But either way, also not to be neglected is the naval power. 25 tidal energy is super, super high. That's going to mean that anybody who manages to put out a couple of tidal generators are going to start scaling their economy super, super quickly. It's easy to neglect those energy converters early on, especially. But if you just get 2 or 3 of them down while you have an energy surplus, you really can start to tune up your economy quite nicely. Case in point for that may be the Nostradamus maneuver video I just released recently. Go check that one out if you haven't, because it shows you exactly the power of using that T1 economy to scale exponentially fast, like ridiculously quick. He just went for more and more T1 wind turbines off of like 12 T1 constructors, and eventually it just meant that he had so many energy converters and so many wind turbines that he eventually had a massive economy based entirely off of T1. He was at like 60 metal per second or something off of T1 energy. It was ridiculous. All right, a little bit of a run by over here. A couple of grunts from Ragna do manage to sneak around. Chisato jumping on top of this with grunts of his own, and eventually I think that aggression's going to be faltered. However, there is still a constructor here to rebuild, so I think eventually that'll come back underway. It's just up to Chisato to notice that and get that cooking and looking. Something. I don't know. I'm getting tired. I've been casting all day. It's a rough one after all. By the way, there is going to be a new tournament coming up. 1 p.m. PDT if you feel like converting it. Otherwise, I would say it's in about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. About 7.5 hours, I would say. We're going to have a whole nother tournament for European folks out there. I'm going to try my very darndest to stay awake and or at least to become awake, to awaken for that tournament so that hopefully I can cast a lot of those games. No promises, though, because, yeah, I already had to wake up pretty early to get to this one. Disrupting my regular sleep schedule. Grrr. Curse you beyond all reason and your epic content and your lovely community. How dare you disrupt my sleep cycle. Grunts all over the place. grunts galore. That could be the title of this if it was a video. And you can see them moving in all around the map. Nice to see, regardless. Yeah, a lot of posturing right here in the middle. Grunts on both sides. Less posturing up here on the northern side. Would love to see these metal extractors taken here for Chisato. Those are 2.4 metal extractors. Well worth investing in. Definitely gonna... Oh, that's weird. We have a 2.3 and then 2.4, 2.4, 2.4, 2.4. Is that mirrored? That is not mirrored. Oh, weird. There's a little bit of imbalance here. Interesting. That is definitely a glitch we're discovering. Yeah, 2.3 where it should be a 2.4. Interesting. That's definitely not intended. Anyways, is 0.1 really going to be all the difference? Well, it certainly could be. It certainly could be, especially over the length of a game, and with advanced metal extractors being 4 times as efficient as T1 metal extractors, it certainly could be the difference. Powering out a couple of bombers here, actually going into an air lab for Chisato. Meanwhile, Ragna is thinking the same thing, but he's a little bit slower. He's behind the curve here as far as the build power goes, and he's trying to catch up immediately. Going to take down his T1 lab and go for some build power. That's what all his metal's being dumped into, and eventually going into the air lab here. He is going to be able to build that air lab super quickly because he has extra build power now, but it means that there's no more bots on the front line, so every one of these is expendable. Does he have res bots around? I don't see him at a first glance. So yeah, any one of these grunts that go down are liable to be resurrected by the blue player and rebuilt and retuned and eventually turned into a army of blue against the forces of red. How many bombers are we up to now? At this point, 9 bombers. Is that right? Oh no, Ragna's going for bombers of his own. Both players thinking the exact same thing, except Chisato did not sacrifice his lab in order to do it. That means that Ragna's going to be able to climb back up here, but you can see Chisato with a slight metal lead of about 60 to 50 in his favor. Trying to trade efficiently with these grunts, but it's very difficult to do. Chisato abandons this forward vehicle lab, rather. Actually, he hasn't abandoned it. He's just trickling metal into it so it doesn't decay. But he is mostly focused on building a huge bomber force. He wants to win this game right away. Right here, right now. Bombers are headed out. They don't have a scouting plane with them, which is a little bit of a problem. That being said, this bombing run will probably do at least a decent amount of damage. Bombers are unscouted. Is there radar coverage for Ragna? Ragna does see them with the scouting plane. He sends his own bombers around. Are there fighters out? Wow, what a clash. These are both going to bomb each other right as soon as each other's bombers land. Bombers coming in here for Ragna, going to bomb Chisato. The bombers from Chisato bombing Ragna. I don't know who to focus on. Take a look over here, see how the bombing run goes. Bombers doing a decent job taking down a whole lot of this wind production. Beautiful bombing run right there. All of that wind got wiped out by Ragna. Chisato continuing to try and bomb over here, but you can see that Ragna has set up his wind turbines in such a way that they're very difficult to bomb here. That being said, there's enough bombers, I do believe, to shut down that wind production. This is so dangerous. Eventually, those bombers from Ragna being shot out of the skies, but they are going to peel off and try and do a little bit of damage to metal extractors around the map. Light laser towers can shoot up at those bombers, but it's very ineffective. Fighters have been produced here by Ragna, and they're going to be shooting down these bombers all over the place. Very nice to see. Ragna immediately jumps back into more and more wind production. Wind production very efficient. Even at its lowest point, it's still going to be more efficient than solar panels, rather. So always going to be more efficient to go for wind turbines on this map. Bomber here trying to get a little bit of damage done. It's thinking about it. Not having great success. Fighters eventually shooting it down. That is hilarious. Both of these players thinking the exact same thing, but all said and done, I feel like Ragna's bombers might have gotten just a little bit more value, more bang for their buck than Chisato's did. Chisato was a little bit heavier spec'd into the wind power. He just had a little bit more and it wasn't as spaced out. So I think eventually that meant that those bombers were able to, they were able to tear down more.
Alright, I have returned with a sandwich.
Welcome back. You missed a spectacular bombing run. Luckily I was able to capture it. Both Chisato and Ragna had the exact same idea to go for a bombing run at the exact same time. Both of them produced about 8 to 10 bombers and sent them across the map. They encountered each other over the pond, and then they both bombed the ever-living hell out of each other. Ragna's bombers did a massive job over here, as you can see by all the craters, the pockmarked craters from all the wind turbines that went down. And Ragna had his turbines a little bit more spread out, and so the effect was a little bit less drastic for that player. Now, both players have their air lab. However, Chisato has went into a vehicle lab as well on the front line, and I really like this engagement he's got here. Pounders are going to get a decent trade against all of these tanks. We've got Wolverines up and running. We've got resurrected grunts from the early game that are now contributing to this force wherever they can, mostly as distracting fire, but there's also resbots. Wouldn't mind seeing these resbots eating off
on
the
the north
lines.
side right here. Their cons have finally met.
Oh.
This exploiter's gonna kill these cons as they build an exploiter.
That's a funky
the
battle.
other con walks into the other exploiters. What a clown show this has been.
That's funny. Those that's a weird matchup. Constructor versus constructor. Don't know who wins that one. It's too versatile. There's too many options. Chisato has handily won the middle of the map though, easily, taking over all of this with a massive force and is continuing to aggress. There is the resbots here patching together whatever they can. We need some anti-air to shoot those fighters out of the sky so they can't keep harassing our farmers.
Some whistlers are the core equivalent.
Flashers. Yep. Spent a good long time memorizing units, only for them to continue adding units. Yippee. New units to memorize all the time. I really like that these have been resurrected. The armed metal extractors. They're very, very good for denying area. They also can shoot those
with these.
AA.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shurikens, blasting them down. Not fast, but you don't need much in order to kill a shuriken. They're very,
you
very
just need to hit
thin.
it a couple of times.
Yeah. Oh, these resbots are getting so much value right here, though.
Yes, absolutely. Does
So
he still have his? He's still building. He has 3 factories.
Three.
What has Ragna decided to do? He must be He is floating metal. He needs to figure out what he's going to do with the rest of his metal.
He's almost got enough for a really quick T2 transition. If he eats up both of his labs and goes T2 vehicles, that could be. It could be quick enough.
I think he'll get bombed out of the game if he does that.
That's true. Yeah, there is still a drastic air force coming out from the blue player. A couple of fighters being produced. It looks like a lot of
Ragna
thugs are coming
said
out too.
He's going to get his commander involved because this reclaim feels the game.
Yeah, he needs some way to deal with that. I would love to see an air constructor involved here. Since he has the aerial superiority with these shurikens and the fighters, I feel like the air con would really shine right here. Oh, a lot of those resbots took a huge hit. The battle is getting so close together that those resbots can't really contribute anymore. They should probably eat up all this metal that's just scrap on the floor. I feel like that might be a good use for them.
I think just not losing them at this point is the better play. Sending them back and repair party for themselves.
Ragna with his little Viking hat now reclaiming off the field personally, trying to get himself a little bit of an advantage.
Darth Vader has entered the fray. You know, the old Battlefront 2, not the new garbage that EA is crapped out.
That was terrible. Oh,
Lord Vader has entered the battlefield, or whatever it was.
It was so terrifying to hear that. But also, when you got to be Darth Vader, or I mean any of the Jedi or Sith, it was that was pretty epic. I miss those days. I miss the Conquest mode. What an awesome game mode.
Galactic Conquest. Oh my god,
so fun.
I remember being like 8 years old and having my first gamer rage time, and my parents coming down telling me to get off. Good times.
Yeah, good memories, fond memories.
I remember I was playing the CSS, and I kept going back between these 2 planets because at that time I didn't know you could build multiple fleets, so I kept going back and forth with my one fleet.
Yeah, that's funny.
Trying to beat the Galactic Conquest on the hardest difficulty. I did it finally.
Eventually.
Those wrist rockets are really good. Super battle droids.
Yeah, I remember there was I liked playing with the Droideka. Those were always super fun.
Yeah.
Rolling around with the bubble shield. I like that the Air Force has been built up here. I feel like sending in the fighters in a big wave is going to be a lot more powerful here.
Yeah, he's banking the fighters and he's banking the shurikens because he wants to have a decisive fight over this reclaim field and maybe get a comm snipe. I think that might be the end game.
Could be, actually. He kind of baits the fighters out with the shuriken here, and it kind of makes them vulnerable to fighter fire. Yeah, taking a decent fighter play there.
I honestly would support him reclaiming his bot lab. He has enough reclaim bots, and these thugs take too long, and they're really not living long enough against these tanks.
I agree. Yeah, they are melting away.
They're clogging up the pathfinding for the other tanks.
I think he should really just invest in more economy. I think he should send 2 more constructors to build a massive field over here.
2 air labs and just completely overwhelming.
That's true. Yeah.
Rag 2 or just assisting the one air lab, build a bunch of bombers and forces fighters to get out of place, or come in with shurikens, forces fighters to come down there. Right now he has way more aircraft than Rag. He just doesn't know, I think.
Ragna did go up to a T2 lab. That's going to be very powerful. He's got Sheldon already, and they're going to start whittling away this force. Suddenly all these T1 units are inefficient. Horribly inefficient against those Sheldon.
And he secures the reclaim field. This went from probably a Trisato victory, what I thought was going to be, is...
Yeah, he needed one strong push here. I think Chisato is failing to... Well, both players really are failing to send units up north. They're focusing all their attention, but a couple of medium tanks...
Thugs are going north.
What'd you say? Oh, yeah.
Finally,
yeah, you're right.
The thugs are going north.
Yeah, there is a couple back... Oh, never mind. Turn around, boys. Hoof it back. Yeah, I really would have liked to see a bunch of units go north, but I guess we're just going to neglect that. There is a bunch of those exploiters up here, so it is going to be painful to push through, but nothing that a bunch of medium tanks or something like that wouldn't be able to do. And especially since T2 is now on the field, you really don't want to keep these T1 tanks trading against T2.
What I would like to see out of Ragna is maybe the advanced scuttle bomb. The
yes,
one
oh, absolutely.
Orchestrated right into this build power and just blow it up, and that'll seal the game.
It could be huge. Yeah, self-destructing that will insta-kill any lab or any T2 lab. That could be decisive for sure. It's got a Twitch around.
We saw the amphibious play on this map being incredibly
potent.
I see Chisato has agreed with my assessment on get rid of the bots, go into a massive air raid because he's losing everything else.
Yep, he's got those fighters built. Bombers built. There is a Twitcher heading up north to go build a bunch of fiends. It looks like Ragna is thinking about eventually getting aggressive over there. Sumos have been included in this mixture. I feel like I heard them. Yeah, there they are, waddling away. Yeah. They're very good against those medium tanks. They burst down their armor relatively quickly, but more than anything, they're just a walking health shield. Perfect for those Sheldon to stand behind. This is the epitome of a composition here for Cortex. You're looking for Sheldon, Sumos, maybe a couple of fiends for fire support, radar jammer, and you got yourself a killer combo.
I'd like to see maybe one termite for out of his and just send it down the south. It'll climb over these hills way better than any of the other bots. It doesn't have to worry about pathing because it can go over direct cliffs and just look at how much damage. And they are super tanky.
They are very tanky. I like the rocket spiders for their rockets, but they are tanky. I have to acknowledge that. Fiends are starting to be built.
Some Spectre micro EMP. That's a lot of clumped up units.
That's true. Yeah, those clumped up tanks are extremely vulnerable to that
Air War
Spectre
number
micro.
2 going on right now.
Yep. Tons of fighters going down. Chisato does win it.
Clearing the airway for those bombers, and they're going along the south side. He says, "It's time. It's now or never."
He's not wrong either. Oh, don't pull out. I think this is kind of his opportunity here.
He wants to go to north side. But is there a flak going to be built in time? It doesn't look like it.
Is he starting it? I don't think so. I don't think he noticed. I don't think he noticed the bombers. He just thought he was trading out fighters there. I mean, it seems obvious to us, but you have to remember.
He's building thistles along the shore now. Chisato is losing his opportunity to longer. Well, they might. Splash damage is splash damage.
That's true. These bombers are grouped up.
He's going for the units? I don't know what Chisato is doing.
Chisato is so indecisive here. Oh, no.
So...
I don't think that's the bombing run we're looking for here.
No.
Sure, you get a metal extractor. Sure, you might get a light laser tower. I mean, okay. A fair amount of eco there, but for revealing the bombers, I don't know.
Come down now. I think he's going to be able to... If you use the command where you spread the bombs out, he can get all of these coming down the south. Coming down from north to south.
Oh, he's thinking about getting the commander.
Oh, he's going for commander snipe. I don't think this is the play.
Oh, I don't know. 50% on that commander.
Too much AA.
It's not bad. There is a lot of AA. Yeah, too many bombers went down there.
He's going to get into the water and then what? Although he's beating back all of these... once he gets into range of these... Of the Sheldons, they don't take much to kill.
That's true. And his army is actually looking a little thin, although those Sumos are pushing pretty far forward. Those Resbots are doing the Lord's work here, keeping these units up and alive. Literally miracle workers as they bring a lot of these guys back to life.
Speaking of Sheldons, here comes Chisato's Sheldons.
Is he producing? Oh, he is producing those. I thought those were resurrected. No, he is actually going all the way into T2. I feel like if you're making T2, you might as well just reclaim from the front line, replace all that T1 with more efficient T2. That being said, that is a lot of Fiends. Yep, I was just about to point that out. Nicely ran by over here. Those Fiends are going to be able to surpass most of the defenses over here. They're quick to burn down, well, basically anything.
Chisato's responding. He sees it. He's moving Sheldon's. Not going to stop Fiends. He needs to build things of himself.
Yeah, he needs counter Fiend.
His wind and his converters are going to die so fast. The Fiends are going south. They need to go north. He doesn't see sending them south.
This resurrection is really killing him right now. He really desperately needs to eat from this metal field. 14,000 metal tied up in that field right now, and he doesn't have the metal to produce units of his own. He has the build power, he has the energy, he has everything but the metal. And those Fiends are getting real close.
Sees that he was missed. Oh, dude, they're gonna get so much damage.
This is a huge play. These Fiends, they have to do.
Shurikens
for the day. There's no way. The Shuriken, I mean, they pop the energy converters, but the Shurikens do paralyze the Fiends. Nicely done. Oh, that could have been so much worse. That could have been.
Oh, Commander Snipe. Just at the last second I saw it.
Oh, what on earth? Wow, okay, so Chisato did manage to kill Ragna's commander. I missed it. I was too busy looking at those Fiends.
Yeah, the problem with sumos is they sure are tanky, but no splash damage coming out of them.
That's true.
They do not burn down the tanks fast enough.
Yeah, that is true. Wow, yeah, the graph is actually quite nice for Chisato here, showing just how much he can grow here. Maybe Ragna's a little tired today. He's played one too many games. He stayed up a little too late. Felt like it was a little slow that match.
If they want to break.
Yeah, maybe they need it. No, they're ripping and roaring.
Ragna just wants to get the series over with.
I think he's pushing through. They're gonna start it up. Third match of the series is gonna be on Red Comet. That's 1-1, I do believe. Yes.
Yes, it is 1-1 currently.
1-1. We're in for a series here. Red Comet.
Somebody just pulls out 2 wins right here.
They could sweep it. Although I don't know, that was an impressive showing from Chisato, holding his own right there. I really thought those T2 bots were going to bring it back for Ragna, but I guess just couldn't manage to hold on against that never-ending wave of T1 medium tanks. They would get resurrected, move forward 3 feet and die, and then just get resurrected again and continue that cycle until eventually I guess they were just on his door, and there was nothing Ragna could do about that.
I would like to see some counter to Resurrect command. Maybe make the Juno disrupt the Resurrect command while the cloud is on.
That would be interesting. That would be some interesting counterplay. Yeah. Because then you end up in a situation where it's like, okay, I can resurrect, but I'm gonna have to wait for the Juno to end, or I can just reclaim, eat up all the metal. Kind of forces the commander's hand. That's interesting. That could be an interesting tweak to make to the game. I love that bar is so modular in that way. You really can just make it be anything that you want it to be.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed, Eldritch Pursuit. We are still going. Still going, question mark.
And we must, you know what? I was going to say something, but my brain just,
Fair enough. I feel you. It's been a long day. It's been a long day, day of commentating. Gotta try and stay focused here. Chisato is Armada. Going for that solar panel.
Hopefully I wake up tomorrow in time.
Right? I'm gonna need a crazy nap. I'm gonna need a power nap.
9 p.m. here.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're 3. Oh, I meant to ask, not to dox yourself or anything like that, but what state do you reside in?
I'm Golden State, California, baby.
Okay.
We stay sunny out here.
So South Cal?
NorCal area.
Okay.
But yeah, all PDT. It's my time.
I was stationed in San Diego for 4 years.
Cool. Yeah, I've got some friends down there.
I've been to San Fran once. Nice place. I've drunkenly walked around the city.
Sounds
completely blasted. Walking around in Chinatown. I'll stand at the Hilton.
Sounds like a nice way to experience San Francisco.
Yeah,
I've been fairly rarely, but it's it's a cool city. Golden Gate Bridge is always fun to go look at for a little while.
Yeah, I passed underneath it. I I don't know if you know anything in the Navy.
Not a lot.
When ships pull into port, they do this thing called manning the lines. When you stand in your dress whites and you stand up on the parade rest as you along the flight deck or the weather decks of the ship, and standing at parade rest for like 2 hours sucks.
Well, yeah, that sounds like
you keep your hands crossed right behind the small of your back.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
and,
for 2 hours.
Well, hope you didn't lock your knees.
No.
It's your I've seen plenty of people pass out from that. It's pretty
Standing
funny.
at attention, locking your knees.
Yep, you lock your knees and just out of nowhere. Drop.
Yep, standing in formation.
Nice little blitz kill right there. Taking down the grunt. Those early grunts are pretty important because they're all the scouting information you have, at least for the early game.
But he knows at least he's on armed vehicles and there's blitzes. It's not spammed out scouts. So that's a good tell. Tells him that he needs to be a little more defensive. Except Ragna said, nix all that. I'm going thug push.
Yeah, he's already producing thugs, which seems a little weird because blitzes are so much quicker. They're really not going to have a hard time outpacing whatever the thugs are going to do. I'd love to see these blitzes come down.
This is really showing Ragna's how tired he is. He's forcing the issue. Either he's going to take catastrophic damage or he's going to put himself into an extremely good place to thug push through the center of the map.
It's risk and reward, I guess. He's kind of ready to find an opening here. Meanwhile, the blitzes are moving around back as well.
He's just gonna see these blitzes on the radar. Radar was late.
That is very late.
This might be catastrophic damage.
The blitzes are control firing into the wrong spot though. Shut down their DPS for a little bit there. That was unfortunate. Still taking down metal extractors though. Yeah, they're gonna get that turret as well. Maybe not,
this
actually.
This dog is gonna shut him down. Yeah. Oh.
Wow, turret survives. Oh, that blitz over on that side does not, though. Oh, that hurts.
Yeah, now all the energy's locked up, too.
Ragna in a little bit of a tricky position here. These thugs are essentially all he has left at this point. I mean, his bot lab didn't go down, but this is not a great spot.
Ragna might be all in. He's comm walking, too. He's going all in.
So at this point, Chisato should definitely be banking a lot of resources, or banking a lot of units.
I think Ragna's thought process here is, sure, you get tanks out real fast, but that costs a lot of metal, and you're probably empty on metal, and I think that is the correct assessment. He's just going to comm walk up to this factory and prepare these units.
This commander can, of course, D-gun down those tanks. Doesn't matter how healthy those tanks are. You just kill them in one shot. It's all over. And his constructors in the backline still working on this, though. They're trying to build more energy for him so that he can at least D-gun. I believe that's the idea anyways. But yeah, he's ready to take this engagement. He's moving in with 4 thugs. How much percentage off does a thug strip from a commander per shot?
I don't know.
Oh, a little bit of miss micro there. Oh no, 2 of those thugs going down to a D-gun. Another one.
That's game right there.
Almost dead.
Suiciding his comm.
Ragna does decide to call it. And that's Chisato putting another point on the board with a decisive victory there. Excellent harassment from those blitzes up on the northern side and then down through the south. Very, very nicely done. Ragna in a tough spot here.
Seeing Ragna tilt.
Could be Ragna's decline. Is Chisato going to steal his Viking crown? Find out in, I guess, the third game of this series, or the fourth game of this series. No, third game of this series.
He's gonna have to wait until the end of the month to take any crown from Ragna. This is just a qualifier. This is only but the beginning.
So that's 1-2 Chisato, right? I believe that's 1-2 Chisato. That is pretty good. Chisato at match point right here. Could win it all. Saratega.
He does not want to play Heartbreak. Is that the only map he has?
Yeah, he's definitely more comfortable in this low flat maps here. Not to be said that there isn't any texture to Saratega. There are those little mountains. Very easy for bots to posture on top of there.
I think that thug push is very strong on this map, and Ragna might actually go for it again if I'm gonna guess.
He could definitely go for it. It's it's a little risky because you kind of are in a rat race to kill as much as possible while also keeping your production as high as possible, but you don't expand nearly at all. So I mean, it's an all in. It really is. So I would have liked it a lot better if he had not lost those two thugs before the engagement really even started. Might have had a fighting chance, but even then, there were just still so many blitzes.
Oh, Ragna starting on the edge. He's gonna walk up here. What?
What a strategy! Ragna is really breaking out all the stops here.
I think he just wants this series over with, so he can go to bed.
Yeah, he's ready to go to sleep here. Going to start with a metal extractor on the high ground. I mean, I guess it's going to be difficult for vehicles to get up there and kill that metal extractor, so that's nice.
Oh, the OP heart.
He does draw his heart. That's a classic Ragna opener right there. You know he's serious when he draws the heart. 2 metal extractors here, both Cortex commanders. Sorry. No, yeah, I am right. Both Cortex commanders here. Chisato was playing Armada last game. Has decided to go
I think both
Cortex.
of these players saw that series with the thug push in mid, so that could be informing.
That's true. That's a powerful push right there. The thugs are extremely
you can
durable.
build a factory up here. Oh, that's sneaky.
Interesting. All right, that's a pretty cheeky factory. He's definitely not going to expect it up there. At least I would.
Tanks are going to have a very hard time shooting up.
That's true. Although Chisate doesn't seem interested in tanks.
Thing. Well, we'll
more
see
than
what
happy to go
mid-game
for.
like.
Yeah, that's true. Very true. We are only into the early game. Chisato going into a vehicle bay for right now. Going to be building a couple of those grunts. Well, probably more than a couple of those grunts. Getting some power up first and foremost, though. Power fluctuates quite heavily between 2 and 13. 2 and 22. Don't know where I got 13 from. This is just what it was nearby right now. So building those wind turbines is well worth it. Ragna really condensing his base right now. he's playing.
Bombers come into the picture later in the game.
That's true. He's playing the floor as lava, I suppose. Not wanting to go out on Saratega.
Yeah, should we add lava to the map? Make them
that would be fun. I love adding lava to different maps. Supreme Straits with lava, that's a fun one.
I hate it. I hate it so much.
Carrot Top Mountains with lava, that's a fun one as well.
That could be fun.
It's essentially the acidic quarry map, except with lava instead of acid.
The only thing I don't like about lava maps should be hovercraft should be able to cross lava. That's my only take.
I see both sides of the argument, right? Like on one hand,
I mean it's lava. It's lava. It would probably, but this is a fictional game.
Yeah, from a game perspective, it would be kind of cool to have more options for crossing lava.
Oh, Chisato getting the better end of that trade in mid. That's rough.
That sucks. I mean, both grave robbers did go down, but the forces having control over the rocks there is quite nice. Another grave robber on the way here for Ragna.
Is he going to reclaim or res? He's rezzing. I think he should not commit into this if he's going to decide to res.
Yeah, he needs to pull those grunts
back. Throw your numbers away. And if you're building up your numbers again with this res bot, you should wait. Chisato decides to pull back in the face of numbers. Doesn't want to feed too much.
He's got to take a good engagement here.
Or it's gonna.
I don't know if that's it.
I think that is a good engagement.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Ragna's forced to pull back at this point.
Ragna's stalling on metal. He's not expanding. Chisato also later on this expand, but faster than Ragna.
Ragna needs to just eat some of these forces. It'd be nice to have him out, but realistically speaking, he doesn't have the energy. He doesn't have the metal. He's just losing forces. Now that is a nice pick right there.
He does pick the other grave robber. Chisato trying to counter.
Aggress.
But I don't think he's going to get it because this grave robber is getting pocket healed, or the grunt is getting pocket healed by the grave robber.
Oh, a little bit of miss micro there.
Second trying to get some reclaim before the grave robber got eventually nuked by laser fire.
Ragna is critically low on units right now. Did not manage to get an economy up and running. Chisato with 12 metal per second, Ragna with 6. Neither is a tremendous number, but that's twice the economy of the red player for the blue player, which is nothing to be turned down at. That's significant.
At
this point, every unit is critical.
Ragna does have good radar coverage, so he should see all of this happening.
That's true. Yeah, he's going to have at least an early warning. However, already losing metal extractors over here.
I think this turret, mate. No, he's stalling on metal. He doesn't have the metal.
Oh, that is a bummer. Losing that much progress on that turret. That is, yeah, that is unfortunate. He's got a couple of grunts in the back of his base, too. Too tired. Good night.
Yeah.
Chisato will take the victory here. Ragna with a cheeky little strategy up on the hill, trying to maintain the high ground. But in this case, Anakin Skywalker Chisato will manage to claim the victory.
Chisato gets out.
That's our
on top.
That's our grand finals winner. Congratulations to Chisato. Both Ragna and Chisato, of course, will be moving on to the actual main event, September 30th. However, today, the grand finals winner will be handed over to Chisato. Congratulations to our player in blue. That was very, very nicely done. Bringing to a close, I do believe, today's qualifier tournaments. Do you have any words?
Oh, me?
Yes, sir.
I was like, maybe we can pull in Chisato for a quick. See what he has to say.
That's a good idea. Did you message him?
I'm messaging him in game.
Okay. There we go.
Oh, he already left.
Oh, well, he's gone. All right. Guess we don't get an interview with our winner today. Maybe in the next tournament we will. Oh, I accidentally closed my game too. I hit the wrong exit button. Well, I guess that's as good a wrapping up point as any other. Let me pull up the final winners bracket here. And
let me update that real quick.
Yeah, if you want to update that, that would be splendid.
Cristato.
There we go.
Reports.
Move this over like this.
Daywalker DQ. Submit result. Submit.
Refresh this really quickly.
Slow dropped. Port. Slow DQ. Submit result.
Pop a few Red
maybe
Bulls.
Maybe I shouldn't put DQ. I should just edit results. I should put. Yeah.
Yeah, they weren't DQ'd. They just. Well, is there a forfeit option? Or is that just DQ? Technically, I think that's what it was a forfeit.
Reset match. Reset. Yeah, because they're not DQ'd. They just dropped from the win match. Auto W. Submit result.
Chisato playing the long game. He realized if he could just tire Ragna out by dragging him through the entire bout.
He said it himself.
He did claim the strategy, so fair enough.
1-3, I believe.
Yep, yeah, 1-3. Which is a pretty good victory right there. He's got to be pretty proud of that. Nice and done.
Honestly, all the players played quite well today.
Oh, absolutely.
There were some newer players I saw playing in the losers brackets. But you know, there's
good on them. Good on them for getting in on the action.
That's honestly, it takes a lot of cojones that know that you're gonna get your probably smashed, but still play anyway.
Yep, yeah, for sure. Well, and also not to mention that this is now taking out prospectively 4 of the best players from the brackets of the next qualifiers. So if you feel like qualifying, might be a little easier next time. Just food for thought. Anybody who's down to join.
It's followed along for the night. I'll see you in a couple hours, perhaps.
Hopefully,
perhaps I'll see you in game.
Try and get my ass up.
I will. Over there.
I'm gonna. Yeah, you headed out.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out.
Right.
Thank you for co-casting.
Yeah, you as well.
Along. Have a maybe I'll see you in a couple hours. If not, have a wonderful night, and I'll see you in another qualifier, perhaps.
You as well. Yeah, certainly. Thanks a ton, mate. See you later. switch over to this microphone now. All right, lovely. Thanks a ton, everybody, for watching. For those of you that remained to the very end of this, I want to extend a huge thank you. Couldn't do any of this without the tremendous support from all of you guys. I'm going to put the link to the site in order to sign up in case you're interested in qualifying now that you know who's been eliminated and that your odds might be a little bit better if you want to qualify in one of these other matches. Thanks a ton for tuning in today. It has been an absolute treat to cast all these. I was so excited for this event, and all said and done, I would call it a success. We managed to get through all these games today. We managed to find out who is going to be on top for the seed. It is Chisato taking the win, even versus Ragna, playing the long game and tiring out Ragna like a boxer. Anyways, thanks a ton, everybody, for showing up today. I'm going to call it for today. This has been the Brightworks, and I will see you shortly in just a few hours here as I take care of myself, make sure that all things are well with my own health before I hop back into a stream, and we will start up round 2 of the Bar Pro League 1v1 qualifiers. See you in just a little while. Peace out, folks.